this young movement can threaten him. He knows the old parties. They are easy to please. A few endowments in the form of ministerial chairs and similar posts, and they fall in line. He knows one thing above all. They are so simple-mindedly stupid. Every day they prove correct the saying that he whom the gods would destroy, they first strike blind. They are struck blind, and so the gods must want to destroy them. Yes, just look at these parties and their leaders, Stresemann and whoever else. They are truly harmless. They do not grasp the root of the problem. They all still believe that they can fight a battle, which is a battle like none other in this world, through leniency, humanity, and compliance. Through leniency, they believe they can show the opponent on the left that they are willing to compromise in order to stop the deadly cancer somewhere in the middle. No, and 1,000 times no. There are only two possibilities, victory or defeat. We know that the so-called law for the...
So which part was he bullshitting about? We're going to pick it up right there, right where I left off when I was recording that speech myself, when he talks about the parties and their leaders and how they just fall in line. You give them some ministerial chairs. And, bro, that's exactly how politics works to this very fucking day. That's the system they were setting up then that he was fighting against. Whether you agree with everything about him or like him, it's besides the point. I don't give a fuck if you like God or the devil. What are they saying? Are they telling the truth in that moment or not? Do you get my point? Like, I don't care if it's an angel, a demon, a person, an animal, a fucking baby, or a full-grown elderly person. What are they saying in that moment? And is it correct or incorrect? Is it real or is it not real? Is it authentic or is it not authentic? It's not about the person. It's about the information being conveyed. So peep everything he just said there and then go look at your government today and your politics today and how it operates and look at how it was being set up back then. Listen to that entire speech if you want to actually refute it. Now, we'll move on from that point and go to his next video. Yeah, you're going to have to find that on BitChute because YouTube don't like that shit. It was on there. That exact version was on there. And then they got rid of it. Where's the fucking... There we go. Yo, let's go find the video. Alright, more on Shangel Thunder, that one. 26 minutes.
And we'll listen to his... Hey everybody, I just wanted to clear something up regarding Shangel Thunder and my comments about him. So I just wanted to explain my thoughts on him. I want to point something out that I don't really see the people that I'm criticizing as enemies. I don't see them as...
I don't either, unless they put themselves in that position and called themselves such, like philosophy vids did.
People that I don't hate them. Like, I don't hate Shangel Thunder, and I don't hate...
And I don't hate you either.
The Sanity Machine. That's not the way I am. I'm not like, this is the bad guy and this is the good guy kind of person. I don't think in black and white. I don't think in black and white like that. So I'm responding to something I saw on Chris Sedaris' live stream where he said that he agreed with 99% of what, and I agree that
he agreed with 99% of what? I'm guessing you meant to say what Shangel said or Shangel says, because he just stopped right there. He agrees with 99% of what and then moves on. But shout out to you, Mr. Sedaris, Mr. Christopher.
He does say a lot of true things. I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm just saying that what he is advocating for, what he advocates for, is dangerous.
What I advocate for is dangerous, yet doing the opposite is also dangerous. Being a slave is dangerous. You're already in danger. A slave advocating for a slave revolt is also dangerous. But which danger actually leads to a possible outcome with you no longer being a slave? Think about it.
He has said that he's an anti-Semitic, that he agrees with what Hitler said.
I do agree with what Hitler said about that. Absolutely. what he said about the economics, the capitalist system, the monetary system that came from the Jews and those Jewish power families who were coming out of Khazaria, yes, I completely agree with that. I'm anti all that shit. I'm anti their entire religion.
At least agrees with violent revolutionary action.
There's only one type of revolutionary action, and that is violent revolutionary action. There's no such thing as a revolution without violence. That's not a revolution. A revolution requires a revolt. That's why rev is at the beginning of, but like, in order to reverse something, you know, like when you rev the engine, there's a reason why rev is there. Revolt is required in revolution. And in a revolt, there is rebellion. Period. Violence is required, especially when those you're rebelling or revolting against are violent themselves. If you're getting bullied every day by a group of kids, as like a kid in middle school or high school, and every day they beat you up and take your lunch money, you're gonna have to punch them in the face at some point. And if you don't punch them in the face, you're gonna have to use state-sanctioned violence, like call the police. You're gonna have to get someone who has some sort of ability to commit violence against them. So the kids either capitulate, like if you call the cops show up, the kids get on their knees and stop beating you up and they listen to the cop, or they try to fight the cop and then the cop beats the fuck out of them. Or you beat the fuck out of them, or you get your friends together to beat the fuck. One way or another, you're going to have to show force in order to get them to stop forcing their thought process upon you. They want your lunch money, so they're going to beat you up and take it. You tell them no, they're going to beat you up and take it. You try to run, they're going to chase you down, beat you up and take it. At some point, you got to beat them up, or someone's got to beat them up, or someone with enough authority in their eyes has to confront them on the subject in order to get them to stop. So someone's going to have to use force in some form or fashion to get them to stop. If you're a slave on a slave plantation, they're using force to keep you enslaved, including force from the other slaves keeping the other slaves in check. So at some point, you're going to have to use that force against them, the plantation, the master, the overlords, the overseer, etc. That just is what it is. You cannot non-violently rebel against a violent system that will violently put you back in place. It's the same thing we're seeing right now with all these retards running around with their No Kings Day. Yeah, I agree with the sentiment, no kings, and fuck Donald Trump. I'm cool with both of those. But guess what? They still want kings. They still want other presidents and whatnot. And let's say even if they didn't, let's say they were completely anarchists and they're against that. Well, when they go out there and protest, what happens? The police show up, knock them over the head, and either put them in jail or send them home. And everybody disperses. Nothing gets accomplished. They're protesting ICE raiding illegal immigrants and sending them back to whatever country they came from. But they're not burning down ICE facilities. They're not really stopping anything. Yeah, in LA, they stopped them for like a day. And then when they decided to come back and do more violence, like when the police said, oh, okay, when ICE and the Marines and them said, oh, okay, so this is the level you guys want to take it to? We'll just take it to the next level. What happened? They came back and knocked those people over the fucking head. Like because these people are violent and they're willing to use violence to get you to do what they want you to do. So if you're not willing to use violence to stand in your own sovereignty, to not be told what to do and not be forced what to do, to not be enslaved, then you're not willing to be free. You're not standing in your sovereignty. You're standing in their slavery. And you're promoting their slavery every time you go against somebody promoting solutions that go against their slavery. It's really simple.
Now, how violent blowing up a building is, that's up to you to determine. But it's an act of violence.
Yeah, all acts of war are acts of violence in some form or fashion. Yes, Joel, you can ask questions. And that's not even, it doesn't even matter if it was an act of violence or not. The question is, was his act of violence in line with his philosophy? And it was, perfectly and 100%. So him blowing up that IVF building, Guy Edward Barkis, all hail his name, blowing up that IVF building was perfectly in line with what he himself said he believed. So he was standing in his own sovereignty by committing that act of violence. Period. You might not like his philosophy or violence, but the logic lines up, the steps line up. What he did lines up with what he said. He's standing on his shit. Standing in his own sovereignty. Doing what he believes he should be doing.
They caused destruction. And upon further analysis, it actually seems like this was staged, or he had
It does not seem like it was staged. Based on the evidence available, it seems like he was who he said he was about what he said he was about, and maybe or maybe not, we can't prove it either way, the FBI or somebody decided to help him accomplish his goal. So they could then use that for their benefit, as we should be using it for our benefit. Duh. If you agree, especially if you agree with the philosophy that Guy Edward Marcus stood upon and why he did that bombing, you should be using it to your benefit as much, if not more so, than your enemy is going to use it to their benefit. Because even if it was 100% real and he did all of it on his own, they're still going to use it for their benefit. If it was 100% fake and a complete setup, and Guy Edward Marcus wasn't even a real person, his page was just an AI, and they made up the entire thing, guess what? They're still going to use it for their benefit against you. Let's say it's somewhere 50-50 or anywhere in between. It was somewhat real and somewhat fake. Maybe he was a real person, but the FBI gave him the bomb materials, or whatever conspiracy you want to claim it is, whatever theory you have. The outcome is still the same. They're still going to use it for their benefit, so you should still use it for yours, especially if you agree with his philosophy and his reasons for what he did. Now, if you disagree with his philosophy, you should still use it for your benefit like they're doing. They disagree with his philosophy, so they're using it for their benefit, calling him crazy, and anybody who thinks and talks like him is crazy. Like, it doesn't matter if you do the bombing or not. It doesn't matter if the bombing is 100% real or 100% fake. The outcome is still going to be exactly the same. You people always skip outcome. You skip what it actually means, what actually occurs because of it. The FBI and all these people are still going to crack down on you, whether it's real, fake, or somewhere in the middle. So you might as well stand on your shit and get as much out of it as you possibly can, because that's what they're going to do anyway. Come on now. It's basic shit. Hello, Uzbek.
It's a soccer player. I don't know why I keep saying that.
Kusanov. I don't speak the language, but hello to you.
It's a guy's name.
Oh.
He's promoting some kind of soccer player.
Well, shout out to that soccer player, I guess. Hope he kicks the ball really well. Joel, can I ask a question? Yes, you can, sir. Ask away. Gnostic Jedi. Life in this realm was a mistake from the very beginning. I agree. I say all existence was a mistake from the very beginning. Consciousness coming into existence was a mistake from the very beginning. But if we want to bring it down to just this realm, oh, that's easily. Just look outside. Just walk in the woods and watch nature, let alone humans. Vengeance must be brought upon the beings responsible for this hellish bullshit. I would agree. I would agree on all levels of reality, from here all the way up. I honestly don't see true justice ever happening for these crimes. I don't either. I highly doubt that it will ever happen, but what else are we going to do? Like, we might as well aim for that goal. Like, there's nothing else to aim for. None of this shit's real. What, you're going to aim to be a rich person or a career, or, like, the shit isn't even real. You're in a fucking simulated prison realm. Like, you might as well revolt. Like, there's nothing else to really do here, except for the small things you actually enjoy. I don't know, play a video game, have some sex, try not to get pregnant. But, you know, like, whatever little things you do enjoy, you gotta eat, right? To be a human, might as well eat a food that you like. I don't fucking know. Like, do the little things you can enjoy, and everything else, fuck it. Fuck everything else. You might as well just rebel, because you didn't choose this anyway, and you don't want this shit to continue. So, why go along with it? Going along with it never makes sense. If you don't fuck with it, going along with it never makes sense. If you fuck with it, going along with it makes perfect sense. See the logic there? Shout out to you, Gnostic Jedi. Now on to this.
They cause destruction. And upon further analysis, it actually seems like this was staged, or he had help, or he was coerced into doing this. Because of the evidence that was brought forward from Joshua John, who dug into it and noticed some inconsistencies and some strange things with the eyewitnesses, as well as the fact that he apparently used PET.
And that was a good video from Josh. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Josh did do some digging into that. Ike, that seems like a pretty nihilistic POV. What seems like a pretty nihilistic POV? Please be specific. Which part is nihilistic? Nihilistic means you don't believe anything can be done. A nihilist doesn't just dislike their reality. They don't believe anything at all can be done about it. So they're just going to go along with it. That's not what I said. I very specifically said, if you don't like it, don't go along with it. I'm not a nihilist. I understand why they think that way. And if they think that way, by all means, do absolutely nothing. If you think that nothing can be done, then don't do anything. But at a bare minimum, don't do the things you don't want to do either. Just do the things you like to do and do nothing else. If you don't like this reality, but you don't think there's anything you could do about it at all, then you're a nihilist. Well, at least try to do the things you like and don't do the things you don't like. Help us to the best of your ability. By just doing what you like and not doing what you don't like. You get what I'm saying? Oh, I thought you were saying something, my love. It's real simple. Like, I'm not a nihilist. I will support nihilists. I understand why they think nothing can be done, and who knows, maybe they're right. Maybe nothing can be done. I'm still going to try for eternity to do something anyway. Because what else is there to do? If I'm going to be stuck in this for infinity, then I'm going to be infinitely banging my head against this wall. Because I don't like this wall. Like, if I don't like this reality, I'm not going to just go along with everything here. Especially anything I literally don't have to. Not stuff that I'm coerced to or that they want me to or that they will threaten me. No, but literally, physically don't have to. Like, this body needs to eat, so I'm going to feed it. It needs water, so I'm going to drink some things. It needs sleep, I'm going to go to sleep. The things that it needs, that it requires just to exist, I'm going to fold to. It is what it is. But anything beyond that, I'm not folding. Period. I don't want to go to work. I'm not going to work. I don't believe in the monetary system. I'm not going to work. I don't believe in the economy. It's a fake make-believe nonsense that humans created, specifically psychopaths, these Jews, for the specific purposes of creating societal systems that could lead to their artificial intelligence and all their end goals and outcomes that they've wanted for the longest time. Creating the golem and the homunculus. They've been talking about it for 1,000 fucking years. I'm not going along with those things. And I think something can actually be done about all of it. And I promote not only preaching, but also supporting those who take action. And if you're willing to do so, taking action yourself against all things you believe that action needs to be taken against. Period. Even if you think nothing can be done, I still support attempting to do it. Because you don't know it until you try. See, I don't preach nihilist thought processes. I'm not just sitting here blackpilling everyone saying there's nothing you can do. You can't do anything. Your will means nothing. You have no will. You're just a slave and you're always going to be a slave. There's nothing you can do about it. That's not what I say. That's not what I preach. So don't call me a nihilist. unless I say that. Unless I say that, don't call me a nihilist, because that's what nihilists believe. That there's nothing you can do about it. I don't support that at all. I support them believing whatever the fuck they want to believe and acting on their beliefs in whatever way they want to act. But I do not preach hopelessness. I never have. I never will. Ever. Even if I thought it was hopeless, I'd still preach taking action. Why? Because what else are you going to do while you're here? Like, it's a trash-ass simulated prison realm. Like, what other goals are you going to... If you have human goals, they're not real. I want to be a millionaire. All right, slave. That's the same thing as saying, I want to be a rich slave. Like, I mean, if you have certain goals, by all means, do whatever the fuck you want to do. Don't listen to me. I'm just some guy talking. But I don't promote just going along to get along. I don't promote not doing anything. I don't promote hopelessness. Or helplessness. I never have, and I never fucking will. Ever. So I'm not sitting here preaching nihilism. There might be nihilistic, what's the word I'm looking for? What is the word? Not hints, there might be some nihilistic things in what I'm saying, but I will never preach you behaving like a nihilist who doesn't believe anything could be changed on any level, etc., etc. You just go along again. This is why I'm not an ethicist. I will listen to the ethicists as they say, oh, this reality is fucking evil. I mean, look at how it's set up. It's set up as trash. And I'm like, yeah, I completely agree. But I don't agree with your solution of do nothing. Well, there's nothing you could do about it. I disagree with that. And even if I'm wrong, I will still promote doing something about it to the best of your ability on whatever level of reality you exist upon. Whether that's something really small you can do or something really big you can do. No matter the level of impact, I will always promote you taking action or supporting anyone taking action or preaching whatever it is you can in order to go against whatever it is you think needs to go against and in order to promote whatever it is you think needs to be promoted. Shout out to you, Ike.
Which is military grade, and noticed some inconsistencies and some strange things with the eyewitnesses, as well as the fact that he apparently used PETN, which is military grade explosives, and it just seems unlikely that he would be able to create that or have access to it. It's more likely that this was a psyop.
Whether it is a 100% psyop, a 50% psyop, or a 0% psyop and it's 100% real, the outcome is still the same. A building blows up. The guy behind it is a pro-mortalist and anti-natalist. And the feds treat you a certain way if you have those philosophical leanings. Whether you had anything to do with it or not, whether it was real or not, whether it was a psyop or not, the outcome remains the same. So you better react in a manner that best fits your agenda and the outcome you want to have from that outcome. Where do you want to go from here? Well, you better start talking, acting, and supporting actions that move in that direction. Or else you're just going to let your enemy do that. Because they're going to do it regardless. Especially if it was a psyop. What is a psyop? A psychological operation. Why do they do that? To get people to take, stances that they want them to take. So they have this guy bomb the building in order to make you look like an evil asshole. Guess what? Even if you don't support the bombing, they're still going to treat you like an evil asshole, anti-natalist, pro-mortalist. Like, the outcome is the same. Psyop or no psyop, the outcome is the same. So use it for your fucking advantage. Don't just let the enemy win. Like,
assuming that it wasn't a psyop, Shango Thunder was hailing his name and saying that this was a good thing. And if you think that...
Yep, all hail Guy Edward Barkus, because at least he was willing to stand on his shit, especially if he was a real... Now, if he wasn't a real person, he's just some AI profile that the fucking feds made or something, it is what it is, but he was still talking better shit than most of these motherfuckers on the internet. The feds created a fake person who talked more real shit than some of the real people do, and was able to stand on his shit and blow up a fucking building, whether he did it or not, in support of his philosophy, in line with his philosophy, which is more work than any of these so-called real people put in ever in their entire lives. So yeah, especially if he was a real person who really did that thing, even more so if he had no help and he did it all on his fucking own. Shout out to that guy. Yeah, absolutely.
If you think that violent action is a positive in some way, you're a little twisted in your thinking.
A little twisted? I mean, I'll take it if that's what you want to call me, but you tell me how slaves get off a plantation without violent revolt. The day anyone can answer that question, how do you end a system of slavery without actually ending the system of slavery? No one can ever answer that question. Because in order to get out of slavery, if slavery is a system, in order to get rid of it, you have to get rid of that system. How do you get rid of that system? Through violence. They don't just let slaves leave. Like, they have an entire system of control just to make sure you can't. Whether you're talking about this planet, whether you're talking about civilization or society, whether you're talking about the Archons, this realm, this matrix, no matter what level of reality you're talking about, slavery is slavery. A slave system is a slave system is a slave system. Especially when they're interlocking slave systems from the top down. All of them feeding into the same slave system all the way up through the Archonic agenda. So if you want to destroy that entire slave system, you're going to have to start wherever you are in that slave system. You got a better answer, please tell me. Please tell me. If you're going to try to get free and they're going to shoot you for that, you're going to have to shoot them. If you're going to try to free others, especially, if if you're going to try and help others get free, if you're going to try and deal with the system, not just you running away from the plantation and trying to hide, and no, but if you're actually going to try to take down that system, you're gonna have to go to war against it, because it's already at war against you, since you're already a slave in it. The war doesn't start when you decide to revolt. The war started when they enslaved you. You're at war the whole time. You're just not fighting. You're a prisoner of war acting out their slave protocols, because you're too afraid to admit you're already at war. Violence is already taking place against you every day. And the threat of violence keeps you in line. Every day. Whether you're just talking about here as a lowly human in this society and civilizational structure, or, oh, you brought me my water.
Yes.
Oh, I appreciate you. I love you.
Filled it up.
I thought you filled it up for you and forgot to take it back. I appreciate you, love. So I can sip and not have a dry throat. But if you're already enslaved and they already got people who will come beat you up to keep you in your slavery, let alone put you in worse slavery if you try to go against that slavery, like right here on Earth, if you try to go against this system, they put you in a prison, then you're already a slave. You're already at war. They're already waging war against you. And if they're doing psyops to specifically target you, they're at war with you. Like, when are you going to behave accordingly? Oh my God.
That was my point. And hailing his name and saying that this was a good thing. And if you think that way, if you think that violent action is a positive in some way, you're a little twisted in your thinking, and that was my point. And also the Hitler video, I mean, like, come on, dude.
You're a little twisted, but did he provide a better solution? Do you see the problem here? When you give them a real solution to the actual problem you're actually talking about, and you break it down logically, step by step, how you get from start to finish, how you get from when you see your end goal, your outcome that you want, and how you get there, starting with your first step all the way to your last step, all they want to do is shit on your solution, but never provide one of their own. I say this every fucking video, and people still don't hear it. They still don't listen. He has no solution for you on any level of reality, not here as a human, nor against the fucking Archons that have you in a matrix that he himself says he believes in. I could tell you exactly what I believe in. I call them Archons too. I like that terminology. I think it fits really well. Not a Gnostic, not specifically, but they do have some good shit. They do got some good thought processes. They're the closest thing to being correct when it comes to people with the Abrahamic mindset. So I like the term because of what Archon means, rulers. That's all it means. Those who would seek to rule you in some form or fashion. Basically elitists and those who believe in elitism. Not even just elites, but those who will work for them. Police, soldiers, like people who will work to maintain the established system of control over you on any level of reality from here all the way up to the Archons. That's all Archons. The police are Archons. The mayor, the president, Archons. Politicians, Archons. Corporate CEOs and people who run your economic system and financial system, Archons. The big name banking families, and even the people who are behind them all, whose names we may never know, Archons. Let alone the actual so-called Archons beyond the Matrix. That's all Archons all the way up. The guard, the warden, Archons. Even if you go outside and there's a gang trying to control your block and trying to run your pockets and control you and make you pay them taxes, Archons. Archons, Archons, Archons. Controllers, rulers, etc. Whatever you want to call them. They're Archons. So again, if you have a better solution to dealing with Archons, please provide it. But don't just shit on people's solutions when they actually are solutions and you have none of your own. None. None.
I thought that I would listen to one of his live streams where I guess he's beefing with philosophy bids. And
that wasn't a beef. That was light work. That was food. He put himself on a plate because he likes talking about people behind their back, because he can't actually logically refute anything that I've said. So he refuses to. He just wants to call people names. To this day, he hasn't answered any of the questions I asked him. And even though he asked me questions, when I went to answer them, I was blocked. So he doesn't even want the answers to the questions he asked. That wasn't beef. That was a slice of cake, and it tasted really well. Very, very good. Delicious.
We'll listen to his points, and I'll tell you what I agree with and what I think is stupid.
Motherfucker, you want to... Johnny Boy Beatbox. No one has yet to argue your logic head on, and they never, ever will. I'm going to say this again, because I say this in every video, and they never will. Because they can't. It's impossible for them to argue 1 + 1 = 3 and then prove it. But I can argue 1 + 1 = 2 and show it every time. 1? What's that, 1? Is that 2? Oh, that's 2 every fucking time. I can't get nothing but 2 when I put up one finger and then another. If I put it this one first and then still 2. Look at that. It'll never be 3. Like, they can't argue against the logic, so they don't even address it, really. They don't actually address what the context, the nuance, the fact that it's a solution to something. And it's a question they're asking. I'm just answering the question. I'm not even telling them what to do. You can listen to me tell you what to do and go watch my live streams and stuff, but half the time I'm just responding, and they don't even like the response. Like, when they say, how do you get rid of all suffering? Well, you got to get rid of all things that suffer, because as long as things exist, they will suffer and they will cause suffering. Later in this video, he's going to say that it's caused through free will. But what has the free will? Those things, right? Like, the living organisms that have the free will make free will choices and take actions that cause suffering. like, you're just adding an extra step in. You're just being a little more detailed about it, but it's still the same thing. These things existing are going to suffer because they exist. And since they exist, they're also going to cause suffering just by existing. Period. That's just a fact. So if you really want to get rid of all suffering, what you're saying is you want to get rid of all things. But then, oh, you're so evil. I'm not telling you to get rid of all things. I'm not saying I know how. I can give you like an option on like entropy, because entropy destroys all things in the end, which will then loop back around to creation and bring it all back anyway. So I can give you an argument on how to maybe do that. Entropy. I could talk about that all fucking day. But I'm not even telling you that's what you should do. What is your philosophy? Well, if your philosophy is to end all suffering everywhere, come up with an answer that doesn't involve ending all things. I'll wait. No one ever can. I'm just answering their question based on their thought processes. I'm not even telling them what to believe, what to do. I'm not even telling them if that's possible to get done. I always say the same shit. It might not be. That's why I give you the 3 answers. Do nothing, do something, do everything. Harm and nothing, cause no suffering. Harm certain things and cause certain things to suffer in order to cause other things less harm and less suffering. Or harm everything in existence. Cause suffering to a point where there is no more suffering after that. So then nothing can suffer. I don't know how to achieve that. Entropy, maybe. That's the only way I can see getting it done. But this is why I always say you should probably go with number 2 and act accordingly in any given situation that you're in. Don't be peaceful and cause no fucking harm, because if someone's trying to rape you, you might want to cause them harm. Period. If you want to get rid of all things suffering, you got to get rid of all things. If you don't want to do that, then you're going to have to accept a certain level of suffering. Because things existing is going to have a certain level of suffering just because those things exist. So if you don't want to end the existence of all things, then you don't want to end all suffering, because they go hand in hand. Again, I'm not telling you what to believe or what to do. That's just a logical step. If things existing causes things to suffer, then in order to get rid of all suffering, you'd have to get rid of all things that exist, because their existence causes suffering. It's a fucking circle. It's basic shit to understand, but people just don't like how it makes them feel. But they'll never argue the logic of it. They'll ignore it and still act like they argued it. He's going to do that later, and we'll go over it.
And we'll listen to his points, and I'll tell you what I agree with and what I think is stupid.
Motherfucker, you want to say my name? Say my name. Say my name. You want to refute me? Refute me. You want to debate me? Debate me. You want to argue with me? Argue with me. I do appreciate that he at least said my name, and he put my picture in the little thing with the clown face on it. And then he put my name on the next video, and he's at least he's playing certain things. He doesn't play it enough. He doesn't actually just let you sit there and just listen to everything. Like, I'll play your entire video and go line by line. So people know I'm not just putting shit in your mouth. I'm not just arguing my interpretation of what you said. I'm going to show exactly what you said. So if somebody else interprets what you said differently than I do, they can see that I'm arguing the interpretation from my standpoint, instead of me just acting like my interpretation is 100% exactly what you said. But I'll never put words in your mouth. I'm going to show it. So I do appreciate that he's actually doing that somewhat here. He didn't do it very well in the first video, but he tried. At least he's trying harder here. You want to talk shit about me, call me evil, and call me all sorts of names? Go right ahead.
I don't really think that Shangel is evil, but I think
I appreciate you, Tom, because I don't think I'm evil either. I'll accept it if people want to call me that, because that's based upon their definition of what evil is and their thought processes, etc. So if I'm evil in their mind, then fuck it, I'm evil. To me, I'm not evil. To me, I'm good, based on what I would consider good. Then again, I would also say all humans have some good, some evil, depending on how you define the words. But I would agree with my own philosophies, so I couldn't really call myself evil. And I would think that people who agree with me couldn't really call me evil because they agree with it. They don't think it's wrong or incorrect. But those who do, and they see it as evil, by all means, call me evil. I'll be evil to you. I accept it. The fact that you don't, hey, shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you.
some of the ideas that he has can be evil if carried out.
If my ideas can be evil if carried out, and I want those ideas carried out, then that would make me evil, my friend. Which again, if that's what you think, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. You know, like, I'm perfectly fine with it. But let's be logically consistent. You can't say I'm not evil and then say my thought processes are evil if carried out, and I want them carried out. That would then make me evil. You get what I'm saying? All I'm arguing is logical consistencies. That's all I care about. I don't care about what people believe, what they don't believe. Just, are you being logically and philosophically consistent? Even if I disagree with you, even if I think your thought process itself doesn't make sense. Does your nonsense-making thought process line up with your actions? And are you at least being consistent in your illogical thought processes? Because if you're being consistent, hey, you're standing on your shit. You're being a sovereign being. But if you're not being consistent, you know what I'm saying? So let's just be consistent. Call me evil if you think my thought processes are evil, because I want them carried out.
Like, I mean, I don't know exactly what he thinks the solution is here, but from what I'm seeing,
the solution is very simple. It depends on what you're talking about. Every problem, the solution is in the problem. Like I said, if you're a slave on a slave plantation, the solution is in the problem. You're a slave on a slave plantation. So the goal would be to no longer be a slave on a slave plantation. So then the steps to take to get to that outcome are what? Well, I could run away, but they're going to chase me down. They're going to hunt me down. The whole country is a slave plantation. The whole world's a slave plantation. The whole realm is a slave plantation. So I'm probably not going to get away, and even if I do, it probably won't be for long. At some point, they'll probably catch me. And let's say that I do get away forever. I'll be on the run the entire time, while the slave system still continues and the other slaves are still slaves. So how do I end? See, and this is the step nobody ever wants to get to. How do I end that system of slavery? Well, that's gonna take violence. Period. That's going to take violence. You have no non-violent way of getting out of slavery, let alone ending a slave system, whether that's civilizationally, societally, human level, earth level, universal, the realm, the matrix, whatever level of slavery you want to bring it to. You have no non-violent way of getting out of a violent slave system, let alone defeating the entirety of that slave system. But I have an answer. It's called violence. Burn the plantation, kill Massa, kill the overseer, and kill any slaves who are going to fight on that side in order to maintain the plantation that they're slaving on. Just like the prison argument, if you're in prison and the prison gangs are working for the fucking guards who are working for the warden who is working for the Archons outside the prison, then you got to kill the prison gangs, those guards, that warden, destroy that fucking prison, get out of that fucking prison, and go kill the motherfuckers who are setting it up from the outside. The Archons, if you will. See, that's an actual step-by-step logical solution to the problem at hand. I'm still waiting for you to come up with any that are non-violent. I'm waiting for any of y'all to come up with any non-violent solutions to dealing with a violent slave system on any level of reality, let alone every level of reality. It's basic shit. This is simple, logical consistency. Like, y'all are inconsistent. You hate slavery, but you support it. And you don't support anything that goes against it. Like, it's weird shit.
Seems to want some kind of action in the physical to occur to. I mean, obviously you can do things to resist oppression and things like that. And I'm not saying that we should just sit around and let.
Obviously, you can do things to resist oppression, and I'm not just saying we should sit around and let it happen. Yet, that's exactly what he's saying, because he's not giving you any solutions. He didn't tell you how to resist that oppression. He just said, obviously, there's things we can do. Yeah, and I told you those things that we can do, and then you went against them. I have entire whole messages that are just stored that I put on people's posts. I have whole videos and live streams just talking about solutions, even titled Solutions. Why don't you go to those? Go to my very first live stream and listen to that. And listen to the whole thing and respond to the whole thing. And you tell me where the logical inconsistencies are. And then come up to today. Because you can see anything that I might have changed or tweaked over time. Because I'm constantly adjusting based upon the information I have at hand. Based upon the experience that I'm going through, etc., etc. Go back to the beginning of this year. Watch my first video from this year. Start at the beginning of this year. Everything before that is just fun and bullshit. Start at the beginning of this year, my first video, Humanity, What a Fucking Species. Or just Humanity, What a Species. I don't know if I put fucking in there. And then go over to my live streams and watch all my live streams, from first one up till now. And really listen to what's being said to you. Because you don't have solutions to anything that you're going against. Oh, there's ways to, go against the oppression. What are those ways? Please explain. Tell us what they are. Give us solutions. Don't just say, there's solutions, and then not talk about them while talking shit about mine. I'm not saying to just sit around and do nothing about it. Yet you just said that me saying that we should do something physical about it is a problem. That's a problem. We shouldn't do anything physical about it. But you're not saying we should just sit around. That's like, what? Do you hear the contradiction? Let's rewind it. Just what was it, 30 seconds, 40? Argue with me? Argue with me. You want to talk shit about me? Call me evil and call me all sorts of names. Go right ahead. Listen close.
I don't really think that Shangil is evil, but I think some of the ideas that he has can be evil if carried out.
Is it evil for a slave to kill slave masters? Is it evil for a slave to commit violent acts in order to burn down and overthrow a system of slavery? I would say no, but even if you say yes, then call me evil.
I don't know exactly what he thinks the solution is here, but from what I'm seeing, he seems to want some kind of action in the physical to occur to. Obviously you can do things to resist oppression and things like that, and I'm not saying that we should just sit around and let our freedoms get taken away, or let the world become more hellish or prison-like. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, whatever, he agrees with what Hitler did, which...
You see, bang, right there. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying whatever, let's go back 10 more seconds. Just listen to that again.
Let the world become more hellish or prison-like. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, whatever... he agrees with what Hitler did.
Then he has to go to Hitler. You name drop someone who you think is evil to tie violence to that individual person, as if that's the only person who's ever done violence for any reason in all of human history, let alone all of history of violence throughout all of reality and existence. Like, what, bro? There's things we can do to fight the oppression. I'm not going to mention what any of them are. I'm just going to say don't do violence, because all of them are violent. If your oppression is violent, then it's going to require violence to end your oppression. This is basic shit. If the police come to your house tomorrow with guns, the only way you're not going with them is if you kill all of them. And even if you do, they're still going to send more police. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to just up the scale of violence. It's like GTA, the stars in the video game. Every time you get 1 star and you kill those people, they give you 2 stars and then 3 stars. At some point, enough of us have to say enough is enough. Give me all the stars until you kill me or until we win. Give me 6, 7 stars off rip. However many stars you just send the tanks. Let's just get this over with. At some point, you have to stop being afraid of the violence they're going to do to you, that they're already doing to you. And you have to start doing it back to them. Whether it takes one person at a time, or if we all just suddenly, at the same time, decide to go by millions, and that's not how it works. You can only control you. So you have to come to the conclusion on what you have to be doing and what you have to not be doing. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is basic shit. If you're being violently oppressed, you need a violent revolt. Like, one more time. Let's go back 40, 30 seconds. One more time.
The solution is here, but I don't really think that Shangil is evil, but I think some of the ideas that he has can be evil if carried out. I mean, I don't know exactly what he thinks the solution is here, but from what I'm seeing, he seems to want some kind of action in the physical.
And if he doesn't know what my solution is, why are you even trying to refute it? You haven't even listened enough to know what my solution is. Why are you starting with a video where I'm talking to philosophy vids, responding specifically to things he said, instead of just going back to the beginning of my shit and checking? Oh, this guy? Well, let's see what his answer is. I'm going to go watch his live streams. I'm going to go look at his videos. Oh, it looks like he started talking about this year, right around January. Oh, look at that, New Year's. I guess I'll start there, and I'll come up to this point. So I actually know and fully understand with context and nuance what it is he's saying, why he's saying it, and then I can respond to it, whether positively or negatively, in agreement or disagreement. Nobody gives a fuck to listen to anyone. They just start responding. I don't know what his solution is, but it sounds like he wants some type of action, some type of violence, against who, when, where, what, why, and how. I don't know. Then what are you refuting? All violence? You're saying all violence is bad? All violence is fine, get raped. Later on, though, he tells you that he agrees with the self-defense principle. But you don't agree with slaves defending themselves against their slavers? You don't agree with the slaves defending themselves against the system of slavery that's been placed upon them? At what level does the self-defense then fall apart? At what point do you stop supporting it? We'll get to that after, though.
I mean, obviously you can do things to resist oppression and things like...
Pause everything. Triple Indies in the chat. Hey, baby.
That. And I'm not saying that we should just sit around and let our freedoms get taken away or...
That's exactly what you're saying. You're saying we should sit around and let our freedoms be taken away. Because if you're not willing to commit violence against those who would violently take your freedom, against those who would make the world, the realm, the planet, the matrix, existence itself, at any level of reality, more hellish or more slavish or more prison-like, if you're not willing to commit acts of violence against them and their system, then you are promoting doing nothing. You can't say in one sentence, I don't agree with doing anything. Like, I don't agree with taking action. I don't agree with violence against violent people. And then say, but I'm not saying to not do anything. That's literally what you're saying with different words.
I mean, I don't know exactly what he thinks the solution is here, but from what I'm seeing, he seems to want some kind of action in the physical to occur too. I mean, obviously you can do things to resist oppression and things like that. And
what things?
I'm not saying that we should just sit around and let our freedoms get taken away.
Then what should we be doing?
Or let the world become more hellish or prison-like. I'm not saying.
Then how do we stop that from occurring?
That. I'm just saying that, like whatever, he agrees with what Hitler did, which was violence. And
which was violence. Yeah. Guess who else committed violence? The people Hitler was fighting against. Do you agree with them? See, a lot of people, oh my God, I can't believe Hitler did that. He's so violent. You do realize that they bombed Germany into oblivion, right? The people who defeated him also had to commit violence to defeat him. He had to commit violence to defeat his enemies, and his enemies had to commit violence to defeat him. Nobody ever brings up the other side of that. Nobody ever talk. They always want to talk about the Hitler side, but they don't want to talk about the Jews, the banking system, capitalism, the monetary system. They don't want to talk about Britain and the United States of America and their allies. They don't want to talk about the fact that they purposely funded the Nazis in order to create a regime that they could then claim to be their enemy, so they could then take control of Europe and the world and move on to World War III against the East. If they don't capitulate, which they do mostly capitulate. China and Russia are like 98% on board with the fucking agenda. It's that last 2% that these motherfuckers like to fight about. Like, you gotta study more to even understand these. It's all violence. Everything is violence. Do you eat meat? That's violence. Someone somewhere raises that animal, kills that animal, and puts it in a store somewhere so you could buy it. Go out in the woods. Motherfuckers fight over the watering hole. Every animal on this fucking planet commits violence. Every insect. Even caterpillars eat trees. They're eating the leaves off the tree. And those leaves produce a chemical in order to try to kill the caterpillars. The plants are constantly trying to catch up chemically to poison the things that are eating them. This entire reality is violence. You talked about the Archons and you being in a prison realm. That's violence. How the hell do you think you're going to get out of it without violence? I'd love to hear your non-violent solutions. Actually present them in a logical manner that is consistent with the problems you brought up. Or don't, and sit back and let us do it.
That's obviously not, when you go into that.
That's obviously not what?
Which was violence, and that's obviously not, when
you notice how he can't even finish thoughts because he doesn't have real answers. I finish every thought because I have a solution. I have an end goal to get to. So I follow a step-by-step process to get to the end goal. He can't give you an answer without violence. So every time he tries to bring it up as if it's not an answer, he gets flustered. And he has to change it up and try to kind of sidestep the subject into the next thing. That's why he brought up Hitler and then said, oh, when you get into that, and then he's going to go into, watch.
When you go into that way of thinking, you become the thing that you hate.
No, you don't. Because the thing that I hate is not violence. I don't give a fuck about violence. I love violence. You know why? It keeps me free. The thing that I hate is the slave master. I'm not going to enslave the slave master. I'm going to kill him. I'm not going to start my own slave system. I'm going to destroy theirs. I'm not going to build my own government. I'm just going to tear theirs down. See, people say dumb shit like that all the time. Well, you become the thing that you hate. No, that's only if you do the thing that you... I'm not complaining about their violence. I'm complaining about why they're doing their violence. They're doing their violence to enslave me. I don't want to be enslaved, so I'm going to use my violence to kill them and destroy their slave system. That is not me becoming the thing that I hate. That's me destroying it. This scene right here doesn't make sense. I'm not Anakin Skywalker. I'm not joining the Sith. I'm killing the Sith. I'm not telling you to go join the elites. Even when I talk about the Sith, legitimately, because I do, it's from a study standpoint. If you really want to understand the elites, you need to go study the Sith. Understand how they got Anakin to that side. And that's what I was saying about people becoming Nazis and things along those lines. Have they ever heard a Hitler speech? You ever heard a Trump speech? You ever heard an Obama speech? This is how people fall for these things. And then they hit you with things like they told Anakin, Sidious told Anakin, I could put a stopper in death. Your wife's going to die. I can help you stop that. And he used that against him. I'm not trying to stop Padme from dying. I accept that death is a reality. And we all die. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if you want to start your own government, then overthrowing the government is just you becoming that which you hate. Because you're doing exactly... That's why I said I wouldn't actually be with Hitler. We can come to some agreements. He can keep his government up north. And everything below that's going to be anarchy. Y'all stay over there and govern yourselves. As long as we get rid of these Jews, you can do whatever the fuck y'all want with yourselves, because they want to do this to the whole world. If you don't want to do this to the whole world, you want to keep it up there in Europe, keep it. But if you want to bring that shit to the world, well, we got problems with you too, motherfucker. As soon as we're done with them, we're going to deal with your ass. Because we're not trying to be governed. Like, we're only allying with you if you decide to leave us the fuck alone after. If not, then we go to war after. We could team up, deal with them, because they're a harder problem to deal with right now. And then once we're done with them, guess what? We're going to have this fight too. Because you're not governing me either. I'm not going to be, nor allow you to be over me, that which I hate. Like, I'm not going to become what I hate. I'm going to destroy what I hate. And I'm going to be what I don't hate. Do you understand? Like, people love saying platitudes because they don't have real answers. Well, then you become what you hate. Yeah, what is that? Please be thorough, detailed, explain. How does me killing the slave master make me a slave master? How does me burning down the plantation make me the slave master? How does me destroying the slave system make me the slave master? That doesn't make sense. I'm not enslaving anyone. I'm freeing the slaves. Starting with myself. See, like, it don't make no sense. If you're a prisoner in a prison and you lead a revolt to escape the prison, that doesn't suddenly make you a warden of a prison somewhere. Do you get what it, like, these are just platitudes, just pretty words people like to say because they sound good and they play on people's emotions, but they don't make real sense. There's no actual logic behind it. Let's see, who's got some things to say here? Vazon. Nonviolent solutions, question mark. Like we are living in a Disney movie, yeah. Oh, just verbally, slowly, convince as many people as possible graciously. Yeah, that is not going to work in the long run, no. And even that is still something you need to continue doing. That's why we do these videos. That's why we have Discords. That's why we have YouTube channels and BitChutes and people have Rumbles and whatever the fuck. It's so they can get the information out there. It's why we talk face-to-face. It's why we text each other, call each other. It's why we have groups of some sort. It's why we email each other, etc. It's why we're making these videos, so we can get the information out there. But that's only one part. That's step one. People need to know the information so they can then act on it. There's no point in knowing the thing if you're just going to ignore it and behave as if it's not true anyway. If you know you're a slave and you're just going to continue being a slave, then knowing it really doesn't fucking matter. As a matter of fact, all it does is make being a slave worse for you. Because now you're a slave that knows you're a slave, so you can't even enjoy the slavery. Like, at least if you're an ignorant slave, you might be able to enjoy it because you don't even realize you're a slave. The point of us telling people they're slaves is so we can actually eventually get out of the slavery and destroy the slave system, including those who enslaved us, on any and all levels of reality that enslavement exists upon. Period. That's the only point in spreading information. Triple Indy, my love. Hey, baby. I don't understand this man at all. You have a video called Solutions. I got 3 videos called Solutions. 2 videos. Maybe 3. At least 2. Countless excessively long YouTube comments, exactly, talking about nothing but solutions from here to the fucking Archon realm. Like, and an entire enormous compendium, the Forge of Destruction, that you regularly bring up. And that's why I'm saying, if you don't know what my solutions are, you don't want to know. Because I've laid them out very fucking clearly in comment after comment, video after video. You go to all my videos starting at January 1st this year, especially my live streams, especially if you go into the comment sections of those videos and live streams and read everyone what they're saying to me and what I'm saying back. You'll have all my solutions. All of them. Every fucking one. Literal, metaphorical, analogy, from the smallest of the small to the largest of the large, from here as a fucking lowly human up to the God realms and beyond. If you really want the answers, they're all there. of all his videos, I'm guessing my videos, this is not the place to start if you want to refute. Exactly. You're not like, start at the beginning, bro. See, this is the people always want to get right to the finish line. They don't want to run the race. they just want to skip and cheat and get to the end, but it don't work that way. You got to start somewhere. Go to the start, and you'll figure it all out, I promise. It's not hard. I make it very clear. I'm very logically consistent and step by step. When I'm speaking in metaphor and analogy, it's obvious. Like when I talk about a slave plantation or being in a prison, I break it down in 30 different ways so you can understand what I'm saying. Very simply. Vaison. That was Johnny Boy Beatbox. Vaison. You must not become the very enemy that you hate. Revenge shall not bring you peace or whatever you cherished back. Love thy neighbor. Be the change that you want to be. Typical cheesy lines. Exactly. And here's the thing. Even with those cheesy lines, right? You must not become the very enemy that you hate. Well, if I hate slavers, then I should probably do everything in my ability to stand against them and their slave system and all slavery everywhere. Doing the opposite of that would be in support of them. So not doing violence against people who would violently enslave other people is supporting those people who are violently enslaving other people. I'm not becoming what I hate. I'm doing the opposite. Anyone who's supporting what they hate, either verbally, physically, etc., is becoming what they hate and supporting what they hate. I do the opposite every day. Revenge shall not bring you peace or whatever you cherished back. No, but it'll feel fucking good. Revenge, if somebody kills my brother, killing them might not bring me peace, but I wasn't at peace anyway. I'm not at peace right now, right? They just killed my brother. I wasn't at peace before they killed my brother. Now they killed my brother, I'm even less at peace. I'm just trying to get to the level of peace back that I had beforehand, which I probably still won't get back, but I'll get a slight smidgen of that after I murk this motherfucker. Because until I kill him, I'm going to be driven to do so. I will be at less peace if I don't kill him. My revenge will satisfy, even if it's just 2% of that peace. That's 2% better than 0. It won't bring back your brother, though. I'm not doing this to bring back my brother. If I wanted to bring back my brother, I'd be getting into some certain occult rituals and getting dead bodies together and trying to do some weird shit. Like, I'm going to kill the person who killed him because it's going to feel good to kill them. Even if it's only a temporary good feeling, that's what I want in this moment. See, like, people say dumb things, you know what I'm saying? Like, love thy neighbor. Okay, why? First and foremost, why? Like, I don't have to love them to respect them. I don't have to love them to not bother them or not go over there and kill them or rape them or murder them. Like, to get along with them in any form or fashion, I don't have to love them. Period. But loving them isn't wrong. I mean, I guess if you love your neighbor, by all means, enjoy that. But that doesn't stop you from being a fucking slave. Like, whether you love them or hate them, you're still both in the same system. Be the change that you want to be. Exactly. Even though that's a corny line, it's still fucking true. Be the change you want to see. This is why I say for people who stand on the things they preach and talk about, for those who stand in line with their own philosophies, hail to them. Even if I disagree with them, even if I don't like them, even if we're on two different sides of that philosophy and we have to go to war against each other. If that motherfucker is authentic, they're unapologetically authentic, and they stand in their sovereignty and they're going to do what they think they need to do, then shout out to them. Hail to them. Come put a bullet in me. We could do warfare, but hail to you. Like, be the change you want to see, whatever that may be. If you want to enslave people, get out there and start slaving. If you want to stop the enslavement, stop the enslavement. Like, but be the change you want to see. And that's all I'm preaching. As corny as that line is, that's what I'm preaching. That's literally what I'm preaching. Oh, back to Anakin.
Violence, and that's obviously not, when you go into that way of thinking, you become the thing that you hate.
And you notice we talked about violence, and he shows you a picture of Jedi. Was Obi-Wan Kenobi not fighting Anakin Skywalker with his lightsaber? Anakin and Obi-Wan were committing violence, yes? Did the Jedi not fight the Sith? See, when the Jedi decided to support, you should study Star Wars, when the Jedi decided to start supporting the government the Republic, the Galactic Republic, that's when the Jedi became exactly which because that's the Sith use government and things along these lines to gain power and whatnot. So when the Jedi starts supporting the power of the state with their lightsabers, they became exactly what they shouldn't be. To be a true Jedi, to be the truest of Jedi, they should never pull a lightsaber ever. If anyone or anything decides to kill them, they should open their arms like Jesus and just die. That'd be the truest of Jedi. If you go look at the Jedi named Nomi Sunrider, it's not Naomi, it's Nomi. N-O-M-I, I forget how to spell her name. Sunrider, S-U-N-R-I-D-E-R. She's the closest thing that you ever get in all of history to a perfect Jedi. She doesn't carry a lightsaber, she never uses it, and she only uses light side force abilities. She's non-violent. But Obi-Wan here is swinging a saber, is he not? Does he not cut Anakin's legs off? See, so if the point of this is to show that Anakin is falling to the dark side, well, so is Obi-Wan. And so is every Jedi who's ever swung a saber. Because violence is how these things occur. Like, period. And if they don't commit acts of violence, they'll never change anything for the better or the worse. If Luke Skywalker didn't fight Vader, if Vader didn't pick up Lord Sidious and throw him down the fucking central point of the fucking Death Star. Do you understand what it's like? This shit is real simple, bruh. Violence begets violence because it's the only answer to violence. If somebody's shooting at you and you go to hug them, you're just getting shot. If you go to the slave master and say, I don't want to be a slave anymore, hug me, massa, he's going to punch you in your motherfucking mouth and keep your dirty slave hands off him. Send you back to the fields. If you don't want to be that which you hate, stop supporting slavery. If you hate slavery, a prison world, and don't want it to be more of a prison, then you should support a rebellion rather than support people doing nothing. Because you haven't given an actual answer of what people should do that will actually lead to them being out of slavery in any possible manner. My way could always fail, but it could also succeed. Your way is guaranteed failure. Like, your way is a guaranteed way of being a slave. Non-violence, you're a slave then, forever. If you're non-violent, you're a slave. Like, it's that simple.
If you would destroy this Sith, not join them.
So that's my point. That's my point. You know, he might be right about what this realm is and whatnot, but you know, I'm sure that he's got some.
He might be right about what this realm is and whatnot. Well, if I'm right about what it is and my answer is logically in line with dealing with it, come on, bro.
There's something in his thinking that's a little twisted, is what I'm saying.
Yet he still can't explain why. He just says, because violence, bro. Violence equals twisted. All right, then give me a better solution. He never does.
So I just want to make that clear. Should I have called him a clown? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe labeled.
I appreciate that, but honestly, I when he called me a clown, I thought it was hilarious. I'm not gonna joke. I laughed really hard. Didn't I laugh?
Yeah, you laughed.
I laugh. I enjoy when people like start roasting me and shit. Like, I think it's funny because I have an answer for all of it. Like, you can't logically refute me. So at some point, you're gonna get frustrated and probably call me some names. It lets me know that I've already won the argument before it's even begun. So I just laugh and go, okay, I'm gonna have fun with this guy. But then in the next video, you know, he did, like what we're seeing here, he did say, you know, I shouldn't have called him a clown. So I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna have that much fun. I'm just gonna refute what he said based on terms of logic. But when people make fun of me, like philosophy vids did, that's fun time. Drama's not real. Like, people get like, they get flustered over drama. I don't. It's funny. It's not real. It's bullshit human nonsense. Like, you want to call me names? All right, cool. I'm still going to logically refute you on everything and then call you names too. And then wait for you to respond so we can have fun. This is a game. We're just playing now. We're not even being serious anymore. Like, you want to start calling people names like we're 7, you know, like, instead of just refuting the logically sound solutions he's given you based upon the problems you're coming up with. Like, So if folks don't want to play those games, don't play those games. But if you want to play those games, I'll always play those games. I find this fun. What the fuck else am I doing in this reality? Like, come on, man. Let's talk about it.
Calling people names and stuff like that isn't very productive. But I was just irritated at the time. I don't know if you can argue with the fact that he's making a clown of himself. He certainly made a clown of himself in that Hitler video.
Made a clown of myself in the Hitler video. Explain how. Because you didn't even let people listen to what I said in that video. You didn't even let them listen to what Hitler said in the video. And it's not like you went to listen to the whole speech yourself, let alone play the whole speech so people can hear it. Give them the link so they know where they can go see it, so they can see that it's exactly what you said it is. And then respond line by line, bar for bar, why it's a problem. What's making me a clown? What's making Hitler a clown in that speech? What's correct and what's incorrect? And then what makes us look like clowns based upon what he said in that speech and what I said based on him saying what he said in that speech. He won't do that. This is why I laugh when people call names, because their names mean nothing. He's being a clown. How so? He has no answer. Violence. What? That's your answer? That's what makes it okay, whatever. I guess we're going to move on and go listen to adults now. Like, come on.
Which I didn't really understand the point of that. He goes on to say that he's anti-Semitic and he agrees.
Which I really didn't seem to understand the point of that. Then how could you call me a clown? If you don't even understand it, how could you call it clownish? Really listen to the things you say.
With what Hitler did, he's making a clown of himself. He certainly made a clown of himself in that Hitler video, which I didn't really understand the point of that. He goes on to say that he's anti-Semitic and he agrees with what Hitler did. I don't know if he said that.
I am anti-Semitic because I'm anti-Jew and anti-Judaism, and that's what they call anti-Semitic today, even though they're not fucking Semitic people. It's really anti-Semitic, but, we say Semitic, I don't know why, whatever. But they're not even Semitic people, so it's not even really anti-Semitic. It's anti-Khazarian, if we're going to be real about it. Anti-Khazar, anti-Jew, anti-Judaism, anti-monotheistic religions, anti-Abrahamic faith. Because I'm also anti-Christian and anti-Muslim. Like, I'm anti any right-hand path God that wants you to bow to them and worship them and praise them and give them the glory. Especially if they're claiming that they created this place and they created you and put you here in this place to experience this shit. Yeah, fuck them. And anyone who supports them. Fuck the slave master and anyone who supports the slave master and his slave system. How hard is this to understand? Why would I support the slaves who support the slave master and the slave system? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, you get so yeah, I am anti all that shit. 100%. He went on to agree with what Hitler did. Well, what did Hitler do? Be specific, because I never said anything in this video that Hitler legitimately did that I said I agreed or disagreed with. I even said we can discuss coming to an agreement where you keep your shit up there. Because, see, I don't agree with Hitler's government. National Socialist, I'm an anarchist. I've said this 1,000 times. I wouldn't want Hitler's government. I wouldn't want him to actually win that war. I would want both sides to destroy each other. If one side is going to win, then I would want Hitler to win it, because it's going to be very hard for him to win. He's going to lose lots and lots of troops and everything. And then after that, we can either agree to him staying up there with his government, or we can have warfare if he wants to try to bring that upon the whole world. The same way this globalist, elitist cabal has brought their agenda to the whole world. See, you got to listen before you start trying to refute people. And you should understand. He said, I didn't understand what that was about. You should understand before you start trying to disagree, because you don't even know what you're disagreeing with. Oh, he agreed with what Hitler did. Which part? Please, be specific.
They agreed with what Hitler did, but it certainly implied it. And it's not like he's taken the video down, so that must still be a part.
Never going to take it down. I stand on the shit that I say, because I'm very specific. And if I say anything that I would go back on, let's say I make a mistake, or I say something that I change my mind on later, I'll still leave it up so people can see where I was when I was there. If I have videos from 10 years ago that I might not agree with something in it, I'm not going to take it down. It shows you where I was 10 years ago. What am I going to run from that for? Like, people are always trying to hide from who and what they are, let alone who and what they were. Like, just show it. So if people can address it and go, oh, well, you still think that? Yeah, I still think that, and here's why. Or no, I don't still think that, and here's why. Or I still kind of do, but I kind of don't, and let me tell you why. Let me give you the context and the nuance of it. No, I'm not going to take it down. Like, people start taking down their videos because it's something that, bro, that's some shady shit. That's like you trying to act like you always been this way. No, you haven't. People change daily. They learn new things daily. Or they don't, which is even worse. So don't take shit down. Leave it up. Let everyone critique it. And honestly, that's the best way to see how your shit stands. Because if people can logically tear your shit apart, you might need to work on your logic. You might need to work on your philosophy. But if they can't, if they got to call you names, give you ad hominem, straw mans, if they have no solutions, but they're just trying to attack yours, you know you're on the right track. So keep going.
The way he thinks. I don't know. So I'm skipping ahead a little bit here, but the first part of this is basically him addressing philosophy vids, and he's saying that philosophy vids got into the mind of...
Before we even get into that, let me check these comments from these chats. Fishing friend said hi. Hello there, fishing friends. Shout out to you, Aaron A. It is late. No, it's not. What is it, 11?
He said I is late.
I is late. He did say I is late. Yes, you is late. Ooh, Triple Indy. Hey, baby. I don't understand why he's so bothered by you. We didn't even know he had beef till his comment on Christopher Sidera's latest vid. I'm glad you enjoy this because it irks me. She does get irked. I do enjoy it. Because to me, there's three ways that you could really look at it. One, if somebody's just talking shit, they're talking shit, and they ain't got no answers for you anyway, so they're easily dismantled. Two, someone is kind of talking shit, but they're also kind of talking logic, or at least attempting to, which is still light work, cakewalk. And then three, someone is legitimately refuting you, legitimately debating you. They're actually quoting you. They're showing you where you said it, what you said it, the context and the nuance in which you said it, and then logically refuting your step-by-step logic with their own step-by-step logic, which is fun because it's like, oh, wow, I found one who's intelligent and we can have a real fucking discussion on this. Excellent. I never get that. I never get number three. At best, I get number two, which is like what this is. And usually I get number one, which is just people calling people names and have nothing at all. Like, they got nothing. They're not showing anything. They're not quoting anything. They're just whining and complaining and crying and calling people names. So I appreciate when I get number two. Number one is fun because you could bully them. Number two is fun because you could if you want to, but you don't generally have to. You can still respond to them logically and hopefully make them more logical in their responses to you. And then number three, thank you. It's a breath of fresh air. Someone who reads, someone who listens, doesn't just refute. They actually understand what you're saying before they refute it. They'll even go back and back and back to the beginning of your shit in order to really get your argument down so they can fully understand it, mull it over, and then respond to it, whether in agreement or disagreement, which most people don't do. So it doesn't irk me, but I feel you, baby. We didn't know he had beef till this comment on Chris. Yeah, that's true. He said, so I told you the truth about Shangel on... And I was like, wait, who's this guy? Who's this Tom Shepperd fellow who told the truth about me to Chris or whatever? Like, let me go see. And I went to his channel. See, I'm actually going to go see the thing. Like, I'm going to watch the whole thing. And you can ask, baby, did I not watch both his videos before responding to them?
And I had to watch him too.
She had to watch them too. So we watched them, and I laughed through them. I didn't get offended. I didn't get mad. This clown, and I'm sitting here dying. I'm just thinking of Vegeta when he's like calling Goku a clown and shit. But Goku's always surpassing his ass, ain't he? This clown who's always better than you, Vegeta. Like, so I'm just sitting there laughing and enjoying it, and thinking about how I'm gonna respond. And I got excited enough to be like, you know what? I was gonna respond later, but I think I'm gonna do it now because this is. At least he's showing some of the video and saying some of the things and letting people hear my voice. And so let me go respond to that now. And it turns out these videos are from 2 weeks ago. I didn't get tagged in them. Nobody shared them to me. He didn't comment on any of my comments and say, hey, go check these videos. I'm replying to you. You know, it's like, but that's fine. Whatever. At least he put my name in them. So it's, you know, if I do go find it, it's obviously about me, or if anybody sees it, you know, they can easily share it with me. But the first thing I did was I liked it. I liked both his videos. I subscribed to him. I put them on my post and said that I'd be responding to them so people could look at them. Maybe there's some people on my page who aren't on his page. Now they can go look at his page. Maybe they'll even like his page. Maybe they'll even agree with him more than they agree with me. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, first thing I do is share all his shit in all different places. I sent shit to people and then said, I'm going to respond to it later. And I'm going to try to be as very respectful and nice about it as possible. I'm going to be straightforward. I'm not going to pull no punches or beat around the bush. But I'm not going to sit here and call him names. And, you know, I'm going to do my best to be as respectful as possible. Because even though in that first video, he was throwing a lot of clowns around. And even in this video, he mentions clowns when he talks about the Adolf Hitler video. At least he's trying to be somewhat respectful, I guess. He's not just calling me a demon. And, you know, he said he doesn't think I'm evil and shit like that. So I'm going to be respectful and respond to him. But again, he made this 2 weeks ago. I didn't know about this until my lady saw it in a fucking comment under Chris Sideris' channel. And then I couldn't even find it. So she had to go find it again to show me. And I was like, oh, I don't know who this guy is or what he said about me. So I asked him to show it to me, but I figured, that's probably going to take a while for him just to see it, let alone respond. So I'm just going to click his channel, go find it myself. And I even left comments there letting him know that I found it. And under that first video that we responded to, I put the links to my responses, including the link to the full Hitler speech that he was saying is clownish, so he can go listen to the whole thing. And anyone who watches his video can click those links, find my responses, and go listen to that full speech for himself, and my video where I'm talking about that speech. Because I don't hide behind anything, I don't run away from anything. I'm going to share you all the links, and I'm going to explain it in detail with context and nuance. So you fully understand who, what, when, where, why, and how of what was going on in that situation. So you can understand it before refuting. Before attempting to refute, I should say. People be beefing with you behind your back all the time. All the time. I say everyone's names. I tag them in. Even these responses, I tagged Tom Shepperd in it. I tried to tag Philosophy Vids, but it wouldn't let me, so I think that I was blocked on his channel. Because even though he asked me questions and said he wanted me to answer them, when I went to answer them, I couldn't answer them because I was blocked. You see what I'm saying? Like, folks don't really want answers. They just want to argue and call you names and shit. But I'm not blocked here, at least, you know. I subscribed. People be beefing with you behind your back all the time. It's wild. Philosophy Vids was so cryptic that I had no idea. And then he gaslit and did word salad when you caught on. Exactly. And that's usually what they do because they have no logical refutations. None whatsoever. This guy does sound like he's trying to be genuine, but in my opinion, he is failing miserably. I agree as well. He should have done his research before making entire videos about you behind your back. I would agree too. I will say one thing. He did at least put my name on that second video, and he did put me in the picture. What's that shit called? The little picture of the video.
I don't know, screenshot. I don't know.
I can't think of the name. Yeah, but it's a term.
Chris would know. But
Yes.
I do not.
The little picture you put next to the video, so when you see it, the thumbnail, there we go.
Thumbnail.
He did put me in the thumbnail with a clown over my face in that first video. Thumbnail, thank you, Johnny Boy Beatbox. You're 2 seconds late, but I appreciate you for trying. He did put me in the thumbnail, so at least if somebody did see it, or if I stumbled upon it like I did today, I would at least know. It wasn't cryptic like Philosophy Vids was cryptic, and at least he did pull up the videos and things like this. Whereas Philosophy Vids just talks shit in posts. Like, he's a pussy. He's an outright vagina. I'll call him names. Because he's a bitch. Like, even on the internet, he's a bitch. Like, I had to call him out just to get him to fucking do... And then he blocked me. What a pussy. Anyway. Vaison. And another thing, some people be playing the mysterious unknown game. Okay, so this particular person did this and that. They are a devil. Philosophy Vids.
Yes, Philosophy Vids.
Like who? Question mark 4 times. Directly say their specific name already. Exactly. I remember like a week ago, me and Chris was having a conversation, like the flat earth and ball earth got brought up, and we were talking. Chris, seems to be in line with flat earth. I would tell you the earth is a globe. We could talk about it all day long. It ultimately doesn't matter whether it's a fucking square or a triangle. We still have the same problems. Like, we're just having a fucking, to me, that's just an intellectual discussion that is fun. It's entertainment. It doesn't actually matter whether it's flat or round. Like, it literally doesn't matter. But Chris, because he was reading, he instantly went live, titled it, and said, when I was talking to Shangel, he said certain things about this, and, here's what I think about it, and bang, we can have a discussion. We can talk and be friendly and have fun and laugh and make jokes. Like, because Chris is an actual man with the balls to say someone's name when he disagrees with something they said. And he's not doing it in some ad hominem straw man way where he's just going to sit there and call you names. Even when he does go off, like he'll say, and he's talking about NASA and all, and he goes, I'm sorry, Shangel. I'm like, I'm not NASA. Don't apologize to me. Fuck NASA. Like, I don't trust them niggas either. Like, you don't got to lump me in with everyone who says the earth is round. Like, the earth was said to be round long before NASA ever existed. You get what it's like? So I don't take no offense if he's calling them idiots in the time he's talking about the shape of the earth based upon responding to something I said about the shape of the earth. Because we cool peoples. That's my guy. We're not enemies. We got no beefs. Like, we could say each other's names without there being any fucking negativity involved. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've said T-Sizzle's name. I've said Josh's name. I've said fucking Mark's name in the past. I've said many names, either in agreement or disagreement, and have shed light upon whatever it is I'm talking about. I'll share the video. I'll give you the link so you can go to their channel and give them some love and give them some views on the very thing I'm disagreeing with. Like, because it's just the internet. Like, we're just talking here. Like, there's no need to be afraid. So it is kind of weird when people call you out but don't call you out. But at least Tom had the decency to put my name on the video before me ever saying anything about it, before me ever even knowing. And he did put my picture in the thumbnail, even though there was a clown face over it. So shout out to Tom for that. Especially if you have Vazon. Especially if you have big-ass beef with that one person and one person only. Yeah, like Philosophy Vids. Like, who was hanging on every fucking word I was saying for months. Like, but would not say my fucking name. Crazy, bro. Just say my name. Like, it's not that hard. We could talk about it. Until you go too far, and then now I gotta fucking dust you. So shout out to you, Tom. Shout out to you.
So I'm skipping ahead a little bit here, but the first part of this is basically him addressing Philosophy Vids, and he's saying that Philosophy Vids got into the mind of Bliss and or something of that nature, and he was saying that Philosophy Vids was sort of an authoritarian where he's in a Discord.
No, Philosophy Vids was not the authoritarian. Bliss became authoritarian after experiencing Philosophy Vids theories. Bliss became very Christianized religious thinking and was telling people either agree with me or get the fuck out. His words exactly. Agree with me or you can get the fuck out.
I still love Bliss.
I still love Bliss to this fucking day. But that is what he said. So it was Bliss who became authoritarian after listening to Philosophy Vids. And this was a multiple days after he said out of his own mouth, like when we were in there discussing how he came to these new conclusions, and he brought up Philosophy Vids by name. And that's why he started talking about the fallen angels and all the things that Philosophy Vids said. But then quickly, he went even beyond where Philosophy Vids went, because that shit evolved quickly to him being a witness and a prophet of God, and either believe him or get the fuck out. And within 3 weeks from day one of him saying Philosophy Vids was his new favorite fucking person on YouTube, within 3 weeks his mind was gone. He was telling people get the fuck out, and his shit was deleted. He deleted the whole fucking server, and he had kicked out fucking 10 people by that point. And it all started with him talking to Phil Vids about his Christian bullshit. So, we don't fuck with Christians over here. We do not fuck with the Abrahamic faith. I don't care if you yourself are an individual Christian. I'm not going to go there and punch you in the face because you're a Christian. There's fucking 3 billion of you. I'd be doing a lot of punches. But the truth is the truth. He spoke to him. He ate that shit up, ran with it, lost his fucking mind, banned like 10 fucking people, became authoritarian, and then dis-fucking-peered and deleted everything. Whether he's still here, whether he committed suicide, I have no idea. He could be going to work every day still. He could be on some bender somewhere. He could be off in the mountains finding himself. I have no clue where Bliss is right now. And I still love him. Shout out to him. I hope he comes back. I hope he's clearing his mind, and I hope he comes back. If not, and he left us, I hope he goes on whatever mission he wanted to go on, and I hope he's successful in the end. But that is what happened. I was not saying Philosophy Vids was being authoritarian. Then again, Philosophy Vids himself is authoritarian in the fact that he said himself in multiple videos, especially the one where he was talking about me, where he said, for those who aren't on this information, I'm willing to kick them to the curb. So if they're not completely agreeing with him on the way he sees it, specifically with the fallen angels and everything he says about them emailing him and all that shit, he's willing to kick them to the curb. That was out of his mouth on his video. And you can go back to my video responding to Philosophy Vids, because I said that specifically. So when it comes to Philosophy Vids being authoritarian, that's what I was talking about. But when I was talking about in the Discord server, no, that was Bliss. That was all Bliss. Shout out to him.
In his Discord, he said something along the lines of, if you don't agree with what I believe, you're going to get kicked, or something of that nature, which I don't agree with.
So yeah, he mixed the two up. The Discord was Bliss, saying that I'll kick you to the side was Philosophy Vids on another video.
Obviously, that's authoritarian shit, and if that is what Philosophy Vids did, then yeah, he's a clown. No shortage of,
And I did respond in the comments under this video we're watching where I said that I was talking about Bliss, but maybe I should take that back, because Philosophy Vids did say, if you aren't about this information, I'll kick you to the curb. He did say that out of his own mouth on his own video that I reviewed in my response to him. So you can go watch that if you want to see it. So Philosophy Vids is authoritarian too, to the point where he banned me for disagreeing with him. He blocked me from his channel after talking shit about me for like 5 months. Then when I finally respond to him, I get blocked. Come on, bro. Like, he is authoritarian too. So you know what? I don't take that back. I should go delete that. Fuck it. I'm talking about both of them. Shout out to Bliss though. Still love him. But fuck that philosophy guy.
Okay, look. All right, so maybe I shouldn't call people clowns. I think that if you make a clown of yourself like 24/7, then you've earned the...
It's fine to call people clowns. Just be ready to back it up when they address you on it. Because if you're calling them a clown based on something they said or did, you're going to have to show why what they said is actually clownish, which you did not do.
Title of clown, all right? So obviously in the case of TSM, yeah, he's a clown because he makes a clown of himself 24/7.
I agree. The man is always trying to tell jokes. He's literally like trying to be a comedian or something. He makes video after video just talking shit about people. Half the time, he's not even talking about what they're actually saying. He's just talking about them. I've watched this man sit there, and some of the jokes be funny as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. He be making me laugh. Like, I be sitting there... He is funny. I'll watch a whole video of this motherfucker just roasting someone. I don't even know who the person is. There's some truther out there on some channel, and he's just roasting the fuck out of them. And I'm laughing my ass off. Like, the guy is balding. His eyes do twitch. But, you just spent an hour and a half making fun of this motherfucker. Did you ever address what he said in the video? That's interesting, TSM. That's interesting. See, that is clown-like behavior. You just want to tell jokes all the time? You don't want to get down to the nitty-gritty? Come on, man, get down to the nitty-gritty. I know you're smart enough to do it, because when I first started seeing his videos a couple years ago, 3 years, 5 years, however long ago it was, I watched like 3 videos in a row, and I was like, damn, this motherfucker knows what he's talking about. And then the next video was him roasting someone for an hour, and the next video was him roasting someone, and I think the next video, I think that might be how I found Chris Sideris. I think he roasted Chris Sideris, which was kind of funny, but when I heard what Chris was saying, I was like, but I like that guy, though. Let me go check his channel out. like, you go watch a TSM, watch him roast people, laugh about it, and then go click their channels and become subscribers. Because he's showing you who everybody in the so-called truther community is, and the problems he generally has with them is not even usually what they're saying. It's like what they look like, and this and like, or the fact that they're asking for money. And I get that. I don't ask for money, and I never fucking will. Because I don't think that you should be asking people for money in a world where you're against slavery. Like, if you claim to be against slavery, you should not be in my opinion, asking for shit. But I understand in this world of slavery why they would. And I don't expect anyone to be perfect. So I'm not going to be mad at you if you got a fucking Cash App or something. You're saying, hey, if you want to support me, you can, you know. But if you're trying to sell everything, merch stores and all this, like, that's weird. It gets weird. You know, especially if you're trying to say this is a hell realm and, you know, the Archons are entrapping us and we're being... And then you're like, buy my book for $9.99. It's like, like, you said this is the most important information in the world. You should be trying to get this out for free to everyone. You should find a different way to do it instead of selling it for $9.99 or $999. Some of these people got crazy prices on their shit. Like, so I agree with him there, but at the same time, it doesn't mean you gotta just roast motherfuckers endlessly. Like, can you stick to a topic, my man? Sanity Machine, like, what is his name? Steven?
Yeah.
Steven, can you stick to a topic, Steven? like, if you're gonna address somebody's video, can you really address the video? Just address what they said, bro. Don't talk about their hairline and they fucking one eyeball's bigger than the other. This bitch, one titty bigger than the other titty. I don't like, no matter how funny it is, it's like, all right, I just wasted an hour and 20 minutes listening to him roast this person and then 10 minutes on what they actually said. Can you stick to the thing? That is some clown shit. That's some comedian-like behavior. I don't get it. If we're supposed to be like trying to find truth here, dig into the truth, my man. So I feel you on that. But I am not no fucking TSM. Even when I call a motherfucker a name, it's usually going to be after they called me a name. And I'm still going to do it while refuting them logically, step by step, the whole way. I'm not just going to be doing straw mans or ad hominems. I'm going to throw the straw man and the ad hominem in the logic. If I'm going to call you stupid, I'm going to call you stupid after I prove that you're stupid. Based upon the stupidity in the argument you just put forward. Rather than just calling you names. You get what I'm saying?
Does Shanghai Thunder, I don't know, really put him in the same category as TSM, and
I appreciate that. Please don't. I mean, if you do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, but I appreciate you not doing it.
We shouldn't frame it that way. Maybe I should take the video down. I don't know.
Never take the video down. Never backtrack.
But I'll tell you what, let's
You can always clarify. There's no need to take anything down. Just clarify. You can even pull up your own video, turn on your own recording, and then respond to yourself. Look, this is what I said in this video. Let me tell you why I said these things, and maybe I shouldn't have said this that way. But don't backtrack. You said what you said when you said it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Nice. Shanghai Thunder is clown-ish.
I'm clown adjacent, y'all.
He can certainly make a clown of himself when he wants to. And if I make a clown of myself, go ahead and call me a clown. That's fine by me. Anyway, so I'm going to listen to this a little bit and find his points. All right, so I'm going to listen to this a little bit and find his points.
If you really want my points, go to my live streams that aren't in response to someone else, where I'm just talking about those things. Go to my first video, Humanity, What a Species, January 1st this year. Then go to my live streams, start with the first one, and come all the way up till now. You'll have all my points, all my solutions, all my thought processes. Go into my compendium, A Forge of Destruction, and start at the top and go to the bottom. It's in alphabetical order. You'll know all my experiences too, and why I have those thoughts and opinions, because it's all in there. All of it's in there. Go read every comment that I post, especially under those videos. It's all in there. I don't hide shit. I'm an open book. You can ask me any question at all. And as long as I see it, I will start a video stream just to answer you. I'll either answer you in the comments or whatever way that you ask the question, or I'll make a whole stream on it. Saying, let me answer this question as to why I say these things. You get what I'm saying? I'm doing it right now.
So Philosophy Vids also said in his video that he doesn't force his worldview on people. So,
but he will kick you out if you don't agree with him. Like, I'll kick you to the curb. I'm pretty sure the word he used was kick to the curb. Like, if you don't agree with the information he's putting out. And that's why I said Bliss got that from him, because that is the way he is where he wants you to agree with his exact theory as to what's going on based on his experiences, even if yours are in complete contrast to that, which is exactly how Bliss became after talking to Philosophy Vids. And Bliss even pulled it on Philosophy Vids afterward. Oh, it's madness. Shout out to you, Bliss. We miss you.
Who is telling the truth? I don't know. I'm not gonna fucking investigate.
Bro, all you gotta do is watch the videos and read the posts. If you just watch my whole video that I'm showing you, I've showed everything. Anything that I said, I'm showing you the video. The video we're watching, that he is watching right now in his video, is me going over a video from Philosophy Vids himself. So it's Philosophy Vids' own words. If you're paying attention to what you're responding to right now in this video, you should already know who's right, because Philosophy Vids says it himself in his own words.
I don't really care that much, if I'm being honest.
I don't care that much, but I'm gonna go over it anyway. What? Why do they keep saying that? I don't really care. I'm only making a video on it. Like, why do people do that? You clearly care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be spending a half an hour making a video on it. Let alone adding little edits like Anakin Skywalker. Like, come on, bro. Just be real. You do care to some extent, even if it's not a great extent. You care enough to make a video on this shit. You're making a video on me making a video about a man who made a video about me. Like, what do you mean you don't care? That's exactly what you're doing. You might as well do the research and get down to the nitty gritty of it.
But I don't believe that Philosophy Vids. I don't believe that Philosophy Vids got. I don't know. Maybe Bliss did take on some of Philosophy Vids' ideas. Well, if he did, then he did.
He sure did.
He's an adult. It's on the viewer.
Here we go.
To discern truth. People like to point fingers and blame.
It's on the viewer to discern truth. Agreed. It is on the viewer to discern truth. Agreed. I'm not, I'm just gonna leave it. Agreed. But really listen to your own words. Really listen to your own words.
Influencers and they say it's their fault, but the reality is it really is on the individual taking in the.
Agreed. That's why we had conversations with Bliss for like 3 fucking weeks until he decided to shut everything down. See, context and nuance. Bliss is a grown-ass man. Period. He ran with somebody else's philosophy and lost his fucking mind. Which is why you shouldn't do such things. Agreed. Completely agreed. But it doesn't change the fact that he himself said he got the initial starting point of that philosophy from Philosophy Vids, which is all I said. He talked to this Christian YouTuber, took part of his philosophy and ran with it and lost his mind. Period. That's what happened. That's what happened. And that same Christian YouTuber does say that if you don't agree with his information, he will kick you to the curb. As Bliss was saying in the end, either agree with me or get the fuck out. Like, those are all facts. Anyone in that Discord server can co-sign it. Period. And everything else is right in the video you're watching. It's in that video. Anyway.
Information, it's their responsibility. And I'm not saying that the influencer doesn't have responsibility to discern and spread truth as best they can. Obviously,
No, they don't have that responsibility. Just like Fox and CNN and MSNBC, they don't have that responsibility. Anyone can say whatever the fuck they want. I can tell you right now, 1 + 1 is 17. I have no responsibility to tell you 1 + 1 is 2. It's your responsibility to discern for yourself. Period. I would like for you to be honest, at least to the best of your ability. I would like for you to tell me truth to the best of your ability, but it's not on you to do so. It's on me to discern it. As you said before, it's on the viewer. It was on Bliss when he was listening to Philosophy Vids to not lose his shit. But it is what it is. It happens all the time.
it's important too, but maybe they're fucking delusional. I mean, you're always going to get a situation where an influencer is delusional and they don't realize that what they're saying is untrue. That's why it's up to the individual to discern. And if an individual uses force to try to get somebody, or coercion, or psychological tactics to try to get people to adopt their worldview, then yeah, that person's a piece of shit. They're an authority.
And that's what people do when they're name calling, straw manning, and using ad hominem attacks instead of just refuting the logic with logic. Instead of finding a logical inconsistency with your philosophy and the solutions to whatever problems you see as problems, they just want to call you names and shit. Call you clowns, retarded, stupid, demons, devils, evil. Instead of actually step-by-step refuting the logic. Of course.
And call them out. Okay, so in this next part, Shengel is talking about how we should gather an army to battle the...
Pause everything. Triple Indy. Hey, baby. If it's up to the viewer to use discernment, then why is he acting like some kind of vigilante against your videos? I don't know. It's weird. I hope he's not trying to be some kind of demon slayer. Quotes like philosophy or TSM. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's trying to be a demon slayer. He does say calling us demons and things like that is wrong in the video. But he is going out of his way to say that what I'm saying is wrong without actually really saying what I'm saying, nor why it's wrong. Because violence wrong. Why? Make it make logical sense. But people can't. So, this is what they do.
Archons, the Anti-nihilistic, and call them out. Okay, so in this next part, Shengel is talking about how we should gather an army to battle the Archons, the Anti...
I'm holding out hope. Triple Indy, I'm holding out hope. Y'all can be friends after hashing it out. I hope so too. He sounds like he could be a decently nice gentleman. And he sounds like he doesn't understand anything that I'm saying, or like it sounds like he hasn't even gone far enough into what I'm saying, even in what he's shown, let alone everything he hasn't shown, because he probably hasn't looked at any of it, to even understand what I'm saying enough to properly even refute it. So maybe we could hold out hope that this will inspire him to legitimately go look at what I'm saying from start to finish. Go back to the beginning of this year. I see how I give this out. I'll give you the step-by-step process if you want it. Go back to January 1st. My video this year, starting where it says humanity, what a species. Start there and watch all the videos leading up till now, right? You can check the shorts if you want. I don't know if they matter that much. I forget what's in them. But then go to my live streams. Start with my first one and come all the way up to this one. And you will fully understand it. And then logically, step by step, refute what I'm saying. And make it make real sense. Don't just get emotionally disturbed because you don't like violence. Actually give a solution that is non-violent that works better than my violent solution to this violent situation we find ourselves in. Nobody will ever do that. I'll say that 1,000 times. They'll never, ever do it because they can't. And even after I reply to them and say they'll never do it because they can't do it, they never do it. They still never do it. As a matter of fact, I usually get blocked. That's usually what happens.
And call them out to try to get somebody, or coercion, or psychological tactics to try to get people to adopt their worldview, then yeah, that person's a piece of shit. They're an authoritarian.
Agree. Just be straightforward and just be logical about it and just be real.
And call them out. Okay, so in this next part, Shengel is talking about how we should gather an army to battle the Archons, the entities, the demiurge, the god of the realm, whatever label you want to put on it. I tend to use the word Archon. There seems to be just a powerful set of beings who are overseeing this. I call them the Archons. Does that mean that I have a Gnostic worldview? No. It's just a word I use. We can call them entities, or I sometimes call them our captors.
Mm-hmm.
I do tend to think that we were captured. Do I know that for sure? No, I don't know that.
I would agree, but guess what? If we were captured, that denotes violence and force, doesn't it? if you were to, say, capture a wild animal, if you go to the woods and capture a wolf, how could the wolf get away? By biting you. Violence is its only possible hope. Even if it has no hope, it could try to chew through its cage. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, violence is how you respond to violence. It's really that simple. I won't be using violence in the physical realm, but I will for sure be using it in the astral, and after I leave this meat suit. You do whatever you want, my love. Whatever you want. Beautiful. Come kiss me.
I'm trying to stay up, but I'm tired.
You could always watch it tomorrow.
I'm gonna stay up.
But for anyone who's preaching about what to do in this realm, about the slavery in this realm, you better either be ready to do the violence, to support it being done, or bare minimum preach it. And on whatever level you think that it's happening on, like if it's the next realm where the Archons are, then you better do it there. You know, like wherever you think it needs to be done, it needs to be done. Now, I'm going to say it needs to be done on every level of existence because this is existence. Every level of reality that we have contemplated as a species is slavery. Starting right here, let alone anything beyond here. So you should probably behave that way everywhere. That's my worldview. That's what I'm going to tell a motherfucker to do. And I'm going to support anybody doing that. You get what I'm saying? Like, but y'all do whatever y'all want to do. I will always say the same shit. Do what thou wilt. Do whatever you want to do. Don't listen to me. Who the fuck am I? I'm just some guy on the internet. Don't I say that every fuck? I'm just some guy talking on the internet. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. But I would suggest whatever that may be, whoever you are, whatever your thought processes are, check the outcome you want. And then see if what you're saying, supporting, and doing lines up to getting that outcome in the end. If it does, you're on the right track. If it doesn't, your logical steps are falling apart somewhere. You get what I'm saying?
It just seems like we're foreign to this place. The idea that, I sometimes call them our captors. I do tend to think that we were captured. Do I know that for sure? No, I don't know that. It just seems like we're foreign to this place. The idea that a god created good beings to torture them, I don't know. It's plausible. I just don't see the point.
Even if a god created those, we still technically might not be from here. We could be from outside of here and placed in here. You know what I'm saying? But even if we are from here, that's even more of a reason to destroy this place, because that means this is all there is for us. If hell is all there is for you, you might as well destroy it and go alongside it. If hell is required for you to exist, like the only way you can exist is within hell, then you might as well not exist. Destroy hell. Like, existence in hell is not worth the hell of the existence. You get what I'm saying?
But there's nothing in this realm makes sense. I do think that there's I do see evidence of there being a practical purpose for why we're here, like that we're being energy extracted, loosed, whatever.
So we're being loosed. So somebody is siphoning us of our energy, our emotion, our spirit, our soul, our consciousness, etc. But you don't want to do violence against them? So what's your answer?
You want to call it? And that does seem to be a motivation for these captors. So anyways, that's my perspective on it.
And I would agree to that to an extent. I would not say that's the reason. That's a side reason. That's a sub goal. But I'd still call it a goal. It's part of the process. And even if I didn't, so what? If that's what you think, okay, then let's come up with solutions to the problem as you see it. Guess what? It still ends in violence somehow, whether here in another realm, or you're still going to have to commit violence against the Archons and their agenda. And if their agenda extends all the way down here, well, what part of that agenda extends down here? You ever think of that? If you figure that out, then while you're down here, you could fuck up that part of the agenda. And then when you get there, if ever, some way, somehow, you can go fuck up that part of the agenda. And while you're fucking up that part of the agenda where the Archons are, the people who are here dealing with the local Archons, dealing with the local Archonic agenda that humanity has to go through, could be fucking it up here. You could fuck it up on every single level simultaneously. There's no reason to even choose. Especially if you don't even have to do it. Like, you might not want to go blow up a building here, but somebody else might be willing to. At least support them. Somebody else might not be willing to go fight the Archons. Like, I don't want to go fight godlike entities. But you're willing to? Then they should support you. It's the same fight. Like, just on a different scale.
And yeah, there's bad guys. There's the controlling elite who are, actively keeping humanity enslaved. And, if you want to go after them, fine.
It's not just individual people, though. It's also their system as a whole. People always want to ignore the systemic part of it. Those elites are part of a system of elitism and control. What is it? Well, you tell me. What is it that guy Edward Barkus attacked that day, and why? Did you actually listen to what he said in his manifesto? And how he tied it into the Archonic agenda?
Power to you. I personally am not that invested in the fucking drama that goes on in this place. And
So he's perfectly fine with the slavery. I'm not that invested in the fact that we are all here right now having this experience. If you're watching this fucking YouTube video, you're here having this experience. And he's telling you not to do shit about, well, I'm not that invested in it. But you're here going through it. And the reason you're here going through it is because the Archons that you consider to be your enemy put you here and built this shit around you to go through. Your logical inconsistencies, bro. You are invested in it. And you're investing in it because it's siphoning your loosh. According to you. According to you. This place is a prison for you. So they can siphon your loosh through this system. But you're not that invested in it. Okay. The truth is, they're just afraid of violence. They're scared of the solutions because they don't have any that aren't violent. So they're just going to sit around and be siphoned and make every excuse to sit around and be siphoned and to not support anyone saying or doing anything otherwise. Really listen to the words you say.
Actively keeping humanity enslaved. And, if you want to go after them, fine. More power to you. I personally am not that invested in the fucking drama that goes on in this place. And does that mean that I'm going to comply when people try to get me to do something that I don't agree with, that I think is going to harm me in some way? No, I'll stand.
No, what was it?
Defiance.
I'll stand in defiance. So are you going to do violence? So if the police come to you tomorrow with guns to put you in a cage for any fucking reason, name a law. They can make up a new law tomorrow because that's how laws work. They make them up. They're not real. So if they make up a new law tomorrow that suddenly makes you a criminal and they come to put you in jail, are you going to violently defy them? Because they'll violently put you in that prison. They'll put those black gloves on and they'll whoop that ass. They'll tase that ass. They'll shoot that ass. They're going to put that ass in prison. Are you going to violently defy that? Because that's the only way to do it. How would you actually see, I'll stand in defiance. What does that literally mean? What would you actually do if they actually came to you? Let's see if he says it. I bet you he doesn't, because they never fucking do.
Place. And does that mean that I'm going to comply when people try to get me to do something that I don't agree with, that I think is going to harm me in some way? No, I'll stand in defiance. I don't have any problem with that. And obviously, that's what we should be doing anyway. And
What should we be doing? You're standing in defiance? What does that mean, literally? How do you defy your slavery? I've talked about this 1,000 times. I've broken down exactly how to do it on every level of reality. You've yet to give us one actual solution on how to defy it and be defiant. Every time someone does come up with, you're going against it. Gaia Warbarkis blew up an IVF building because people are bringing children here against their consent to suffer this slave realm that you say the Archons built for our enslavement. Oh, don't do that. That's evil. That's bad. Just let the kids be born. Just let them IVF all the kids they want. Just let them keep bringing people here. Don't do anything to stop it. Okay, so that's not standing in defiance. That's not standing against the oppression, as you said earlier. That's sitting around and doing nothing about it, which is what you said you wouldn't support, but that seems to be all you support. Even when you try to come up with a solution, you don't come up with a solution. You just say platitudes. I'll stand in defiance. So you'd fight them? You'd physically bring them harm and suffering in order to stop them from bringing it to you? Yes or no? Be specific. Give us detail. What level are you actually willing to go to? Just say no? I'm going to protest until they beat me up and put cuffs on me. Or are you going to fight back? Like, are you just going to be a slave in the Archon prison realm forever? Or are you going to actually fight back in any form possible? You're going to try to burn it down from the inside out? You're going to try to get out and burn it down from that side? You're just going to cause problems and wreak havoc? Just so maybe they delete you one day? And like if we're all NPCs in some video game world? Well, this NPC is just giving us fucking problems and he won't fucking listen. He's too conscious. Just delete him. Or are you going to keep NPCing? Just doing what the rest of the humans do? Give us real answers, bro. Stop saying these weak platitudes with no actual solutions in them. Stand in defiance. Define what that actually means.
That I think is going to harm me in some way. No, I'll stand in defiance. I don't have any problem with that. And obviously, that's what we should be doing anyway. And,
So we should be standing in defiance. The defiance he refuses to define. But I'll define it for you.
If you want people to stand in defiance against tyranny and authoritarianism.
And how do you do that? How do you stand in defiance against tyranny and authoritarianism? Revolt, rebellion, revolution? All of those require violence. Like logical inconsistencies.
Then I don't have any problem with that type of thing, but whatever.
Yes, you do. You've said it multiple times.
What are you trying to gather an army for? It just seems like stupid shit to me.
But trying to gather an army for it. So let me ask you, what the fuck is the point of your YouTube channel? What is the point of telling people the truth if you don't want them to do something about it? If we have such small numbers that aren't large enough to do something about this at a large scale, how do you actually change that? You grow those numbers. How do you grow those numbers? By recruiting based upon the information you're giving them, so they can then begin behaving in a manner that will actually overthrow that tyranny that you were just talking about, that will actually overthrow those authoritarians and that authoritarian structure you were just talking about. You need an army to do that. And it doesn't need to be an organized army. It could be a completely chaotic army of lone wolves and just people crashing the fuck out all over the place. Let alone some organized, structured fucking military force that's not even how you win against these already structured militaries. Good luck. Even the so-called Americans needed France to help them fight the British. Like they needed to make all sorts of deals. But guess what? They needed an army for their revolution, did they not? Every slave rebellion required slaves to rebel. Yes? So it required at least a minimum number to successfully rebel in order to overthrow the authoritarian structure of their slavery. Can you find anything in any history, anywhere, that says otherwise? Even losses, they still had to do it in order to... Spartacus lost, but he still kicked Rome in the teeth. Nat Turner lost, but he still kicked the American slave system in the teeth. The ones who won, guess what? They did the same thing. They were just successful. But it had to be done in order for it to be even possible to be successful. You don't overthrow authoritarian tyranny without violence. You notice how he hasn't given you a single solution? He just says pretty things. Yeah, we should stand against tyranny. How? Please, be specific. Exactly how should we do it? On what levels? What tyranny are you talking about? Economic, financial, monetary, social? We're talking about government, we're talking about corporations, banking systems, the monetary system as a whole, elites, elitism. We're talking about the Great Reset, the AI agenda, AGI, ASI, Jupiter brains. What part of the authoritarian, are we talking about the whole structure like I am? Are we talking about the whole structure, the entire agenda from here all the way up to the so-called archonic realms beyond the matrix? As it all ties in all the way down to control us here? Because that's what I'm talking about, the whole thing. How do you overthrow that whole thing? You're gonna need an army. And that's the entire reason why you make videos. So you can spread the information to more people. So more people will behave in a manner that if...
Or not. I mean, I'm sure they'll start tuning you out. You're not
Oh,
loud or anything.
it picked up where I left off.
Yeah.
You gonna bring the skunks inside?
I'll bring them.
See if they smell.
They smell. There's shit everywhere.
All right, so the phone died. But look at that. It picked up right where I left off. 125 minutes in. That's interesting. But as I was saying, because he said, trying to get an army. Now, I'm not trying to get my own army. I don't want to lead anyone, to be honest with you. That'd be annoying. I do have some general type people who I think, Aaron A is one of them, who I think could actually properly train people and how to take such actions and do such things. But all the little skunkies, little baby skunks. If you are in an authoritarian system of slavery and you want to overthrow it and stand in defiance, there's only one way to do it. You're going to have to spread the word so people can behave in a manner, violently, to actually overthrow said authoritarian system. If you got a better answer, Mr. Shepperd, I'd love to hear it. But every time you're going against my answer, you're not providing one. You just say platitudes, stand in defiance. People are going to say, okay, how do I do that? Give them an answer. If you don't have one, don't pretend like you do. And don't go against the people who do. Because you don't have one yourself. Well, let's get back to what he was saying. Before that, no, it's charging. I would go look at the skunks, but I can't unplug it. Let's just finish with this. Vase on. Oh wow, that's new. Catching up where I left off, right? Yeah, that's never happened before. The phone died midstream. It said I was live the whole time on my other phone, on this phone, and on her phone. And when I turned it back on and came back to YouTube and clicked live to resume where you left off, I was like, hell yeah. Why not? Just make sure that this shit is charging while I do this. It is. Okay, perfect. All right. I love how you talk to them with the baby voice. That's a lot of poop.
They're feisty.
Feisty little skunks.
You don't have any problem with that type of thing, but whatever you're trying to gather an army for, it just seems like stupid shit to me.
Now, do you hear that? I don't have a problem with that. And then his very next sentence is, it's stupid shit. Really listen to him.
That I don't agree with, that I think is going to
really listen.
Elite who are, actively keeping humanity enslaved, and if you want to go after them, fine, more power to you. I personally am not that invested in the
fine, more power to you, but it's stupid shit.
the drama that goes on in this place. And does that mean that I'm going to comply when people try to get me to do something that I don't agree with, that I think is going to harm me in some way? No, I'll stand in defiance. I don't have any problem with that. And
so a large group of people standing in defiance against an authoritarian structure is what? A revolutionary army. But it's stupid shit? Like, come on, bro. Think about what you're saying.
Obviously, that's what we should be doing anyway. And
yeah, it is.
If you want people to stand in defiance against tyranny and authority,
people, meaning multiple, standing in alignment against authoritarian tyranny is a revolution. Like that's what that is. Like,
then I don't have any any problem with that type of thing. But whatever you're trying to gather an army for, uh, it just seems like.
And then he says, whatever. So you don't even know what it is? Then how do you know it's stupid? How do you know it's not perfectly in line with what you just said out of your mouth? Going against the authoritarian tyranny. If you don't even know why we're doing it, you might want to ask the question first, or go do further homework to find out. And then you could say whether it's stupid or not. And when you find out it perfectly lines up with what you just said out of your own mouth about standing in defiance against authoritarian tyranny on any and all levels of reality, including right here, all the way up to the so-called God-tier Archons, all the way up to Yalda Bayoth and beyond, then you should support it. It's really simple shit.
Good shit to me, but what do I know? You could be like a military genius for all I know. Somehow I think that, some kind of offensive action in this place is walking into a trap.
You're already in the trap. Like he himself says, this is a prison realm created by Archons to siphon your loosh. And he himself says we were captured and placed in here. You're already in the trap. Not doing anything while already in prison is just you being in prison. Not doing anything offensive on a slave plantation that has already enslaved you is you just being a good slave. If someone is trying to rape you and you're not going to be offensive, you're just going to be raped. If someone kicks in your door right now and tries to bring harm to you on any level, whether they want to give you a paper cut, or whether they want to murder you, whether they want to rape you, no matter what it is, if they're trying to bring you suffering in any way, harm in any way, and you are offensive, whatever they want to do to you, you are complying with. That's what compliance is. He said himself, well, if somebody tries to come make me do something I don't want to do, I'm going to stand in defiance. I'm not just going to comply. Yet right now you're preaching compliance. Right now. By standing in defiance of someone trying to force you to do some shit you don't want to do, and they'll force you to do, you're gonna have to take an offensive stance at some point. This is why I brought up the police, because it's the easiest example to use. If they come to your door with guns and put on those black gloves and they tell you, step outside, you're coming with us, and you say, no, I'm not, guess what? Unless you kill them, you're going with them. Because they will beat you over the head, cuff you, drag you out, and force you to where they want you to go. So the only way to not go is to force your will of not going. And even in doing so, you could still fail. They could still incapacitate. They might tase you, beat you up, spray. They might be able to break enough bones without killing you to get you to do what they want you to do by force. But if they kill you, they never got you to do it. Even if they drag your body to that cell, you're not there anymore. You refused right up to the end. And you took the offensive action in order to at least attempt to enforce your will. But when authoritarian tyrants are going to force things upon you, especially something that's already been forced upon you, like this slave society, this slave civilization, this slave monetary system, economic system, inside of this slave world and this slave realm of this slave matrix created by those slave master archons, according to you, in order to take your slave loosh, you're already in. So when you say doing something offensive in here is walking into the trap, you're already in the trap. And doing nothing offensive is just you sitting in the trap. Especially if you go along with everything in it. If you go to work every day, pay your bills on time, if you do all the things that you're supposed to do while being here, you're just being a good slave. You're not only in the trap already, you are reinforcing it upon yourself by not doing something offensive against it. If you're a slave on a plantation and you won't do anything offensive against slave system, slavery, the slave plantation, the slaves who support it, the overseer, the massa, the system as a whole, the soldiers or police or slave catchers who support that system, etc., then guess what? You're just a slave on a plantation and you're going to be that forever. You're already in the trap. You see, it's like, be logically consistent based on what you say. Makes sense, bro. Give real solutions. If you disagree with mine, because they're violent, then come up with ones that make sense that aren't violent. But they better make sense. They better actually have a possibility of reaching the end goal of non-violent slave revolt. If they don't even have the possibility to eventually end up with the slave system not being in existence, it's not a solution. It's just you saying nice things because they sound non-evil.
Somehow I think that, some kind of offensive action in this place is walking into a trap. Even if...
Which makes no fucking...
all you're fighting tyranny, and talking about, trying to fight the Archons to free humanity.
You fight them all. You fight their entire system, their whole agenda from the top to the bottom. He said to free humanity. Humanity's on this level. If you're fighting Archon in the Archon realm, you're not a human anymore. You're talking some spirit shit, some soul shit, some consciousness shit. You're talking some other shit. If you're talking about freeing humanity, you're talking about something where humanity is. To free humanity on Earth, you have to free them of the slave systems that are on Earth, which are part of the archonic agenda. That's the top-down agenda. At this level, that is what is directly affecting us and feeding them up there. So if you want to stop feeding them up there based upon the system that is here, you must destroy the system that is here in order to free the humans enough here to stop feeding them up there. And then when you die here, and you end up somewhere else or up there, wherever the Archons may be, you can then go take them on directly. And if you do that after dealing with this here, they have less loosh feeding them from here, so they're easier to defeat over there. And if you have people warring against them and their agenda here, while also warring against them and their agenda there, guess what? You're attacking them on two fronts simultaneously. You're attacking their entire agenda from top to bottom. The whole thing at the same time. That's called asymmetrical warfare. Any general in the world would laugh at you for the shit you're saying. They'd be like, bro, that's just being a slave. If you actually want to defeat your enemy, you defeat them asymmetrically. You stop their supply lines, of the loosh and whatnot. Stop feeding them. You don't empower them. You have to stop empowering them first and then do everything else. The only way to do that is to destroy their system here. Destroy this level of the agenda so this level is no longer feeding them. And then whoever's fighting them there will have an easier time fighting them. And they might even beat them. You might not even have to go. There might be someone fighting them right now. In a war, in a 1v1. It might look like a battlefield, or it might look like Dragon Ball Z for all you fucking know. But if someone's fighting them right now, and we're feeding them with our loosh based upon this system extracting it from... then we should get to work here to help those people fighting them there. And they might actually be able to defeat them because we took away some of that battery power here. And then they could free us from there. Like, think of all the actual possibilities of how you'd actually end the slave system in order to get the humans, because you said humans, out of slavery, let alone anything beyond humanity. Spirit, soul, consciousness, whatever the fuck you want to call these things. The level you'd have to be at to actually face an Archon face-to-face and fight them. Outside the Matrix, because there's Archons all throughout the Matrix. Archons are not just the beings outside the Matrix. They're anything that is trying to rule you. Anything that is feeding on you. Anything that has placed itself as your superior is an Archon. And it needs to be toppled. And especially when they're interlocking with each other and they all support each other all the way up. Destroy every single one of those interlocking levels, and you make each succeeding level weaker, so it's easier to defeat as you go on. Let alone than being harder as you just allow it to happen on every level. Like, makes sense, bro. Be consistent with your logic. It sounds like you're just afraid of violence.
And what's your solution to fighting the Archons to free humanity? Kill everybody?
That was never my solution. That was a question that when somebody says, well, how do we end the suffering of all people? You got to end all people. If you really want to end the suffering of all anything, you must end all of that anything, because as long as it exists, it's going to cause suffering. It's a philosophical argument with a philosophical solution. The way that you end, and honestly, but yes, even that answer, yes. Let's say, so if they're feeding on the loosh of all the people on this planet, right? And let's say all the people of this planet died tomorrow. They're no longer getting loosh from the people on this planet, correct? Right? See, logical consistency. You said they trapped us here. So this isn't even real. We're not even humans. Dying isn't even dying. Like, humans aren't even real, according to your fucking theory. These are just avatars we've been placed in order to be siphoned for our loosh. So let's say we all commit suicide tomorrow, or we all just kill each other. And whoever's the last man standing kills himself. So there's no more humans, no more avatars that we're stuffed into that are feeding them loosh. Be logically consistent. Yes, that actually would work. To an extent, I'm not saying that defeats them, but it would stop the siphoning of loosh from humans. There ain't no more humans. They got to reset the whole fucking world, start the shit all over. Like, if they can even do that. If they can't, it's even worse. They're like, we lost that world, but we can't reset it because we got to let the rest of the simulation run its way, run its course. We got these aliens on this planet and on this planet, and they're still feeding us loose. So we don't want to reset everything because, that might fuck that up over there. Or maybe they can just reset it. But guess what? You make them reset it over and over again. Guess what happens with every reset? Corrupted data. If it's a simulation and you have to keep resetting it, the data gets corrupted over time. Period. It doesn't even matter how advanced it is. This is how entropy works. So you keep killing everything until they have to reset it. It actually is a workable answer. Now, can we actually carry that out right now? No, I don't have a whole fucking army that's... But, like I said, you gotta start somewhere. You never start at the finish line. When it's just one person with the answer, guess what has to happen? They got to spread that answer to more people, and they also those people have to act in accordance with that answer. So yes, technically, if we did kill everyone here, let alone the whole realm, like we're just talking about the planet, but if we say the planet's the whole realm, or if we say the universe is the whole realm, or whatever this prison realm is, if you destroy everything in the prison realm, and it can no longer feed the enemy is now weakened. If you destroy the prison realm itself from the inside out, in one manner or another, you've literally broken it, and you're jailbreaking everybody in there. You people are so afraid of death, but you're not humans? What? You're not from this realm, but you don't want any harm to happen to this realm, which is a prison realm for your enslavement so they can siphon loose from you. Like, you're not making sense. You're only in a human body, which isn't real. It's just an avatar that they placed you in order to siphon loose from you, but you don't want it to die. What? Like, make that make sense. You want people to stand up against oppression and against authoritarian tyranny, but you don't want to gather no army of people to do that. Make that make sense. You want to stand against the violent slavers, but you don't want to commit acts of violence which would be required to actually stand in defiance against the violent slavers. Make that make sense. You people just say weird shit because you're fucking afraid. And that's the truth, and none of you want to admit that. You are scared of your enemy and don't want to address them on any level of reality. So you pretend like when I die, I'm just going to go fight them. No, you're not. You wouldn't fight them here. On even footing. You won't fight a police officer. But you going to go fight like an angel with a flaming sword. Like, you're going to go fight a demon. A Lovecraftian creature with tentacles, 1,000 teeth, chittering and sliding around space-time. Like, you're going to go fight gods, archons, the captors, those who are able to capture you on a higher level of reality and enslave you and place you into a lower level of reality. Do you know the level of ability that's required for a motherfucker to do that? You'll go fight them out there, which you may never get out there, but you won't fight them right here, where it's easier. This is easy level. Every human here can be shot and killed. Good luck doing that to the Archons. Good luck even getting there to do that to the Archons. Good luck getting out of the Matrix to fight the beings outside the Matrix. And even if you can, have you ever seen the Matrix movies? Remember what Sentinels looked like? So when a human who's been in the Matrix for however long gets out of that, that pink fucking goo, and they're all weak because they haven't been using their muscles and shit, and then a Sentinel rolls up, are they going to beat that Sentinel in a one-on-one fight? Nah, what are they going to need? Other people to help them. An army, right? Right. That's called an army. That's a fighting force. Even if you go there and want to fight them there, you're gonna need an army. You said they captured us. How do you think they did that? It's called warfare. You're a prisoner of war. I've said it multiple times. They captured you and then imprisoned you. So they waged war upon you to physically force you into their prison. You going to bed, my love?
Yes, I'm tired.
I love you, dear.
I love you.
Sweet lucid dreams. Sweet astral travels. You fall asleep quickly, lucid, and powerfully. I love you.
Love you.
Don't let nobody stop you. So again, you're gonna need an army, no matter what, whether it's here or there. And I'm not even saying you yourself are gonna need to lead an army as the general of the, no. You're just gonna need other like-minded individuals carrying out actions that will help lead to the outcome you're seeking. Because there's no way in fuck you're doing it by yourself. Like, no way in fuck. Unless you think you Jesus or you're Goku, like, you're the one who, even Goku needed help. Shit, even Jesus had his disciples. And even he failed. Look at his religion. Look where it's gotten us. Like, even Jesus failed. Like, gave it his best non-violent shot. Look what happened. Martin Luther King gave it his best non-violent shot. Look what happened. Like, and then those who did violence, look where we are still too. So both sides, the non-violent niggas and the violent motherfuckers, have failed up to this point to get the job done. So you're going to need all the above. I don't mind people who are afraid of violence, who just can't get their hands dirty in that way. That's fine. Preach and support those who will. If you're not a violent revolutionary, or like especially here on Earth, I said this to my mom because she's 66 years old. I'm like, you ain't got to go out there and do nothing, lady. You 66 with bad knees, a cane, you've had 4 surgeries. Nobody expects you to be out there fighting. But for them 25-year-olds who are in shape and can go do that, you better support them. Because they're fighting on your behalf. You get what I'm saying? Like, so even if you're not a violent individual on any level of reality, on whatever level of reality there are individuals willing to do violence against your captors, you better support them. If there was violence against the agenda and systems of your captors from the bottom all the way up, you better support them. They doing that shit for you. Like, because you're not willing to do it, so you better at least speak their names and in support instead of talking shit and just be a slave for fucking ever. Like, because if you're not willing to do it, well, you just gonna be a slave. Period. Period. Period.
So that we don't have to be here anymore in the prison? That seems kind of fucking psychopathic to me. I don't know. What's the problem?
What?
Kill everybody? So that we don't have to be here anymore in the prison? That seems kind of fucking psychopathic to me. I don't.
No, it's psychopathic to trap people in a prison to enslave them. It's psychopathic to tell them that they shouldn't do anything to get out of that prison. If you yourself say that you are only in a human avatar because you've been trapped by the Archons in order to feed them loosh, and then you're going to tell everyone that they shouldn't do anything to get out of those avatars, you're acquiescing to that's Stockholm Syndrome. You're acquiescing to the slavery you were placed within. You're treating the avatars as if they have any importance at all. According to your theory, they're not even real. This body I'm talking to you through is just an avatar in a simulated reality designed to steal my loosh. If it dies, it dies. It doesn't matter. It's not real. Like, I'm not even from here, according to you and your own theory. Now, if you believe otherwise, then you know, you can make any other argument. But if that's your belief that you're espousing right here in this video that we're watching, this is why I like hearing people with their own words. I'm not putting words in your mouth. It's what you're saying. If that's what you believe, then you shouldn't be telling people not to do anything they can to get out of it. Like, whether it's killing themselves or killing the entire world. Because in the end, when everybody wakes up in the real world, and it's like, oh shit, none of that was real? Damn, thanks for killing me, bro, because I was really fighting hard as fuck to stay there. I believed I was a whole human. I was fighting with tooth and nail to stop you from killing me. But thanks for killing me, bro. Because now I get to see that that wasn't even real. This is real. And those are the Archons over there. Let's go punish those motherfuckers. See, do you want the outcome of freedom or not? Because it's going to take sacrifice. Period. Period. And guess what? Even without it, you're sacrificing anyway. It's going to take pain to get free. But guess what? It takes pain to be a slave too. You're going to be in pain either fucking way. So is your pain going to just be more towards more slavery, or is it going to be towards gaining freedom at some point, or at least attempting to? People die every day, B. There's a saying in the hood, niggas get robbed every day, B. Every day. People suffer every day, B. If they're suffering going towards reinforcing the slavery on any level or all levels of reality, or is it going towards doing away with that slavery and attempting, bare minimum attempting, to enforce freedom? Which direction do you want your pain to go in? Towards slavery? More slavery? Forever? Or towards freedom eventually? Hopefully in some form or fashion. Do you want to use that pain to try to some way steer towards the possibility of freedom? Or do you just always want to be steered right into slavery? Because you're already enslaved. You yourself said you're in an Archon realm designed to loose you, to siphon your loosh. So you're already a slave. So if they're siphoning your loosh, and you're going to produce it regardless of whether you're here, because you're going to have emotions just by being here. So do you want to use that emotional power? Do you want to use some of that loosh for yourself? And try to get free of this motherfucker? Or do you just want to use that to power them and feed them forever by not doing anything offensive, not forming any armies, not harming anything? Like, do you hear yourselves? Stockholm Syndrome is a motherfucker. You've become so addicted to the human that you know you aren't. That you think it's psychopathic to kill all humans that you claim aren't even fucking real and are only avatars for us to be siphoned through. But it's not psychopathic or insane to want to remain there, to stay there, and to tell people not to do anything about it. That's insanity. Even if it's psychopathic to kill all the humans, it's insanity to do otherwise. Like, it's insanity to just not do anything at all. And anytime somebody brings up doing anything, I'm just going to talk against it. Come on, bro. Really listen to yourself.
What's the process of that? How's that work? You're going to...
The process is very simple. You spread the word, you teach people, and eventually people start taking action based upon what you taught them. You start at step 1. Motherfuckers always want to step 100, but you're not even willing to take step 1. Well, tell me all 100 steps. Are you going to do step 1? No, then I have no reason to even tell you step 2. You know, it's like, and if you really want to know, just go watch the live streams. I talk about it all the time. All the fucking time. It starts with spreading the information, and then people start to act on that information. And slowly but surely, you eventually end up with enough people acting in alignment with the information to the point where the answers start to really show themselves. That's how wars are won. You start somewhere. You walk into a room and shoot someone. And then eventually a war sparks, an assassination sparks. The fucking, what are they called? The Minutemen for the American Revolution ran out to the field and stood in front of the fucking redcoats with their guns and said, "You're not entering our town without killing us." And they all died, and the redcoats entered their town. But that's what was necessary for the war to begin. At some point, somebody's got to grip up their weapons and go stand out in front of the redcoats and be like, "We're not just going to let you do what you want anymore. You're going to have to kill us. Either we're going to win or we're going to die." Period.
You know, create death camps and line people up and
Have I ever said anything about death camps or lining people up? That implies organizational structures. Have I ever talked about anything organizational? No, I'm an anarchist. I'm an anarchist. The fuck, bro? And again, my answer isn't even to kill all humans. That was never the answer. That's the answer if you want to end all human suffering. Don't get me wrong, if you kill humans again, as I said, that'll end their loosh farm here on this planet with humans. But the answer is attack their agenda at every level. There's no need to kill all the humans if you can just start getting more and more humans to operate in a manner that will attack that agenda. I would rather go burn down Google, get rid of that AI. For starters, there's 10,000 people who absolutely need to die. Like, there's whole organizational structures who need to be taken to the ground. Monetary systems, economic systems, financial systems, they all need to go. Whole religions that need to go. Just think of who and what the problem is, and that's what needs to go. It's that simple. Like, y'all make it sound like it's so complicated. What's the problem? These authoritarian tyrants. Okay, so if we kill them, will that end it? Well, no, because they could put more people in place because they have this system that's also authoritarian and tyrannical. Okay, so if we dismantle that system from top to bottom, well, now you're talking. Well, how do we do that? Well, what is the system ran on? The monetary system. Well, who prints the money? Do you understand? This is very simple shit. Every problem has a step-by-step solution in the problem itself. How did the problem come in? What is the problem? Who, what, when, where, why, and how is the problem? If you can answer who, what, when, where, why, and how, you will have the entire answer because you know exactly what it is. So now you know exactly how to dismantle it. And then you just start preaching that. And then more and more people will learn more and more about the problem and how to dismantle it. And then more people eventually will act in that manner. It's real simple shit. Like, y'all make it sound like it's so complicated. And you always want to come to the most craziest, outlandish fucking examples to make it sound like it's crazy to go against them while talking about going against them. We're going to kill every human. I mean, that would work on a certain level to a degree. But no, that's not what I've told people is the solution, ever. I would love to wipe out humanity. I don't know how to do that in any quick fashion. And I think that over time, it'll happen on its own, and we should help speed it up. Like, antinatalism is great because a lot of people aren't going to have babies. People blowing up IVF clinics is great because that means there's going to be less clinics for people to bring babies into. Yeah. So spreading the philosophy, the thought process is great because people in their own lives will then act in accordance with said philosophy in order to feed the archonic agenda as little as they can, based upon the information being spread. But then you can actually go out and commit offensive acts against that system and that agenda on any level of reality you exist upon as well. Including, if you want to, trying to wipe out all of humanity. Trying to wipe out all things on this level of existence so this entire reality can't feed them. Yeah, you could do that if you want, but that's not what I've ever said to go do. Like, people just they don't ever listen to me. And I know that because he hasn't gone back and listened to what I'm saying. He's just picking it up from right here where Philosophy Vids is. Like, you're super late. You got to go back. Get the real solutions because I talk about them thoroughly. And go read the comments because I talk about them thoroughly. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to do a live stream. I'm not going to do that tonight. I might do that tomorrow or the next day or something. Well, I'm going to do a live stream on all those long-ass comments that I keep stored, that I place places because they have the solutions right in them. That's why I comment them. So I can just read it out loud since people don't like to read. Like, they want solutions, but they don't want to read. You don't want solutions then. Holy shit.
use them for slave labor to further your machine to that.
Did I ever say anything about enslaving anyone? Have I ever? No. No. That's all about creating a machine of it. No. Do you see how these people do this? They don't actually listen to what you say and refute what you say. They refute their own thought processes. It's crazy.
That is meant to kill people. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. Seeing some red flags here.
What red flags? You have yet to actually give any solution that I personally give. So which red flags? Like, you know, it's like, to what solution I actually gave. He didn't bring up entropy and talk about that, or any nuance or context about what I talk about with entropy. He doesn't talk about anything that I talk about within this monetary system, like separating from it by to your best ability, not working in it, etc. The economic aspect, the financial, like, because I've given the whole. I'm not gonna do that whole thing right now because we'll be here for another 5 fucking hours. But I've given entire live streams on this shit, and he's yet to bring up a single actual solution I've actually said. He just uses the word violence as if. And then he talks about random violent things like creating a slave camp. Have I ever said that? No. Come on. Be specific, bro.
That's all I'm saying. I'd say that if somebody praises the action of someone that blows up a building.
What building? What was going on in that building? Do you see how he ignores the context, the nuance, the reason for it? Why Edward Guy Barkis himself said he was doing it? And how he said it was attacking the Archonic agenda, because part of that agenda is to bring as many people here as possible. And since right now, most countries in the world, with the exception of like a handful of like African and maybe South American countries, are in negative birth rates, meaning they're not replacing the people that are dying with new children. So what do? IVF, CRISPR, test tube babies. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so this dude who saw that and said, oh, this is all part of the Archonic agenda to bring more people here. And since they're struggling to bring people here, they're going to now use science and technology to bring more people here. So I'm going to attack that system. Even if he doesn't succeed in killing the embryos, and he said this somewhat himself, it's about attacking that agenda, the idea of it. And showing people that those buildings can be blown up. Things can be done against that agenda in a physical manner. If you want to stop having people being brought here to be enslaved so they can fucking provide loosh, you attack the systems that bring the people here. Duh. Like, it's basic common sense, step-by-step logic. What outcome do you want? What path can you take to get there on your level of existence? And guess what? After he died, after that bombing, if he is on another level of existence, he can continue carrying out his agenda of attacking the Archonic agenda wherever the fuck he ends up next. Basic common sense. Like, this is simple step-by-step logic. Really listen to yourself.
Then that's a bit of a red flag.
Are you insane? Aliens just dropped on the planet? You know, it's like, and are manipulating our fucking whole world society. And I said aliens because, you know, philosophy vids himself said that archangels literally fell to the earth physically and are here in physical form, either as spirits in human bodies or in some other fashion. But they're literally here on earth manipulating this entire reality. This whole Archonic agenda that's happening on earth is run from those fallen angels. Well, this guy says it's coming directly from the Archons themselves. It's not fallen. At least I haven't heard him say that there's fallen angels. And he just said the Archons, which are beings of higher power who are controlling this reality. So same shit, different terminology. And maybe his Archons are outside of this reality and this guy's fallen angels are in this reality. But it still means this reality, starting on every level of it, is part of their Archonic agenda. Right? So if you destroy any level of it, you are destroying part of their Archonic agenda. If you destroy every level of it, you destroy the entire agenda. So if aliens, because that's the equivalent, that's the analogy, decided to kidnap humans, like if actual physical aliens in this reality came here right now to Earth, grabbed us and told us they were going to put us in a matrix so they could siphon loose from us to feed them, how do you defeat them? You kill them. You destroy their systems. Well, it's no different with Archons. In that reality, the Archons would be the aliens and we would be the humans, and they came to us and they put us in this reality to siphon our loose here to feed them there. That's no different than aliens from this reality coming to this planet to grab humans who are here and put them in a matrix here to feed them. So the answer is the same. You drill, my nigga. You drill. You kill the aliens. You don't say, I'm not going to put together an army to fight the aliens. That's just stupid. What? You ever seen Independence? You ever seen Mars Attacks? Bruh, you got to find a way to fight them. You ever seen go watch Battle Los Angeles? The mythos has all the answers for you. It's right in your face. You drill, my friend, you drill. If someone came to your door right now, another human, and said, I'm going to put you in a cage, and I'm going to take your blood and siphon it into bags. I'm never going to kill you, because I want your blood every day, but I'm going to siphon it into bags every day so I can drink it. So I can drink your adrenochrome. How do you stop that? They're going to violently do that. They're going to force you into that cage so they can force that shit into your veins. They're going to strap you down, and they're going to forcefully take your blood from you every day and feed on it. Like the vampires they are. What do? You fucking kill them. And if you want to help anybody else who's stuck in that system of getting their blood drained, you fuck up their entire agenda. You take down their whole system of kidnapping, enslaving, and blood draining. You kill all of them on any level of reality they exist upon. You take their entire agenda down with whatever impacts you can make, no matter how small or how large. You don't just let them drink your blood and go, well, I don't want to do anything offensive. Well, I don't want to do anything violent. Then you're going to get your blood drank, bro. I can make metaphor after metaphor, analogy after analogy to show you the position you're in based upon your own logic, with Archons feeding on your loosh. Those are vampires drinking your blood. What you going to do? Stab them with a stake. Stake the heart, my guy. Take the head off. Set the body on fire. Then destroy the whole vampire system. Somebody call Blade. See, I'm Blade. That's the difference. You're just some human being fed on and being like, guys, we shouldn't do anything about it. Yeah, we should stand against it, but not violently. And the vampires laugh as they bite you. While I pull out my blade sword, my adamantium sword, and I start cutting off vampire heads. And if I'm not Blade and I'm not cutting off vampire heads, but I see Blade somewhere cutting off a vampire, I go, oh yeah, look at that. If I see somebody going and blowing up one of their blood banks, you know how in the Blade movies and in the Marvel universe, they have these blood banks for vampires? Well, if you go blow up one of those blood banks, they don't have blood to drink. They start to starve, which is going to force them out into the streets, out into the open, because they're going to have to try to go take victims, which now makes them vulnerable and easier to pick off than letting them have their system where they could just go get their blood from the humans who were kidnapped and drained by their little system they have set up. You start attacking a system. Even if you don't blow up the blood, just blowing up the building and expressing the fact that this is ran by vampires, it's part of the vampiric agenda, and they're trying to bring people here to get more blood from them. You're spreading that message and showing people at the same exact time they can be touched. And their system can be touched. The buildings that house their system can be touched. Like, this is very simple shit, but y'all don't like looking at things logically because you're too fucking emotionally attached to being the humans you claim you aren't. You're too emotionally attached to the hell realm you call a hell realm. I'll blow up this entire motherfucking realm. It's a hell realm. This is your prison. This is not something you should want to exist at all, let alone forever. Like, you should be very willing to destroy this whole fucking thing and everything in it, because it's theirs and it's feeding them. And you're probably never going to get out of it as long as it exists. You're going to have to fight from the inside out, like any prison revolt, like any slave revolt, like any revolution or civil war. Like, you got to start the fight right where you are and take it all the way to the end, no matter where the end is, until you either win or you are truly finished forever. Defeated forever. You can't do shit. And even if you can't do shit, you're still shaking. Like, they got you tied to a bed, your mouth is covered, your head is... You're still... You're still giving them every little problem you can give them just by vibrating on that little fucking bed they got you tied down to. Make them come in and have to inject you every fucking day. Because if they don't inject you, you're gonna fucking while out at any fucking moment. So they just gotta keep sedating your ass. Now you're kind of useless to them. Can't even use you for the slavery because you're just a problem. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? This is basic shit. Common sense. Step-by-step logic. What outcome do you want? What steps could you actually take to get to that outcome? It doesn't matter how crazy the steps sound or even how impossible they sound. Are those the steps required? Then you better get to making some impossible shit possible. Because anything else is you just being a slave forever. Think about it. And you're not trying to gather an army to do something about them? Planet? You know, it's like, and are manipulating our...
Then that's a bit of a red flag.
Are you insane? Aliens just dropped on the planet? You know, it's like, and are manipulating our fucking whole world society? And you're not trying to gather an army to do something about them? Thoughts?
Any of that childish shit.
Weird indeed.
It's just, I'm not here for that. I don't fucking care.
And yet he just agreed with me by saying weird indeed. So it's weird indeed that Philosophy Vid says you should not create an army to fight the fallen angels that he believes are currently ruling the earth, who themselves have created armies, nations, police states, etc. to enforce their... He says you should not fight back against them in that manner at all. Even though that's what they're using to control you. So in order to stop being controlled, you would have to overthrow that system, because that's the system of control. Like, if that's what they're using to control you, that's what you have to defeat. So, it's not a smart idea, it's a weird idea to do the opposite of that. And somehow think you're going to win. And then when he says, weird indeed, that is him agreeing with what I just said. But he just said 2 seconds before that he was agreeing with Philosophy Vid that you shouldn't try to grow an army. Which is weird. That's weird. Like, gather an army to do something about them. Weird thoughts.
Any of that childish shit.
Weird indeed.
It's just, I'm not here for that. I don't fucking care. If that somehow...
I don't fucking care. Yeah, clear as day.
You know, if you think you're progressing by doing that, then more power to yourself.
If you think you're progressing by doing that, yet he makes videos every day on a YouTube channel. It's a platform that he has a channel on. No different than Discord. You're having a server on. Like, exactly. Why do you have these channels if you're not trying to spread the information to more people, so more people behave in a manner in accordance with the information in order to possibly get the outcome of freeing themselves and you and anyone else who's enslaved to that agenda? What's the point of spreading the information about the agenda of the Archons if you don't want anyone to do anything differently? If you just want them to keep acting as slaves, don't make videos. Like, if you're going to make a video telling them you're all slaves but don't do anything about it, what's the point in even telling them they're all slaves? You don't want them to do anything anyway. The whole point of making the video is to spread the information so people can behave on that information. Period. Whether you want to openly admit that to yourself or not, you are trying to build an army of people that can then behave in a manner that is against the archonic agenda. Philosophy Vids is trying to build an army of people to go against the fallen angels. That's why he's telling everyone that they exist. And if you go look at all his posts and stuff where he's talking about war against them, standing on demons' necks and shit, it's real weird to say that there's an army at war against you right now, enslaving you, siphoning you. But you don't want you and those like you to do anything about it. And anybody who does, well, they're the weirdos. All right, if you say so. Think about it. Like, he's doing the same shit, and then trying to act like he's not doing the same shit. Oh, it's childish if you do it on Discord, but on my YouTube channel, no. I'm the adult in the room. Do you get, like, bro, shut up. You're being a hypocrite.
Right? Do whatever you gotta do to get by. Yeah. Do I need to keep going? I think I've made my stance clear in my community posts. I really don't fucking care. You know, if people have an issue.
He really doesn't care, yet he refutes me at every chance he gets, without actually saying my name. He doesn't care, but he's hanging on every word. Every time I post something, every time I drop a live stream, he's there with a post to try and call me a demon. But he doesn't care, though. Bro, which is it? You care and you're against the demons that I am? Like, I'm an
I also want to make a point that calling people demons and trying to get people to see other people as demons when you don't know that, or, you know, especially people in the truth movement who are obviously not demons, you know, like that whole shit, that needs to go. That's not helping anything. It just makes people paranoid, and, you know, paranoia is not a good mental state. Paranoia makes you...
But let's talk about why they do it. Why do people throw around ad hominems, strawmans? Why do they call each other demons and devils? Because they're trying to discredit the person instead of what the person is saying, because they have nothing to actually go against the logic of the person. So what is the information the person is speaking? Specifically me in this video. You notice how he doesn't go against that ever, because he can't. So what does he do? He just calls me a demon and a devil in post after post. He'll never refute the logic. He'll just say I'm evil for expressing it. Because he can't refute the logic. So he must, in some other way, try to discredit the message. So if you can't discredit the message itself, you discredit the messenger. You dehumanize. That's what they do.
Prime real estate to be fucked with by the entities, and mind controlled and fucked around. You know, they'll go in and make you super paranoid and you know, hit you with like different kinds of energies that make it seem like people around you are demons when they're really just regular people. That's what I think is going on there. But at the same time, there also does seem to be like some kind of agents like in physical form in the Matrix, because I've heard people say weird shit that I talk.
Yeah, they're called police, soldiers, politicians, CEOs, anyone and everyone on any level that would support the Archonic agenda is an agent of that agenda, even if they don't know it. Period.
In previous videos where I've had people say things like this woman cashier walked behind me and after helping somebody, I was at the self checkout, and she...
Voters, if you vote, guess what? You're an agent of the agenda. I don't care if you voted for Obama, Trump, Biden, whoever, you're an agent. Your level of agency depends on how much you devote your time every day to their system. Do you go to work every day, paying bills and shit? Like, how much do you do of what they want you to do? And how much of that supports their system and their agenda from this level all the way up? People really need to step back and look in the fucking mirror and see just how much they do on a daily basis. And then they need to stop doing what they can stop and start doing what they can start doing, in order to try to flip that so they're not just feeding Archons. But nobody ever wants to look themselves in the mirror and see what they're doing that they can stop doing, nor what they aren't doing. They just want to keep going along to get along, being good little slaves forever, and somehow think they're just going to get free one day.
Walked behind me and said, "You're not getting out." And there was nobody else around except the dude that she just talked to. And as I walked out, she just looked away. It was the weirdest fucking thing. And then something else happened where I walked into like a cheesecake shop with my ex-wife, and she just looked at me as soon as I walked up through the door. She said, "Fucking retard." And then after we got our slice, and we were going towards the cashier, she said, "Don't talk to him, you fucking retard." And just like right at me, and I actually looked at her, and her mouth was, I saw her mouth moving when she was saying that, and which means that person said that. Like, why? What the fuck is going on here, right? It's the weirdest. It's like, and it seemed like she was talking about the my entity. I think is possibly the god of the realm, or just a high up archdemon type entity, a very powerful demon of some sort. I think that's who she was referring to. So it does seem like there are possibly demons in the flesh. I don't know. I don't think you should just assume and point fingers, though, because...
Now, let's say there's literal demons in the flesh, archons, whatever we want to call them, right? Should you not kill them? You should, right? And you should dismantle anything that is helping them on this level of reality, and anything that they themselves are helping on this level of reality, yeah? Because if they're here acting as agents on behalf of the archons who are there, you should probably kill them and dismantle anything they're doing here, yeah? Makes sense, right? Logical steps, 1 + 1 = 2, yeah?
You don't know. And when people act human, and when they're acting like the situation that we're in is crazy, I kind of feel like the demons here just kind of like go with the program. So anyway,
they just go with the program. But what has he been telling you to do this entire video? Go with the program. Oh, don't do anything offensive. Don't commit any violence. I'm not going to give you any actual solutions, but every solution that I've heard so far, or anything alluding to a solution, I'm going to tell you to stand against. I'm going to tell you to stand in defiance, but I won't tell you what that actually means or how to be defiant, because you shouldn't be violent. But you should stand in defiance against violence. Against people doing violence against you. What? Like, make up your mind, bro. Are you telling people to go with the flow and just go along to get along and not do anything about the situation they're in? Or are you telling them to do something? And if you're telling them to do something, what are you telling them? Be specific. Tell them what to do based upon how you see the solution to the problem that you presented. Us being here, trapped by Archons, we're not even from this realm, so we're not these people. We're from another realm, outside this realm. We're from another realm outside the whole Matrix, and we're just trapped here to be loose siphoned. So what should they actually do about that right here, right now, as humans? And then every level beyond being a human. What do you think happens after death? And what do you think that we should be doing after death? After the human body dies, since we're not from here, this isn't our actual body, do you think we're just going to pop back up outside the Matrix? Do you think we're going to be in a vat of goo? Do you think we'll be laying on a bed with a headset somewhere? Do you think that we're going to just pop into the astral? What do you think's going to happen? And if you don't know what's going to happen, or what are the possibilities? What are the theories that you think could possibly happen? And what should we be doing if we end up in any of those possibilities? I go over that shit in video after video. You have yet to give anyone a solution to anything. Give us a solution, bro. Give us a solution. Stop shooting them down and actually give us one. And be specific. Make it make real sense and follow logical consistency based upon the problem that you said was the problem.
I'm going to listen ahead here. There seems to be a lot of ego bullshit and puffing up of the chest and things like that. So
ego bullshit and puffing up of the chest. Do you hear how they say these terms, but they won't actually show you what was said? And why it's just ego bullshit or puffing up of the chest? platitudes. When somebody speaks in platitudes like that and they don't actually speak in exacts, really pay attention to the things they say.
I'm gonna see if I can get to somewhere where he makes his point. Honestly, dude, I want to know.
And I've been making my points the entire video. Have y'all not been listening? Y'all been listening. Every time Philosophy Vid says something and I pause it, it's because I'm making a point based upon something Philosophy Vids said in response to me. I'm responding to him responding. So whatever point I'm making in the video is based upon the point Philosophy Vids is supposedly making in his video. He's literally watching the video. If you're trying to look for my solutions to everything, why would you be going to look at a video with me responding to something Philosophy Vid said instead of just going and watching my shit, reading my shit? Like, come on, man. You're making it harder than it has to be.
Shagel, what is your plan? What's your idea of what should be done here? Have you said that?
I've said it 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways. I've said it in this video, responding to you in many different ways. You give me a problem and I will give you a solution to that problem. Because the solution to that problem will be in that problem. It always is. The solution to the problem is always in the problem. You basically just unwind the problem. Well, what's the problem? Who, what, when, where, why, how? Okay. So what can we do about who, what, when, where, why, how? Like, it's that simple. Pick any problem and the solution's in the problem. I already told you about it. If we're slaves here, if this is a plantation, a farm, a feeding ground, a loose siphoning realm, well, it doesn't matter what is actually it's all the same enemy, and it's all being fed by this system. So what has to go? This system and that enemy. Duh. Like, it's gotta go.
Are you gonna tell us? I'm sort of on the edge of my seat. Like, what are we?
If he was really on the edge of his seat, he'd be watching all my other videos where I've said these things 1,000 times. He's picking the oddest video out of all videos to watch if he's looking at one of the videos that are literally labeled solutions. And under those videos, I have long-ass messages, long-ass texts, long-ass comments with many, many links talking about many, many things when it comes to the solutions of what I see as problems and in response to what other people say they see as problems themselves. So if you really want those answers, bro, they already exist. And honestly, I mean, I've answered a lot of that in this video here responding to you. But if you really want it, I'll say it again for the 17th time. Go back to my first video of this year, Humanity, What a Species, where I'm complaining, but I do talk some solution, but I'm complaining. And then go watch my live streams where I'm really talking solutions. Go watch all my live streams and listen to the step-by-step logic. Actually listen. Don't try to refute what you think I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying word for word and refute that if you don't like it. And I would suggest not even responding until you get through them all. Because I clarify certain things that I've said in the past. So something I said in my first live stream, I might clarify in the second or third or fourth. For people who didn't fully get it, or maybe I said it in a funny way or something. So then, because the answer might already exist before you even have to come ask me the question. It's probably already recorded.
What do I do? Can you help us out here? Are you just gonna keep edging us?
I've been doing it the entire time. Yo ass don't like to listen. You yourself have said multiple times in this video that you don't understand what is because you're not listening. Even the videos you've shown us here, you won't just listen to the whole thing. You skip around and you don't really listen, so you're missing context and nuance. You're going to skip 5 minutes, and I'm going to say something with context and nuance based upon something that was already priorly said. Like, come on, bro. Pay attention. And the answer if you want it. I got a whole channel. Like, he just calls me an evil demon because I actually answer the questions he refuses to answer. It's basic. If all things suffer simply by existing, and they cause suffering simply by existing, then how do you get rid of suffering? You have to get rid of the things that exist. And which part of that is logically incorrect? It's logically true. I'm not saying you have to go do that but you have no better answer. Period. Neither did Philosophy Vids. And that's based upon the questions of the pro-mortalist, anti-natalist, ephalist, etc.-ist communities. That's not even me saying, I'm not even out to end all suffering. Realistically, I don't think that's possible. As long as things exist, suffering will exist. You know, I would love to end all existence, but I don't know how to do that at this point. The closest I can get is entropy, which is going to take a very long fucking time. But it's the only answer that I got to actually going that far. So in the meantime, we should probably be focused more on what is affecting us in real time. Yeah, we can increase entropy over time in order to erase all things so nothing can suffer in the future, but we're not going to get that shit done on Tuesday. So we should be doing anything and everything that we possibly can do, and we should stop doing anything and everything that we should stop doing on any and every level of existence, that we exist upon. It's very simple shit. Very simple. Come up with anything you could do and anything you could stop doing in order to help push us in the direction of defeating the Archons and their agenda from top to bottom. Anything. Do that, preach that, and support that being done. If it pushes in the direction of us defeating the Archons and their agenda from top to bottom, from here all the way up, I support you preaching or doing anything that will actually end up with that outcome in the end, or the possibility of that outcome in the end. Think of anything right now. Yes, do that. If it falls in line logically, step by step, with the outcome that I'm seeking, I'm going to support that. Period. Because as long as they exist, they will suffer and they will cause suffering. That's just a logical fact.
Okay, Shango. How is it that you're going to stop things from existing?
Did I say that I was going to stop things from existing? Have I ever said that I was going to stop things from existing? See, they don't actually listen to what was said. I'm answering a logical question that was asked. I'm not telling you to go do that. I've said, even in this video, which I think he's about to skip, I very specifically said, I don't know how to do that. I can talk about entropy, as I just said, because entropy will end everything over time. But I'm not even telling you to go end everything everywhere. It'd be nice if we can get that done eventually at some point, through entropy, etc., whatever we might figure out later on. Right now we're here as humans, but if we're not even really humans and we're actually higher dimensional entities from a higher realm and we're just being stuck in this dimensional prison, then once we are able to actually deal with this fucking place, get out of here and go, that we might actually be able to figure that out. I'm not even saying that we could. It might not be possible, but we might. The only way to know is to take steps in that direction. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they're not even arguing with what I'm actually saying. They're arguing with what they hear in their heads in response to what I'm saying. I never told you to go do that. Really listen to what I'm going to play it again. Really listen to what I've said. And tell me where the logical inconsistency is. Tell me where the 1 + 1 doesn't equal the 2. If all things suffer simply by existing, cause suffering simply by existing, then how do you get rid of suffering? You have to get rid of the things that exist. Because as long as they exist, they will suffer and they will cause suffering. That's just a logical fact. Let's pay attention and see if he skips what I say next. I don't know if he will. I can't remember. We played it earlier, but if not, what I say after that.
Okay, Shango. How is it that you're going to stop things from existing?
Never said I was.
Are you going to kill somebody? If you kill that person, do they stop existing? I don't think so.
I don't either. See, this is why you should pay attention and listen, because I don't think that when a human dies, now, if that person was just a human, sure. If people believe NPCs are literal and real, they're just humans, no souls, no consciousness, they're not spirited or whatever terms people want to use, then that human dying actually does get rid of that person. That being ceases to exist. But if you are spirited, souled, conscious, etc., etc., if you're something beyond the body, more than the body, etc., then that body dying is not you dying. That's just the avatar you're in dying. And if that's the case, why are you so against it? Because if you don't believe that they're dying, and you don't believe this is a real reality, and you believe, Mr. Shepperd, that this is an archonic realm created for the specific purposes of siphoning you, and you're only in that human avatar to be siphoned, why would you have an issue with that human avatar being killed, or any human avatar? Seeing as those things are the direct, like, battery process. Seeing as they're required for the enemy to feed on us. Wouldn't you want those things destroyed so the enemy cannot use them to feed upon us? Isn't that what makes logical sense, step by step? See, they hate logic. They just like their feelings and emotions. Oh, it sounds terrible to harm humans, but based on your logic, no, it doesn't. It actually sounds downright sane. If we're like, if we are in an archonic prison realm for the purpose of siphoning our loosh through living these human lives, then getting rid of the humans so we're no longer trapped in them, or living the human lives so we're no longer producing loosh for the enemy, seems to be the way to go. Logic. Like, motherfuckers hate logic. But that's not even my answer. Yeah, you can do that. That is an answer. Absolutely, that's a solution. But that's only one solution. It's a multi-tiered solution. While people who want to kill themselves should kill themselves, absolutely. But guess what? Those who want to fight on this level should fight on this level. They should go fight that agenda. Fight the archonic agenda on any and every level of existence that you exist upon. It's the same answer I give every video. This is how I know they're not fucking listening. The answers are right. I'm giving it to you every fucking time. On any and every level of existence that you exist upon, figure out any and every possible way you can start going against the archonic agenda and stop feeding it. And then you tell me the 10 different ways that you've come to. See, but they don't even want to think about real solutions. They just want to argue with yours. They don't even provide solutions. Whole 26-minute video, he's provided 0 solutions. He's done nothing but attack what he thinks are my solutions. But they're not even my solutions. They're his thought processes producing what he thinks are my solutions based upon his reaction to certain things I said without context or nuance. Without him going back and listening further to actually get the context and the nuance to what was being said in this video, because this is a response to who was responding to me based on things I've said for months. Like, why would you start here? This is the worst place to start. You really want to know my thoughts? Go back to the beginning and start there, and you'll know.
I mean, do you think that the physical is all there is? Do you think that this is base reality?
Nope, sure don't. I do not think the physical is all there is. Matter of fact, it's technically not even physical. It's all vibrational energy. Everything in existence is just energy. So it's not even really physical, it's quantum. And no, this is not all there is. This is not base reality. And I've never said that it was. Literally ever. The very first live stream, you'll know that answer. But you don't do any study. You responded to some shit that you shouldn't be responding to yet. Because anybody who does watch my shit and is watching this shit, they're going to be laughing at you like, this dude didn't look at any of his shit. And any of his shit. Because if he just watched the first fucking video he made, he would know that. If you really want to know, go look. It's all there. No, I do not think this is base reality, or this is physical reality, or that when you die here as a physical being, when your avatar dies, you're actually dead. If you're a conscious being. If you're just some soulless NPC or some shit, well then hey, it is what it is.
Sure, yeah, existence is pain. I get it, but
do you though? Sure, yeah, existence is pain. Listen to the words. He's agreeing. So if, yeah, sure, existence is pain, then the only way to get rid of pain is to get rid of existence. I'm not telling you to do that. If you want to try, go right ahead. I'd love if you succeeded. That'd be awesome. If everything ceased to exist, that'd be cool. There would be no pain because there'd be nothing. But guess what? That's just the logical step-by-step conclusion to the question being asked. If existence is pain, how do you get rid of pain? By getting rid of existence. Oh, you're so evil, so psychopathic. Oh, bro, I'm just answering the question. And you yourself just said, sure, yeah, existence is pain, which means you agree. See, like, listen to the words you say. Because you agree and then contradict yourself right after. And I forget what you're about to say, but I bet you're about to contradict your own agreement.
You think that, do you think that is all there is? Do you
Nope.
think that this is base reality?
Nope.
Sure, yeah, existence is pain. I get it, but is it possible to exist where there's no pain?
Nope. You just said it yourself. Sure, yeah, existence is pain, but is it possible to exist with no pain? Well, if existence is pain, then it's not possible to exist in a state where there's no pain. Logical step-by-step conclusions. 1 + 1 = 2 every fucking time. Stop contradicting yourself 2 seconds after saying something. You've been doing it this whole video. Like, stop that.
I think it's possible. I think that's a thing that can happen.
How? And make it make real sense. Especially if you yourself just said existence is pain. So if existence is pain, but it's possible to exist without being in pain or causing any pain, how? And please, be specific, be detailed, make it make sense. Make it have a logical, step-by-step, 1 + 1 = 2 conclusion.
And what's wrong with that? There's this thing called free will.
What's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with existing without pain. Nobody ever said there was. Why would you even ask such a question? The question is how? If it's possible to exist without pain, meaning if it's possible for you to exist without suffering or causing any suffering, how? And make it make real sense. Tell us how. Because that's the question people ask. Well, how do you lower suffering? How do you end all suffering? These are the questions that people ask, pro-mortalists, anti-natalists, and that's why they say, oh, don't bring babies in because it's against their consent and they're coming here to suffer and da-da-da-da-da. This is why pro-mortalists think that everything should die. Even if they don't think should kill it. Some of them do. Some of them think that we should kill everything because we're the conscious beings on this world and whatever the fuck. So humans should kill everything else and then kill themselves because we're the only ones who can actually get the job done. But even those who don't still think that it should occur because they will tell you that, existence is suffering. And I always say there's 1, 2, and 3 every fucking time. Step 1, cause no suffering, do no harm. You're not going to change anything, though. Whatever is suffering is still going to suffer. Whatever suffering is going to come in the future is still going to suffer in the future. You're still going to cause suffering just by existing. You're going to cause as little as possible, but you're still going to cause suffering. But you're trying to go the Jesus route and cause as little as possible. But even Jesus accidentally led to a whole religion that murdered and enslaved millions and millions of people. So even Jesus led to suffering when he was trying to do the complete opposite and turn the other cheek, and he carried his own cross and all that good stuff. And yet his words were still taken and used to enslave people. So step 1 is do no harm, which is still going to cause harm. And you're not going to lower any harm. Like, you're just going to do as little as possible. Then there's step 2, which is, well, how do I lower my suffering or the suffering of those I want to lower the suffering of? Well, you identify whatever's causing them to suffer and you cause that thing to suffer. If your kid is getting bitten by mosquitoes and you go outside and you kill the mosquitoes, you don't want your kid to suffer the mosquito bites or to risk any viruses. You want him to have the best little outside life ever. So you go kill the mosquitoes and you're causing them suffering. So you pick and choose what you cause to suffer, what you cause to have less suffering. That's step 2. If you're a slave on a plantation, you kill the master, you kill the overseer, you overthrow the slavery. Yeah, you're freeing yourself and your people. So you and your people who were enslaved with you are going to have less suffering. They'll still suffer because they exist, but they'll have less suffering because they're no longer slaves. But the beings that you just overthrew are in a hell of a state of suffering. Their system is suffering. They themselves are suffering. You killed a bunch of them. You injured a bunch more. You maybe took some prisoners and as war prisoners or something because you're fighting a fucking battle against them. That's number 2. You cause suffering and lessen suffering at the same time based upon what you think needs to be increased or decreased. And then there's number 3. Well, how do we How do we end all suffering everywhere? Which is what a lot of people in this little section of the internet like to ask. Well, the only way to end all suffering everywhere, if existence is suffering, is to end all things that exist. That's just a logical step-by-step answer. I'm not telling you to go do it. Like, I'm not even saying it's possible for you to go to. I could argue arguments of entropy and over long periods of time how it could be done. But that's not even the answer I'm giving to people, because that'll happen one way or the other regardless if we just wait long enough down the road, let alone for those of us who are going to try to increase it anti-cosmically, etc., etc. I will always tell you that the truest answer that you should probably be engaged in is answer number 2. Number 1 of do no harm is just going to cause you harm and those that you care about harm, because you're not going to do anything about their enslavement and their suffering. Number 2 is what you should do, because you're at least going to try to address your own suffering and the suffering of those around you who are like you. So if you're a slave on a slave plantation, by going against massa and increasing his suffering, by increasing the master, the slave system, and any slaves who would support it, you're going to be lowering your suffering and the suffering of those around you. Again, Spartacus. Spartacus wasn't number 1. He wasn't turn the other cheek. Spartacus wasn't number 3, destroy everything. Spartacus was, I want to be free from Rome. My people want to be free from Rome. So we're going to fight to the death until we either win and get free or until we die, because we're not going back to slavery. And that is the answer that I always give every time. This is how I know you have not listened to anything that I've said. Even in that video, because if you play that video that he's listening right now, go find that video. What is it called in there? Finally. Go find that video and watch it from start to finish. Look at that. It's 2 hours long. I talk about exactly this in detail. In detail. I break that down like 16 times in that video. So he's not even really listening to the video he's fucking currently responding to, because the answer to his questions are in that exact video. Just play it from start to finish. And if you want to go through my entire response to philosophy vids, there's 2 more videos on top of that. And I explain it in there too. There's 3 more videos on top of that. Let alone my actual live streams where I'm just, solutions where I'm just discussing this shit. Like, come on, bro. Do you really want the answers? Do you really want the answers?
Will. And I think it's possible. I think that's a thing that can happen. And what's wrong with that?
Okay, tell us how.
There's this thing called free will. And we do live in a free will universe.
I would agree. It's coerced will. It's not completely free. Don't get me wrong. We all have the free will to make whatever decisions we want to make, beyond any biological imperatives. Like, you have to breathe. You have to drink water. Your heart must beat. You pee and poop. You got to eat something in order to exist as a human being. But beyond the things you literally have to do in order to exist, on whatever level you're talking about. Right now, I'm just talking about here as a human. Beyond being a human, you could talk about those levels and what they require. I mean, if you talk about higher levels, you're talking about energy consumption. Everything is an energy transfer in this reality. This is why they're siphoning your loosh to use your energy. Duh. So even on that level of reality, where we're supposedly from, guess what? Beings are still feeding on other beings' loosh. You think that you don't feed on anything in that reality? Oh my God, you people. No. I only feed on things in this reality. On that level, I don't need to feed on anything. So you're an entity akin to those entities that are feeding on you, but you don't think that you feed? Okay, whatever you say. That makes no logical sense at all whatsoever based upon the evidence at hand, but all right. Sure. Sure. You yourself believe that Archons trapped us in here to feed on our energy. And those Archons are from a similar, if not the same exact level of existence that we are originally from, or that we were in when they came and captured us to put us here. But you don't believe that you have anything in that level of reality that you fed upon? That's weird. Everything is energy. Even consciousness is just vibrational energy that can think, that can have experience and observe. Yeah. Like, everything's an energy transfer. Like, come on, bro. But okay, let's go.
Because I think it's possible. I think that's a thing that can happen.
He won't explain how it'll happen, but We'll talk about free will and,
And what's wrong with that?
nothing.
There's this thing called free will. And we do live in a free will universe because our captors are doing to us what they're doing out of free will.
Yes, they are.
You understand? So the thing is that we only have so much free will. And it's possible to take free will from somebody else in order to increase your will, your power.
Yep, slavery of any kind. Systems of control of any kind. Archonic agendas of any kind. Where you harness the intelligence, thought processes, energies, physical labor, mental labor, whatever it may be. Where you're harnessing something from some other beings in order to get your goals accomplished, especially against the wills of those beings. Because if it's their will to do it, and it's your will to do it, you're not really increasing your will by taking theirs. You just both have the same will, and you're both working together to get it done. But if you take a slave and force him to pick your cotton, so you don't have to, but you can still get the cotton picked, then yes, you are enforcing your will upon them. And the more slaves you have, the more operate your will. Just like today, the more corporations, companies, businesses, the more of the system you own or invested in or are able to control, the more things you can get accomplished. The more people that work for you, the more people you have to go accomplish your will, your agenda, to go achieve the goals that which you set forth. When Bill Gates wants something done, he just sends a fucking memo and 13 companies get to work. You get what I'm saying? Like, Elon wants something done, he just sends a memo to the fucking guys at Tesla and they start a new fucking project. Because he owns the company. Like, and I know investors and financiers, I know how it really works. I'm just being basic so people can understand the point of having people beneath you doing what you want them to do. But guess what? Those people's will is coerced, right? So the Archons are using their free will to put us in here, but is our free will to be in here? No. My will is to be out of here. My will is to kill those Archons. So our wills are clashing. Yeah? See, you're ignoring... Well, I think it's possible that we can exist without suffering at all, because it's a free will universe, and that's exactly why you will not exist without suffering or causing suffering, because you will always be making, even just by existing, you'll be harming things, let alone the choices you make. And other things will be harming you just by existing, let alone the choices they make mentally. Like, mosquitoes don't consciously think about sucking your blood, it's just something they need to do. Humans, when they go buy meat at the store, they're not thinking about the factory farming and all the things that goes into that cow, and they're not thinking about the entire process of how the cow, the beef got to the store. They're just thinking about the steak they want to eat. That's what free will leads to. People making decisions based upon what they want, which almost always is going to cause suffering in some form or another to something else, let alone the suffering you cause just by existing in general. Just by walking by and accidentally stepping on an ant completely unconsciously. You didn't even know it. You didn't even make that choice. You just walked. You made the choice to walk, and in doing so, killed something beneath your foot. Like, so arguing that we have free will does not change the fact that existence is suffering. And that as long as things exist, they will suffer and cause suffering. Jesus had the free will to not hurt anything, right? Right? And yet his religion still harmed millions and millions of people. Now, I'm not saying Jesus was a literal, real person, but just take the story for what it is. Even if he wasn't real, or if he was real, or whatever the fuck you want to believe, that character was non-violent. And yet the people who ran with his story caused some of the worst pain this world has ever seen. So even Jesus caused harm while willfully attempting to do the opposite. Especially if you believe he was a real person. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're of that belief that he was a real person and really did and said that shit, and then he still caused massive amounts of harm, some of the worst harm in all of human history, trying to do the opposite. Free will is not an argument for suffering and existence not being intertwined. That's not an answer. Especially when you yourself, Mr. Tom Shepperd, just said, yeah, sure, existence is pain. But free will, that's not an argument against that, like, at all. You say you think it's possible, but you're not actually explaining how it's possible, just by saying, well, you have free will, you don't have to choose to harm things. Yet, even people who choose not to harm things still harm things. So that's not an argument. That's not a logical argument.
Power. So much free will. And it's possible to take free will from somebody else in order to increase your will, your power. So that is what seems to be happening here. And that's the way I see things.
So they have free will. Because remember, this is what I mean by he just goes from one thing to the next without actually answering what he just said. I'll replay that whole minute just so you can hear what I'm saying. Sure, yes, existence is suffering. But free will. Because of free will, we can live without suffering. And then his examples are of people using their free will to cause suffering, starting with the Archons. How and in any way did he just explain how having free will cause any level of reality, let alone all of reality? Because remember, the question was, see, and he doesn't know this because he doesn't know the context because he hasn't gone back far enough. The question was, how do you end the suffering of all things, everywhere? He's not answering that question at all. By saying free will, that doesn't answer the question. Okay, how can we use our free will to end the suffering of all things everywhere? And give me a logical, step-by-step process of 1 + 1 = 2 on exactly how to do that. Because I'll tell you right now, whatever fucking answer he gives, and he probably won't even give an answer, but whatever answer he gives, I guarantee you I could poke holes in it and go, you can still cause suffering like this. And that's why I brought up the Jesus example. The guy who in the book, and especially if he wasn't even real, it makes it actually worse, I think, if he wasn't real. Because he's just a character in a book trying to tell people, hey, just be nice. Don't harm anyone or anything. Even if they're trying to harm you, even if they're putting you on a cross, carry the cross yourself so you only cause suffering to yourself. And even that character in that book had an entire religion built around him that they went around the world and for by the millions. So please explain to me in a logical fashion how us having free will is going to suddenly lead to all suffering ending across all of existence. How is that going to stop all things that suffer everywhere from suffering? Please, give me a real...
Existence itself is not the problem. Things existing is not the problem.
Yet he just said, sure, yes, existence is pain. Out of his own mouth. But no. That's not the problem. Okay, all right, what's the problem?
I think your logic is flawed. It's basic.
But he never actually pointed out a flaw in the logic. He agreed with the logic. Sure, yeah. Existence is pain. That's the logic. That is the logic. Existence is pain. So if somebody asks me, because I was asked the question by the anti-natalists and pro-mortalists, everybody who thinks I'm fucking evil, how do we end all suffering for all things everywhere? Well, if existence is suffering, or as he put it, existence is pain, then the only way to stop the pain of all things everywhere is to stop their existence. That's logic. That's the logic. Now let's go back 1 minute and just listen to him say that whole thing. Listen to how he contradicts himself. 1 second he says one thing, and in the very next second he's contradicting himself, acting like he's somehow disproving anything I said when he's not at all. He's reinforcing it.
I think it's.
Let's go back to the beginning.
Here, are you just gonna keep edging us?
He just calls me an evil demon because I actually answered the question. It's basic. And that's what's happening here too with Tom Shepperd. I'm answering the questions he refuses to answer. Really pay attention to that. I don't run from the questions. I'm going to give you the answer, no matter how good or ugly it is. If all things suffer simply by existing, and they cause suffering simply by existing, then how do you get rid of suffering? You have to get rid of the things that exist, because as long as they exist, they will suffer and they will cause suffering. That's just a logical fact.
Okay, Shengel. How is it that you're going to stop things from existing? Are you going to kill somebody? If you kill that person, do they stop existing? I don't think so. I mean, do you think that the physical is all there is? Do you think that this is base reality? Sure, yeah, existence is pain. I get it, but is it possible to exist where there's no pain? I think it's possible. I think that's a thing that can happen. And what's wrong with that? There's this thing called free will, and we do live in a free will universe because our captors are doing to us what they're doing out of free will. You understand? So the thing is that we only have so much free will, and it's possible to take free will from somebody else in order to increase your will, your power. So that is what seems to be happening here. And that's the way I see things. Existence itself is not the problem. Things existing is not the problem. I think your logic is flawed.
It's basic. You catch that? How he didn't actually refute the logic itself? He went on to 3 parts without ever anything. He even agreed with me. Now, let's just think of what it is. Because he said, I think you can exist without pain. Really? What is existence? Well, existence requires the ability to observe your surroundings. To actually exist requires sensory perception. If you are a conscious entity, if you are a thing that can suffer, it's because you have sensory perception. That's why you can feel pain and pleasure, because that is one spectrum. In that video he's watching, I explained exactly this. Pain and pleasure are the same thing. It's one spectrum. They're on 2 different ends of it. In the middle is neutral, where I can touch your arm with my finger, for example, and you're not feeling pain nor pleasure. It's just you're feeling the sensation of me touching you. I can give you a massage, which brings you more towards pleasure, or I can dig my nails into you slightly, which brings you more towards pain, or I could dig my nails all the way in, which brings you to pain. Or I could fucking I can finger you real good, or give you a fucking hand job with the same hand I was touching your arm, and now you're in pleasure. But it's all the same spectrum. If a female has my penis in her mouth, oh, it's great. And then she bites. Oh my God, that hurts. It's the same spectrum, pleasure and pain. The ultimate pleasure and the ultimate pain are on the same spectrum. Shit, for some people, it's a circle and they connect in the middle and they like that shit. To them, pleasure and pain go hand in hand because it's the same spectrum. If you can feel pleasure, you can feel pain, period. So if you exist as a conscious entity with sensory perception and sapience, there's no way you can't feel pain. Because if you can feel, then you can feel the spectrum of feeling. That's what feeling is. From pain to pleasure. And everything between, right to the neutral zone in the very middle. You literally get one without the other. Just look at the human nervous system and just make any analogy or metaphor to any level of existence, including spiritual, conscious, etc. If as a conscious being outside the body, you have the ability to feel in any way, then you will have the ability to feel pain. Even if it takes more, like a higher pain threshold to start feeling pain, you still can. Especially if you can feel pleasure. And anyone who's been in the astral can tell you that pain and pleasure are a thing. It might take certain levels to do it, and some people might respond more to one or the other. Even if you don't feel cold in the astral, you still feel that it's cold. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so whatever level of existence you want to talk about, if you can feel, if you're existing as a conscious entity and you have sensory perception of any kind, pain exists. This is why existence is pain. It should really be rephrased as conscious existence. A rock isn't conscious. A rock has no sensory perception. A rock has no sapience. It has no way to think, no way to compute, no way to form chains of logic. It has no way to feel anything in its environment. It's just a sedimentary ball of mineral with a very compressed atomic lattice, making it a solid. So it can't feel. But it's not sentient, it's not sapient, it's not conscious. But every other being, any living entity that we've ever experienced, right down to little tiny tardigrades, up to humans and anything, whales and everything, can feel both pleasure and pain because they can feel. They're sentient creatures. Sapient creatures can then contemplate the pain they feel. They can contemplate what is causing them to feel the pain at a deeper level, where they can actually explore pain, explore their nervous system and shit, like, humans, the shit that we do with medicine, and we can actually explore these things because we're sapient. Consciously aware of our surroundings enough to things down, like fire is hot, don't touch it. Like other animals have to pass that on through experience and just steering their children away, or through genetic lineage, because they might be sentient but not sapient. Other sapient creatures can teach it through language. That's why we have classes and things like this, because we can teach things through language. Like we're doing it right now with these videos. We're sapient creatures. As sapient creatures, let alone as pure consciousnesses in some fucking higher level of reality, you have the ability for sentience. You can feel things. Therefore, pain will always exist to you. Unless you have some sort of neurological disorder where pain feels like pleasure, but even if the pain feels like pleasure, so you're still taking damage. So just put that on any level of reality. Let's say your spirit, your soul, your consciousness, etc. has that same disorder on its level of reality where pain feels like pleasure. So you might not feel pain, but you're still taking the damage. The pain is there to tell you when you're taking the damage, so you know to stop taking the damage. So you can continue existing by not damaging yourself too much, or being damaged by something external to you too much. That will then end you as an existing being. Like, that's what pain is for. To go, ouch, and then do something about it. Like, so if you exist as a conscious entity, I promise you feel pain. I don't care what level of reality you exist upon. God feels pain. God feels pain. Because if God is an existing consciousness, a sapient entity that can observe reality, it is sentient, meaning it has some type of sensory perception. We can feel pleasure and pain and everything in between. And the higher your experience of reality is, the more individual frequencies of this shit you'll be able to feel. Like, at a higher level, you'll be able to feel more pain and more pleasure than you could as a human, because you're at a higher dimensional experiential tier. Your spectrum of pleasure to pain is actually way wider than a human's if you're in spirit, soul, etc. Because you're literally at a higher dimensional tier. A higher tier of experience of your reality. You can feel more gradients of anything and everything. That's the logical, like, that's why I brought it from a rock to, like, animals that aren't sapient, to sapient animals, to humans, to things beyond humans. Because as you go up, the experience level and the ability to contemplate the experience go up as well. This is why a lot of animals do better with injuries than we do. Because it's just in their nature to keep going. And they don't have the sapience to fully consciously break down the injury they have. To understand, I really shouldn't walk on this thing. Like, they're going to try anyway. Because if they stop, they're dead. Like, whereas humans can make hospitals and call ambulances, and because they have an understanding to pre-plan for injury. Because their experience of it is also more severe. And their fear of it's more severe because they can actually contemplate. Like, we can contemplate death in a way that a lion can't. Can a lion contemplate death? Of course, any living creature understands that it doesn't want to die. It understands it doesn't like pain, but it doesn't have the brain to contemplate it on the level that you have. Let alone if you're a conscious being with a soul that exists beyond this reality. Like, you have an even higher level of awareness and conscious ability and sapience and sentience, if that's the case, than even the average human who doesn't have that. See, these are logical steps. Just follow the logic and the answers are clear. Like, they're in the fucking problems, like, themselves. Sure, yeah, existence is pain. But I think we could exist without it. I won't at all explain how. I'm just going to bring up free will and explain the fact that the people using free will are causing more pain, and never actually explain how the free will can or will, for whatever reason, just suddenly randomly lead to less suffering. But I'm just going to say free will, and we have it to a certain extent. You know. And because of that, reality without suffering. That didn't make any sense. You explained nothing. Like, and you even agreed with me. Come on, bro. If all things suffer simply by existing, and they cause suffering simply by existing, then how do you get rid of suffering? You have to get rid of the things that exist. Because as long as they exist, they will suffer and they will cause suffering. That's just a logical fact. That's not my opinion. That's not a theory. That's a fact. If you can logically break that chain of logic, please do so. I've never seen a single person be able to. Most of them don't even fucking try. They just call you evil for saying such a thing, even though it's fucking true.
Yeah, we don't really need to break that chain of logic.
He's not even gonna try. Because he can't. If he could, he would. If you can break that chain of logic, existence is suffering, therefore, to end suffering, you must end existence. If you can break that chain of logic, please do it, because you'll give us a better answer. But no, because it's a logical step-by-step process. It's a chain of logic. He can't either. That's why he's not going to try. You get what I'm saying? They never try, because they can't.
Because
most of them don't even fucking try. They just call you evil for saying such a thing, even though it's fucking true.
Yeah, we don't really need to break that chain of logic, because the logic is flawed from the start. You're assuming that existence is what causes pain.
Didn't he himself just say, sure, yeah, existence is pain? And then he never actually refuted existence being pain. And now he just comes here and says, oh, it's flawed. You're assuming that existence is pain. You just agreed like 5 sentences ago, but let's see what he has to say.
I'm saying that free will is what causes pain.
So he's saying that free will causes pain, right? And that everything that exists has free will, because that's what he said earlier. We have free will, right? So if we have free will, and free will causes pain, then as long as we exist with free will, we're going to cause pain. And as long as other things exist with free will, they're going to cause pain on us. And as long as we exist with free will, we're going to end up causing pain on ourselves. It's the same exact thing as saying existence causes pain. Because you have to exist in order to have free will, yeah? If you don't exist, then you don't even have a will. You're not a will, let alone a free one. So in order to have a free will, in order to have a will at all, let alone a free one, you have to exist, right? Right? And if, as he said earlier, we live in a free will universe. Now, I don't know if he's talking about just this universal realm, if he's talking about all of existence everywhere, you know, all of creation, if you will. I'm assuming that's what he means, because he talks about Archons, and he says the Archons use their free will against us. So when he says universe, I'm guessing he means everything in existence. So if we live in a free will universe where every conscious entity has free will, every sentient, sapient being has free will, and free will is what causes pain, then how do you get rid of that pain? Well, by getting rid of that free will. But as long as those things exist, they have free will. So you must get rid of those things that exist, because by getting rid of the things that exist, that free will that they have will no longer exist, therefore they will no longer cause pain. The chain of logic remains exactly the fucking same. Exactly the same. Like, You're not refuting anything. You're just still agreeing with me while saying you disagree. But this is the problem with people who don't have a logical step-by-step process to the things they're saying and don't even understand what you're saying, don't have the context or the nuance, because they refuse to go back even properly listen. Even this 2-hour video, he didn't listen. He didn't go through this 2-hour video. It's a 26-minute video on his end. We are 234 minutes into my deep dive into his 26-minute video. Who do you think is taking this more serious? Who's being more logical? Who's actually trying to prove their points? Who's actually trying to understand what the other person is? Who's making up metaphor after metaphor, analogy after analogy, example after example? Not him. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, really pay attention to this shit, bro. These people, they don't give a fuck about reality, truth, information. They just care about how they feel about it. It's just about how they feel. And they will skip through all of the 2 hours of context to try and cherry pick some of the things that I said, and even through cherry picking end up agreeing with me and then contradicting themselves in the same fucking sentence. It's crazy. Oh, Tom. Come on, Mr. Shepperd, do better.
Free will, which can go one way or another depending on the will of the entity or entities that are carrying out the action. It's very simple.
Yes, it is. That's step number 2 in my 3 steps. 1, do no harm. 2, impose your will. Whatever you want to suffer, you make suffer. Whatever you want to suffer less, you make suffer less. If you're a slave on a plantation and you want to get free and you want to free your other slaves with you, you're going to have to cause suffering to the slaves who are supporting the plantation, the overseer, the master, the slave system itself that is relying on that plantation being up and running, the bloodline, the family of that slave master who is probably relying off his money, off him being rich from being a slave owner. So even through you operating free will to lower suffering, you're still going to cause more suffering, especially if you have beings trying to enslave you, which he himself says we do, because he said that this reality is an archonic realm where they're siphoning loose from us. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Most of them don't even fucking try. They just call you evil for saying such a thing, even though it's fucking true. Then I say, okay. And again, I'm usually responding to people based on their own philosophies. I'm not even usually talking about mine. Which is what I'm doing right now based upon his philosophy, with him saying that he believes that Archons created this reality to put us in it in order to siphon our loosh. I'm responding to him responding to me responding to philosophy vids responding to me. Do you, like, come on, bro. I have to say the same shit over and over because no one gives a fuck to really listen before they try to refute some shit they can't even refute because they don't even understand it or have the context or the nuance to understand it. Like, come on, bro. Do better, Tom. Do better. Talking about them, because all these people always say the same shit. Anti-natalists, pro-mortalists, whatever kind of ist they are. Ending suffering, lowering suffering, less. I go, okay, well, what are the actual logical steps of doing that? Step 1 is do no harm, cause no suffering. Okay, well, you're not going to change anything. The suffering.
And you're not going to change anything either. Whatever it is that you think the solution is.
Whatever it is you think the solution is. So coming from the guy who himself said he doesn't even know what I consider to be the solution, and he's now going to say whatever you think it is isn't going to change it. How do you know? You don't even know the solution. See, that's not intellectual honesty or logical consistency. You don't even know what my solutions are according to yourself. According to what you're saying right here, whatever it is, because you're not saying my solution or any solution that I've given and then refuting that. You're just saying whatever it is, it's not going to work. Why? See, you have no logical answer to that because you're not refuting an actual solution. You're just refuting me even attempting to have a solution. Like, come on, bro. Be intellectually honest and logically consistent.
Probably not going to work. I would say that the Archons probably already thought of it. and
that's nihilistic. So the Archons thought of every possible solution, so we shouldn't do anything. Even if they've thought of every possible solution, you should still exercise every possible solution you can think of. Because just because they can think of it doesn't mean they can prepare for it. And even if they can prepare for it, it doesn't mean they can prepare for it infinitely. So it's like, I can prepare, right now, I can prepare for a SWAT team to kick in my door. Right? No matter how much I prepare, they're still going to kill me. They're SWAT. It's what they do. I might get one of them motherfuckers. I might get two. I'm good. I know what I'm doing. I'm very well trained. And if you have to kick in the door that I'm behind, one of you, the first one is definitely dead. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a special op. I don't care if you're SEALs. If you're going to come through the door, you're fucked. You better be coming through the ceiling, the roof. You better be doing some, some SEAL shit. Like, don't kick in the fucking door. SWAT likes to kick in doors and windows. I'm going to kill at least one of them, if not two. Booby traps, guns, you name it. But I'm not going to win that fight one versus the SWAT team. No matter, even though I can think of it and I can prepare for it, I cannot prepare for it infinitely. There is a level that I can prepare to, especially with whatever funds I have, whatever weapons, etc., etc. Now, the more weapons, the more funds, the more men, the more preparation you can do. The bigger something will have to be to overthrow you. But guess what? Even they can't prepare infinitely. They have limits. So the more of us on any and every level of reality going against them in every possible way that we could think of, even if they've thought of those ways and prepared for them, they'll be more stretched thin, and it'll be harder for them to actually address these issues that we're bringing to their door. Just like if there's one SWAT guy outside and he kicks in my door, that's a dead SWAT guy. If it's two, I might win that fight. If it's three, shit, that third guy, man, it's gonna be tough. If it's 4+, I've just lost. I've just lost. Let alone when they stack 12 motherfuckers on the door. 23, 30. Because they'll stack 40 motherfuckers on your door. Play with them. Motherfuckers come through the windows and all sorts of shit. You get what I'm saying? I can only prepare for so much. Just like the Archons can only prepare for so much. Stop being scared of them. Well, they're preparing for us. Of course they are. We're their enemy. They're our enemy. They put us in prison. They're going to expect us to revolt at some point. That doesn't mean that you go be good little slaves. It means you still revolt. You just have to revolt with the knowledge that they know you're going to revolt. Grab your balls, motherfucker. That's why I laugh at protesters and stuff. Because this is protester talk. Where you'll talk all this shit about the Archons, but you'll never go fucking step to them. Well, because they thought of it. All these protesters. Well, we can't fight the police. Well, you're going to protest. They know you're going to go protest. And then they're going to send their people down there to crack your head open. You should probably fight back. Kill them all. And do it faster. Because if they come down there with their batons and their shields, and you just start laying into them with fucking assault rifles, they're not prepared for that. When they go to step 2, you go to step 4. When they go to step 6, you go to step 10. That's how you do it. That's how you beat a superior force. Guerrilla tactics, baby. They've prepared for you. They know you're fucking coming, but you still have to go. You know they're coming. You know they're about to kick in that door. But it is what it is, my guy. They're kicking in the door. What you gonna do? How many you taking with you? Just because they can think of it and they can prepare for it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It means you should do it with the knowledge that they probably thought of it and prepared for it. Duh. Come on, bro. That's soft shit. Well, just because they thought of it, we shouldn't do it. Oh, okay. All right. You stay a slave forever then. Well, they know we're going to revolt. Do you want to be a slave forever? No, then you're going to have a slave revolt at some point. A slave rebellion's going to have to happen. But they know we're going to rebel. They've prepared for it. Of course they have. Because they want to keep their slave system going. You still have to rebel if you want it to end. You see, this logical argument, they don't make logical arguments. They just come to every reason to do nothing but be slaves forever. This man hasn't offered a single solution yet.
They can read your mind and they understand what you think is the solution.
They can read my mind. I hope they're reading it right now. I got some choice words for these motherfuckers. I'll let them know I'm coming, and I'm still gonna come. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Bruh, see, this is why I say motherfuckers gotta work on their pull-up game. Your pull-up game is weak, bro. But this is the problem with people not growing up in the hood and not ever being in a real fucking fight. This is the problem with people, like, as much as I can't stand the government, and a lot of motherfuckers need some military training. You know how many traps they walk into knowing they're traps? But they have to take that path? Oh, that's a fucking ambush. Like, if you go talk to any ranger, any fucking recon marine, they will tell you many times, oh yeah, we've walked dead into fucking traps. We knew we're traps because we had to. We had to go do that thing in that area to accomplish that goal, and we knew that they were going to ambush us right in that fucking valley. Like, so as we went through that little mountain range, we got ambushed exactly as we went off. They blew up the back one. Now we got to get out, pull security. Just fucking 4 people that day, and we had 13 injured, but we wiped their entire force, purposely walking in to that. And guess what? The opposing force, the Taliban or whoever the fuck it may be, knew that they were going to get washed. They still set up the ambush. They knew that they weren't going to win that fight, but they were trying to demoralize those American troops because they know that they're bigger, stronger, faster, better tech, weapons, death from above with fucking jets and helicopters and drones and fucking satellite systems and AWACS looking at everything and radar and all that. Like, they know they're going to get washed. Their goal is to do as much damage as possible, as fast as possible, at the initial point of the ambush, to have as many of them survive as possible, if not fight to the end, fight to the death. No one's getting taken alive. That's the goal. Some people still do, but they try not to. So they can either win, if they get lucky enough, by doing enough damage fast enough, throw them off quick enough, especially if you can kill, like, a couple officers, like, in the process, so whoever's giving the orders dies fast, and then the next guy who's supposed to be next up dies fast as well. Now the third guy has to start giving, like, that's why you want to shake out the chain of command as fast as possible. Like, they know what they're doing as well, and they know they're fighting a superior force, but guess what? They still have to do it. So do we. Like, it's not an excuse. Both sides know what's happening. This side knows that side knows that they're going to be ambushed. You know, this side knows they're about to be ambushed by that side. And that side knows that this side knows they're about to be ambushed. But guess what? Both of them got to do what the fuck they got to do if they want to win. So the ambushers are going to ambush, and these motherfuckers are going to walk right into it knowing it's coming. And whoever wins, wins. Because they got to accomplish that goal. They're holding that fucking valley region. And they need to take it. So they're going to make them pay for every inch that they're going to take. They're going to take it. They know they're going to take it from them. But they're going to make them pay for every inch that they take. And then they're going to try to take every inch back and fight for every inch after that. Constantly coming back to wage war on that valley just to take an inch from them. Because that's warfare. It's like y'all live in some weird little fantasy where you're going to do absolutely nothing about anything at all and just magically tap your heels together and the Archons will disappear. No, it doesn't work that way, bro. Nothing works that way on any level of reality. And here I have been listening to the majority of this heavily for about 2+ hours. This is Vazon. Now heavily, mostly asleep with earbuds. But overall, we continue to languish in this galactic necropolis. Exactly. The goal will be for us to stop that, to do anything and to stop doing anything, you know, to do anything to help us get out of that and to stop doing anything that feeds it. These motherfuckers want you to just do nothing. Like, just do nothing. You'll be fine. Like, day by day shall we keep spiraling into oblivion, for if one wants demonic entities to vanish, then for they chaotically rise and vanquish the infernalism of their meticulously reigned tribulation. Woo, boy, that's some bars. But it's facts. You want to beat the demons? You gotta fight the demons. But they know we're gonna come fight them. You still gotta fight them. You know how Mike Tyson became champ? By knocking niggas out who knew he was gonna be across from them in the ring. Every single person he fought knew that they were gonna be fighting Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson knew he was gonna be fighting them. And they've seen his fights, and they've seen his hooks and his uppercuts and what he do. They still got to step in the ring and knock him out if they want to be the champ. Like, people make weird arguments. Playing 2 days later. for that game. And they do their best to win, and they don't win at all. But if they want to be champions, they gotta beat the other teams. If you are a slave to Archons in their slave realm and you want to get out of their slave realm, you're gonna have to fight them. Especially if the only way to even get to them directly is by destroying the realm you're in. Like, you gotta destroy the prison and have a big enough prison break to where you're kind of like a small little prison army moving out of that prison to cause havoc in whatever society the Archons have set up that feeds on that prison. Have y'all ever watched the Matrix movies? My God, like, this is basic shit. Simple shit. Go watch Sword Art Online. And watch how when they all get trapped in the video game, how do they behave? They set up a whole system for themselves to defeat their enemy, defeat the game, and defeat the god of that game world, who trapped them in there. And eventually, Kirito, the main character, got to go toe-to-toe with that motherfucker. And then he's got to do it again with another god of another world. To free his baby girl, who is trapped in that world that other dude, that this other creator of another virtual world trapped his girlfriend in. Like, bruh, if you trapped in a prison realm, you're gonna have to put in some work. Prisoner. Like, like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, where did y'all grow up? Like, y'all don't understand violence at all. Some of y'all need to spend like 2 months in the hood to figure it out. Go to a war zone anywhere on the fucking planet. Go to Iraq. Go to Afghanistan. Go somewhere. Go to fucking Syria right now. Go to Ukraine. And just pay attention. If you want to know how a war is fought. Like, y'all are crazy. But they'll know. No shit. Duh. You still gotta fight them.
Not gonna work.
Suffering. Okay, well, you're not gonna change anything. The suffering.
And you're not gonna change anything either. Whatever it is that you think the solution is probably not gonna work. I would say that the Archons probably already thought of it. And they can read your mind and they understand what you think is the solution. Yeah, we're kind of in a rough situation here.
Okay, so if you're getting jumped by 6 people and they've already thought of your reaction to them, well, when we roll up and punch him in the face, he's gonna fight back. He's right-handed, so he's probably gonna throw, hard right-hand shots. He's gonna try to be quick with his left. He took a taekwondo, so he might throw some kicks at you. Guess what? When those 6 people roll up on you and punch you in the face, you still have to fight them. It doesn't matter if they thought about what you could possibly do or not. You still have to fight them.
We may never get out of it. And
we may never get out, but based on what you want to do, we definitely won't. See, what I'm saying is a possibility to get out. What you're saying is a guarantee to never get out. That's the difference.
Few people are going to tell you that truth, but it's a difficult problem to solve. Is it solvable? Maybe.
Is it solvable? Maybe. So how do you find out? By attempting to solve it. By figuring out possible solutions and then carrying out those solutions from now till fucking infinity until you either get out or you don't. Until you either win or you lose. That's how a maybe works. But with you, who doesn't want to do anything about anything, there is no maybe. It's a guarantee you're not getting out.
The will, there's a way, but whatever.
Where there's a will, there's a way. But he's telling you not to exercise your will. Because the Archons might have already thought of how you're going to exercise your will.
Very few people are going to tell you that truth, but it's a difficult problem to solve. Is it solvable? Maybe. Where there's a will, there's a way. But whatever you're thinking, based on what I've seen, I don't really think that what you think.
Whatever you're thinking, he doesn't even know what it is. Based on what I've seen, you've only seen this. And you don't even seem to understand this. And you skipped around. You didn't even watch the whole 2-hour video to get the context, to actually understand what I'm thinking. You didn't even go back to my videos labeled solutions on them as the title to hear it, let alone the whole thing. Come on now. Nikki Lively. Who's Tom Shepperd? Some guy on YouTube. Some guy on the internet. This guy. This guy. Tom Shepperd. Who's this you're talking? This guy. I'm talking about this guy. Tom Shepperd. Tommy Shepperd. Thomas the Shepherd. Shout out to him. At least he said my name out loud and he wasn't being like a pussy about it. Shout out to him. But his logic is just, it's terrible. Like, these people, they make weird arguments that don't make any sense. They have no logic chains. They don't come to the outcome they say themselves they want to get to. Like, and then they just argue against everything you say without even arguing against what you're saying. Half the time, fucking agreeing with you and reinforcing what you're saying completely accidentally in their own contradictions. It's fucking crazy. Nikki Lively. I wouldn't bother about idiots. Well, I mean, he doesn't sound like an idiot. He just sounds like he doesn't care. He's not really listening. He doesn't want to really listen. These people just want to express their feelings. So I'm going to give them something real to respond to. I'm going to show him where all his logical flaws are and see if he actually responds in a logical fashion. You see what I'm saying? Like, so there's a lot of people who think this way and they won't say it out loud. So shout out to him for saying it out loud. By addressing him in this way, I get to address all those people. You get what I'm saying? So, it's got to be done. Even if he is an idiot, even if these people are idiots, well, the idiots will never come to the conclusion themselves, right? So you have to help them. And we need a bunch of idiots on our side as well, because if the majority of people are idiots, and we need a certain amount of people to do a certain types of things, well, we're going to need some idiots too, who are like, look, I know I'm dumb, but what you said sounds right. I'm willing to go do something for it. Like, all right, shout out to you. Hail that guy. Hail the idiots. You know what I'm saying? So, I'll
is the solution and
what?
Based on what I've seen, I don't really think that what you think is the solution is the solution.
Yeah, and what is that? What do I think? Quote me. And then logically refute it. You've yet to do that.
And please enlighten me.
Watch that 2-hour video that's on your screen. That will enlighten you. Go back to my videos and watch them. That will enlighten you. Go back to my live streams and watch them. That will enlighten you. Listen to these response videos that I'm giving to you right now. This will enlighten you.
I don't want to listen to you for another 2 hours without you telling us what it is that you think is the answer.
Bro, I tell you for 2 straight hours what it is if you just listen. You don't like to listen. You're intellectually lazy. All you have to do is press play. I'm not telling you to read a book. I'm not telling you to do anything hard. Just press play and be quiet. It's that easy. That's how easy it is. That's how easy it is. If you really want the answers, you got to actually listen. And you also have to remember that that's a video of me responding to philosophy vids. What philosophy vids said. If you want the solutions, you should probably go to my video labeled solutions. Preferably the first one. You can go to the second one, but there's a lot of other stuff in there because there was 3 of us on there with, like, I was on there with Mark, Adam, and Aaron A. Shout out to them. And, you know, they talked about a bunch of different things. Religion got brought up and all this other stuff. But every time I talked about the same thing. Solutions. Let's get back to the point of solutions. Let's get back to the point of solutions. So you can go watch that video too and listen to every time I speak. Like, it's also labeled solutions in all caps. Because all these people always say the same shit. Anti-natalist, pro-mortalist, whatever kind of ist they are. It's always... And that's funny. He keeps pausing it while I'm giving him the answers to the very things he's saying. And a lot of times I end up answering the question he's asking right after he presses play. If he would just listen, he'll get his answer.
I don't want to listen to you for another 2 hours without you telling us what it is that you think is the answer.
Because all these people always say the same shit. Anti-natalist, pro-mortalist, whatever kind of ist they are. It's always about ending suffering, lowering suffering, lessening suffering. I go, okay, well, what are the actual logical steps of doing it? Step 1 is do no harm, cause no suffering. okay, well, you're not going to change anything. The suffering that exists will continue existing, and that's that. Because you're not doing anything. Maybe you're not adding to it as much as you possibly can.
He's talking about the self-defense principle, and
no, that's not the self-defense principle. The self-defense principle is what I talk about in part 2. That's part 1. Part 1 is the Jesus principle, the do no harm. It's like he's not even fucking listening. I literally said step 1 is do no harm, cause no suffering. No harm. That means you're not even defending yourself. You're Jesus. If they bring you the cross, you put yourself on it. You know, it's like, listen to what's being said to you. I'm not talking about the self-defense principle there at all. That's next. Step 1 is do no harm, cause no suffering, but you won't change anything. Whatever suffering is happening, you're not going to stop because you're not going to do anything about it because you don't want to cause any suffering by doing anything about it. If there is slavery, but you want to do no harm, you're not going to depose the slaves that are supporting that system. You're not going to depose the overseer. You're not going to depose the masters. You're not going to depose the system itself, the slave catchers, the government that is enforcing it through their laws, the monetary system and economic system that is built upon it, the stocks and bonds, the trade, the fucking New York exchange that was built upon. You're like, you get, because you want to do no harm, you're not going to free any slaves because that's going to cause harm to the slave owner. You don't want to cause them suffering, so you're not going to stop any suffering either. That's step 1. Do no harm, cause no suffering. Step 2 is the self-defense principle, where you look at whatever harm and suffering is happening to you and those you care about, like being a slave on a slave plantation with other slaves, and then doing something about that, which will lower your suffering and lower the suffering of the other slaves that are on the plantation, but it will increase the suffering of the overseer, the master, the slave system, etc., because you're overthrowing it. That's not pleasant for them. It's pleasant for you. It's suffering for them. That's the self-defense principle. Somebody walks in this door right now and tries to harm me, I'm going to eat their face, cut their head off, and put it on the fucking wall. And I'm not calling the cops. I'm going to chop them into pieces, and I'm going to go feed them to the creatures in the fucking woods. No one will ever know what happened to them because they brought drama to my door. They better win. They better win. And winning is killing me. Don't think you're going to walk in here, we're just going to like scrap a little bit. Like, you better be walking in here to murder me. Anything else, you're about to die. Like, don't walk through this door to bring me problems if you're not trying to kill me. Because I'm going to kill you. I'm going to increase your suffering to the max level that I can before ending it, at least as a human, because I'm ending your human vessel. And then go bury your ass somewhere in the woods for the animals to eat. Like, that's step 2. That's the self-defense principle, where you increase the suffering of other beings in order to lower the suffering of specific beings, such as yourself or those you care about. So he's not listening for shit. Listen to what, I'm going to go 20 seconds. Listen to what I actually said, and then listen to what he says after. Is he listening? You tell me. Before that, Nikki Lively, I think he has blocks in his unconscious. We are so brainwashed, even if you tap into his senses, they are dead already. It sounds that way. Philosophy Vids is another kind of fucked child who might be religious, even if he doesn't know that. I mean, he should know it. Everything he says he's religious. You know what I'm saying? Like, he should really know that. I agree with you. But really listen to what I say here, and then listen to what he says right after. And you tell me if I'm talking about the self-defense principle, or if I was talking about do no harm, the Jesus principle. The turn the other cheek principle, because that's step 1. Step 2, self-defense. Step 3 is kill everything so there is nothing to exist so it doesn't suffer. Step 2 is the one that I always tell people they should probably do, though. Step 3 would be great, but the only way I know how to get there is entropy, and that's going to take a long time. Step 1 is pointless because you're not doing anything. And you're still going to cause suffering just by existing. And even by trying not to cause suffering, you're going to allow other suffering to exist. And you might have been one of the people, if not the person, who could have stopped that suffering. Therefore, by not trying to stop suffering, you could end up causing more suffering. So step 1 is useless. Step 3 is possibly impossible. But step 2 is do whatever you can on whatever level of reality you exist upon in order to lower your suffering and the suffering of those you want to lower it for. And by doing so, you will almost certainly increase the suffering of those who are against that. Such as, again, being a slave on a slave plantation trying to free yourself and other slaves. So listen very close to what I actually say and then how he responds. And you tell me if he's fucking listening. Suffering, I go, okay, well, what do you think
is the answer.
Because all these people always say the same shit. Anti-natalists, pro-mortalists, whatever kind of ist they are, it's always about ending suffering, lowering suffering, lessening suffering. I go, okay, well, what are the actual logical steps in doing it? Step one is do no harm, cause no suffering. Okay, well, you're not going to change anything. The suffering that exists will continue existing, and that's that. Because you're not doing anything. Maybe you're not adding to it as much as you possibly can.
He's talking about the self-defense principle, and
did that sound like the self-defense principle to anyone listening to this? Like, he's not listening.
Oh yeah, I don't have any problem with self-defense. I don't have any problem with...
I'm glad he doesn't have any problem with it verbally, but every time anybody talks about doing it, he does. See, self-defense is not just when somebody walks in your door to attack you, you fight. No, self-defense is if you're being enslaved by a system, you destroy that system. You're defending yourself from that system. If you were born into that system of slavery, going to war against it is self-defense. Because you were born a slave. A slave rebellion is defending yourself as the person who's been enslaved. See, they don't even know how the self-defense principle actually extends to offensive violence based upon a system you could have been born into. It doesn't mean that somebody's trying to punch you in the face right now. They've been punching you since before you were born. They were punching your parents. You're a slave. And that's right here on this level of reality as a human. You are a slave in this society to this monetary system, economic system, banking system, etc., let alone the archonic slave going all the way up to the realm of the Archons, where he says we were captured and placed into this imprisonment. So if your slavery extends multiple levels of reality, going to war against that is in line with the self-defense principle. Because you're being enslaved, and they're building the next level of your slavery right now through the artificial intelligence and the digital realms that they're creating to entrap your consciousness within, two-dimensionally. So they're already creating the next level of slavery for you with the Great Reset. It's called transhumanism. So by destroying that system, you're defending yourself from the upcoming slavery. You're defending yourself from the slavery that already exists. You're taking revenge for the slavery that existed in the past. And then when you die, or however you plan to get out of this realm, let alone this matrix, whatever level of reality you go to after your biological human death, you can then continue defending yourself there in any way imaginable. So if he's really about the self-defense principle, he should be perfectly in line with slaves revolting against the slave system. See, he talks like he's okay with violence against tyranny and authoritarianism, but anytime somebody actually talks about doing that or actually does that on any level with any level of impact, he instantly contradicts it over and over again. It's ridiculous. But this is what happens when you have no backbone, when you have no spine, when you don't stand on principle and say, I will defend myself from any and all aggressors on any and all levels of reality. Right here, all the way up to those fucking Archons and even beyond them. I don't care if it's God itself, and I mean like the Ultima God. I'll fight that motherfucker too. Even if it's impossible to win, because I'm not going to just let him enslave me. Like, but when you don't have that mindset, when you're not actually about defending yourself, you will say things like that, but then when people actually go to do anything, especially on a systemic level, fighting the system in any form or fashion, to defend you and / or anyone like you, who's enslaved by that system, let alone the guy blowing up an IVF building to stop future slaves from being born into that system. Get it? Like, but then it's a problem. Oh, okay, all right. So in word, it's fine, but when it actually comes to like reality, no. We don't like that. Like, stop contradicting yourself, Tom. Do better, Tom. Do better, Tom.
Causing suffering to somebody if they...
As much as you possibly can.
He's talking about the self-defense principle, and so yeah, I don't have any problem with self-defense. I don't have any problem with causing suffering to somebody if they intend to do me harm or intend to imprison me in some way.
Okay, well, you're already imprisoned in this system on this planet with these elites and their agenda who are also imprisoning and enslaving you. And part of that system, if you're talking archonic, is about getting people born into this realm so they could then be slaves here and be loose siphoned by the Archons that you say are doing that. That you say are doing that. So when Guy Edward Barkus goes and blows up an IVF clinic because they're trying to artificially, technologically, and scientifically bring people into this realm and increase the slave population because most countries on planet Earth, especially in the West, are now at negative birth rate and are in decline population-wise, when he goes and attacks exactly that, you're going to talk shit about him now. Call him crazy. Make that make sense, Tom?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with self-defense. I don't have any problem with causing suffering to somebody if they intend to do me harm or...
These people think self-defense just means if one person is outside walking up to me and they're going to do me direct harm in this exact moment, then I can physically attack them to stop. That's... Self-defense is far bigger than that, Tom. Way bigger than that, Tom. If you're a slave born on a slave plantation, let alone an interdimensional slave plantation that you were placed in by Archons who are beyond the reality of the slave plantation you've been placed within, then that self-defense can be extended to the system of slavery that they've placed around you, Tom. Come on, Tom. God damn it, Tom.
And to imprison me in some way. Yeah, no, I agree. It's just that when you do things to cause harm to innocent people, that doesn't really help the situation.
Who are the innocents, Tom? So let's go back to the IVF building, Tom. Those people in that building are part of the archonic agenda because they are helping to bring babies into this realm scientifically, technologically, and artificially in order to in order to increase the population numbers that are now dwindling. That's all part of the archonic agenda, Tom. No one in that building is innocent, Tom, even if they don't know it, Tom. If the police work for the government that is going to come trying and get my ass for some reason because I'm talking against them and I seek freedom, that police is not innocent, Tom. He works for the enemy, Tom. So when you talk about innocence, Tom, who are you talking about? Because what innocence are we telling you to go harm, Tom? Are the Archons innocent? No. Are the Archons on any level of existence from here to there innocent? No. The politicians, the CEOs, the people who work at that fucking IVF clinic? No. The motherfuckers working at Google? No. Like, any of those people and any of those power families or who work for or support those power families? No. Well, I'm just a driver, but person driving is a Rothschild, so if I gotta blow up that car to get to them and you're driving them, that's on you, big fella. I'm not gonna be like, well, there's a driver and he must be an innocent guy driving that Rothschild down, so I'm gonna wait till they get into a position that's gonna be harder for me to destroy them when I got this rocket launcher on my shoulder and I could just shoot it at the fucking car that the driver... Bro, they're not innocent. And they're not even real, according to you. There's no such thing as real people here, not even you. The real you is inside the person. According to you, Archon set up this reality and created this shit just to stuff us in here and siphon us of our loosh. So humans aren't even real, according to your theory. They're just avatars we've been placed within so we can live as humans and then create responses to our human lives and then feed them our loosh. These aren't even real people, Tom. They're NPCs that we've been placed within, Tom. And some of them might just be NPCs, Tom. Let alone those ones who are directly or indirectly or directly working for the archonic agenda on this level of reality, which is interlocked with every other part of the archonic agenda above it up until whatever point you think is the highest part of the agenda, Tom. Like, let's make some logical sense here, Mr. Shepperd. Come on, Tom. I love one-syllable names. Tom, John, Bob, or even two. Like, come on, Bobby. Come on, Steven. I love saying that about Sanity Machine. Come on, Steven. Thanks, Steven. Let's go, Tom. Do better, Tom.
And if you blow up a building, assuming that that wasn't just a psyop, I'm pretty sure it was all under controlled conditions, and nobody actually got hurt.
So nobody even got hurt, Tom. No innocents were even harmed, Tom. The point got across. The anti-natalism, pro-mortalism point was easily got across. The building was blown up. The embryos weren't harmed, and no people were killed, except for the one guy who wanted to kill himself, standing in his own sovereignty. So which part are you not supporting, Tom? Like, where were the innocents that got hurt, Tom? First off, if he killed all 4 of the people who worked in that fucking building, they still wouldn't be innocent, and I'd be all for it, Tom. Because those are the people with the expertise to operate the technology and science that goes on in that building to bring children into this realm against their consent, or without even being able to ask their consent, I should say. So they can come and suffer and be siphoned for their loosh, as you say they're being siphoned for their loosh, Tom. Come on, Tom. Happy Goat, do you believe that beings should never interact with one another again? What do you mean? 2 different beings seem to always have a problem due to differences and whatnot. Isn't staying alone forever the true way? That's impossible. It's just not possible. You got to move out to the middle of the woods somewhere and be completely 100% self-sufficient. No stores, no money, no, like, you have to be 20 miles away from everyone and be completely and utterly and entirely self-sufficient if you want to pull that off. It's just not possible. And even then, you're still living on government land somewhere. Like, there's no land on this planet that isn't controlled by a government. So if they ever decide to come get you for any reason, like, the American government will actually go get people. Like, they'll find a motherfucker through satellite living 20 miles in the woods for 6 months and send fucking rangers out there to track him down and see if he's doing anything they could find him for. Like, so even when you want to get away from everyone, they still might come to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, they still might come to your ass. I'm talking about in the pleroma or in different realms. Even in the pleroma, there's beings. The pleroma is the heavenly realms where all those gods are, all those dickheads, like, who have rules and shit. They have a governance. They have a high god. They have a most high. So they have a structure that they're going to expect you to follow. Gnosticism doesn't lead to freedom either. It's another religion. It might free you from this realm, but it doesn't free you from gods beyond this realm. Yaldabaoth is the lowest of the gods. Sophia hid him here for a reason, because she was going to get in trouble for doing something she wasn't supposed to do by the other gods. You get what I'm saying? You can go to other realms if you want, whether it be the astral or whatever. But there's always going to be beings trying to interact with you in some form or fashion. I mean, you could try to be as alone as possible, but that's not going to solve the problem, because they're still trying to enslave you. You have to end the slave system if you don't want to, because they will come hunt you down and put your ass back. It's like if you escape a prison, they're going to send the U.S. Marshals, like in America. If you escape prison, they send the U.S. Marshals to go get you and put your ass back in prison. You be like, I just want to be left alone. They're like, we don't give a fuck. Like, do something about it. Do you get what I'm saying? So where's the true place to be truly sovereign and free? Anywhere you are, that you're willing to behave sovereign and free. Being sovereign and free is not about where you are. It's about your behavior and the fact that you will die before you let anything, whether that's on this realm, in another realm, or on any level of reality, if you will not be dictated to, if you will not have Archons placed above you telling you what to do, to the point where you will have warfare, and you're willing to die on any level of reality in order to enforce your sovereignty, then you're a sovereign being no matter where you are. Because you're going to die before you ever let them fucking do whatever the fuck they want to do to you. They'll have to do it to your corpse, on whatever level of reality you're on. So the realm to be truly sovereign and free is wherever the fuck you are, behaving in a sovereign and free manner. You could be a slave anywhere, even base reality. If you don't think so, how do you think this came into existence? Because this isn't base reality, clearly. But if this exists, at some point, this shit all started back at base reality. Base reality was here, and there was some sort of chain of events that eventually got us here. So even on base reality, things can happen that could lead to this, which means you could be a slave anywhere. You could be attacked or captured or harmed anywhere you exist. Even Tom here said, we live in a free will universe. And he was talking, I believe he was talking about everything in existence, not just this universe like that we see here as humans, but he was talking about like Archons beyond the Matrix. And so he's talking about like even in the higher realms and stuff. Well, if we're in a free will fucking universe, from here to the top of creation, and anything can attempt to exercise to you to respond to that accordingly. No matter where you are, anywhere in existence. There's no just wonderful, perfect realm of perfection. If there was, this would have never came into existence to begin with. Perfection cannot create imperfection nor contain imperfection. The moment it creates imperfection or contains imperfection, that is imperfection. Therefore, it's not perfect. And if it's not perfect, it never was perfect. Because if it was perfect, it would have never created or contained that imperfection. Like, imperfection cannot contain or create perfection, and perfection cannot contain or create imperfection. They are polar opposites of each other. So, there is no perfect realm, no perfect base reality that anyone can go to and just be free forever. You're gonna have to defend yourself no matter where you are. No matter what level of existence you exist upon. Especially for those who believe that base reality is whatever reality exists outside the Matrix that the Archons are existing upon. Because if that's base reality, and they were there on base reality, and we were there on base reality, and then they came and they captured us, and they put us in here, then that means even in base reality, you could be captured and enslaved. Do you understand what I'm saying? Folks need to stop looking for some savior and stop looking for some realm of saviors. Well, if I just get to that realm, I'm safe. No. I'm safe wherever the fuck I am because I wish a motherfucker would. That's freedom. That's sovereignty. You only do what you want. You don't do what you don't want. And you don't allow others to impose their will upon you. You might make some sacrifices or some capitulations for people you love. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you love them, you care about them, you're trying to compromise and, gel. But for those who are trying to be authoritarian or tyrannical against you, nah, fuck that. You body them. You first don't listen and ignore them. And then when they try to impose it upon you, you impose your will upon them. Oh, you want to enslave me? Then I'm going to kill you. And that's how you get free and sovereign on any level of reality. Any level of reality. Let alone all levels. Because the real way to be free on all levels of reality is to empty all levels of reality of anyone or anything that would attempt to enforce its will upon you and make you unfree. Period. Like, people don't like logical arguments, but that's what it is, Happy Goat. I hope that you like logical arguments because that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's Quantum Cypher. Khalifa, yo, what up, Quantum? Where the fuck you been at, big dog? I've been sending you shit too, man. I'm back online and I'm seeing you've been on live for the past 5 hours. Oh, yeah, it has been 5 hours. Huh? So 60, 120, my math is terrible. 240, 3.5 plus the other one. Yeah, I guess that is like 5 hours. Yeah, you right. I missed a lot. Yeah, you have. Catch up. Catch up, little bro. Shout out to you, though. Another anti-cosmic god. I fucks with you. Gnostic Jedi. One of the hardest lessons I had to learn was that there's no good God watching over me. Facts. When I needed protection at the most vital moment, I called out for help and protection. Nothing. Just silence. Facts. It's on you, big dog. It's on you. I almost died. Now I welcome the exit. See? That's what happens when you truly start to think in a sovereign manner. That's how it works. Happy Goat. Haha, this shit seems to be more complex than meets the eye. Not really. That's the thing. It's not. It's very simple. As above, so below. This is why the occult teaches that. If you go out in the woods here, what's going to happen? Something might try to eat you. You better be able to defend yourself. If you want to survive, you better know how to survive in those woods. Guess what? That's every level of reality. That's every realm in existence. That's everywhere that exists. Like, everywhere. It's that simple. People overcomplicate it. Well, no, there's some magical realm called Pleroma or somewhere where I can go and just be free from. Well, then why are you here? How'd you get here? If that's where you were, and now you're here, then obviously there is no magical realm of pure freedom. You can be enslaved there as well, and even be descended. Not only enslaved, but descended to a lower level of existence, to the point of being a three-dimensional human being. For a bare minimum of one lifetime, if not reincarnation. Think about it. Like, it's actually very simple. This be the tip of the iceberg for eternity. Facts. People like to overcomplicate shit because they're afraid of the answers. The truth is, they just don't want to do anything. They want to go along to get along. They just want to keep being slaves and hope that that will somehow end their slavery. So they overcomplicate shit to give themselves excuses to behave as slaves in a slave system, but still believe one day they'll be saved. Either by Jesus or just by clicking their heels and saying, I'm a sovereign being. I'm sovereign. No, but I'm sovereign. As they shove their ass back in the fucking... Get the fuck back in there, you pussy. Sovereign my ass. This bitch, you heard that bitch? He's sovereign. Get the fuck... He doesn't know what sovereignty is. Clowns. Like, but I'm sovereign. As they stuff your ass back in the fucking mason jar. You better fucking fight those motherfuckers too. And that's even if you can get there. And if you can't, you better claw your way out. You better destroy this shit around you. If you're in a prison that you don't know how to escape, you better start breaking down walls, killing guards, starting prison riots. Go talk to the prison gangs and try to come up with some shit so you can fucking... You know, take over the fucking prison, open the doors, get everybody out. You have a little army right there. So when they try to put you back in, you keep drilling. This is what Spartacus did. Go watch the TV show Spartacus. Yeah, they failed in the end and they lost, but they succeeded in killing their masters, getting out. They just couldn't succeed in killing the whole system. So they died in the process to make sure they would not be re-enslaved. Did they go somewhere else after death, or did they reincarnate here? That's up to you to argue. But if we're just looking at it from a human level perspective, because it's a show about human slaves fighting human slavers, look at what they did and look at how they died. Free men. Because they weren't going to be re-enslaved. Go watch Spartacus. That's what motherfuckers need to do if they want to get free from slavery. And they still might fail. They might die in the process, let alone as humans. But even beyond humans, you might go to fight the Archons. And they whoop your fucking ass. Stuff your ass back in. And you're like, damn, I got my ass whooped. But I'll put hands on that motherfucker. And when I get back out of here, I'm going to put hands on him again. And I'm going to keep putting hands on them until I kill them motherfuckers. And if I never kill them, I'm just going to keep putting hands on them every chance I get. Because I'm angry, because I'm a slave. And I don't like being a slave. And I'll never like being a slave. I will never acquiesce to the Stockholm syndrome of my enslavers. I won't do it. I will never love this. I will never love being this. I will never love being in this. I will never acquiesce to this. I will fight it with everything I have and everything I am for all of eternity until I either win or am fully defeated. Siphoned to nothing. Non-existence. Because then at least, hey, my suffering has ended. I don't exist no more. They siphoned everything. Like, they literally siphoned me to nothing. Like, I'm not even like a consciousness being siphoned into something else. Like, they're going to do it to... I'm just gone. I'm going to fight until that point. Because I refuse to just be somebody's slave. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Happy goat. This is why I reckon it's best everyone makes their own realm and stay alone in their own realm without any external interaction again, so this dominoes reincarnation effect don't happen again. But they will come get your ass. I agree. You should absolutely get in your realm, fortify your realm, defend your realm. But if you're trying to do that completely alone, they have entire fucking alliances of realms that will lay siege to your shit. Lay siege. They will come get your ass. You're going to need allies. This is what I was trying to say earlier. You're going to need an army no matter what level of reality you exist upon. If you're trying to stay free, you're going to need an alliance. If you're trying to get free and stay free, you're gonna need an alliance. Even in the astral, I have an alliance with thousands of realms, sub-realms. I'm interconnected. We even power each other. Because we're still losing. And we're still losing. Just think about this realm. This is just one realm that we're all interconnected into since we're having this experience and co-creating this reality. And we're losing here, right? So how do you think it's going out there? Yeah, it's looking kind of similar. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, ain't it possible to free yourself all solo? What do you mean? To get free from the Matrix? I have no idea how to do that, and I don't know anybody who does, and I've never heard anyone actually give a real, legitimate breakdown on how to do that. Getting free from this singular realm? Yeah, you can get out of this realm, but they'll still come chase your ass down and put you back in this realm. And if you're going to try to defend your realm completely solo when they have entire armies of realms out there trying to put, you're going to lose. For example, if you try to escape prison here on Earth, and then you try to run off by yourself, when they send the marshals, the government it's a government. They're going to have every police force in the country looking for you, every federal agent, the U.S. Marshals are going to have a task force just to hunt you down. And when they find you, because it's going to be hard for you to even get away. If, like, let's say you do get away, though, and you get to the woods or something. They're still going to find you. They have satellites and dogs, and they're not going to stop. You got to be like D.B. Cooper or some shit. Like, and really disappear, peer. Like, where they're like, nigga, we have no idea where he went. We have no way to find him. Like, you got to be some magician. What was that? What's that, Now You See Me movie or whatever the fuck? You have to be like them. But your realm in the astral? No, it's accessible. People can get there. Even if they can't get in, they can lay siege. Just like any castle in the land. Like, they can lay siege to your thought bubble and break in. That's how people get brainwashed here from the astral right now. There's things that hook into their fucking astral realms because they don't know how to defend them, and even if they can, they're not strong enough to defend them from things that are stronger than them. And they end up getting plugged into. And things are feeding them all sorts of fucking bullshit. I'm talking about the astral in different realms. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When I'm in the astral, I have my own realm, and I also have sub-realms within and external to that realm. I even have sub-realms in other people's realms, because they're my allies. There's there's alliances, let alone one alliance. There's alliances out there. All sorts of different sides, because people are selfish, and as Tom said, they do have the free will to do what they want. They could completely ignore the plight of others and just try to form their own little alliances to hide in the corner, but those people. When the enemy focuses on them, they get eaten. And you know what we have to do? Go try to fucking help them anyway, even though they want to be selfish. Because we don't want them taking those realms and those beings and placing them in here, because then they get to feed on that, and that's empowering them. So now we got to go help protect the motherfuckers who didn't even want to be down with the alliance. Because they thought they could do it on their own. They just want to be left alone in the corner somewhere. Well, sorry, it's not going to happen. The enemy's going to come for you, and you're going to be weaker because you're not aligned with us fighting against them. And when they come for you, guess what? If we know, we're going to show up because we're going to try to help because we don't want them taking you. But it'd be easier if you just aligned. Like, you're against them, we're against them, just align. Once we're done dealing with all this shit, we can unalign. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But can we deal with the problem at hand before we just try to hide in the corner? You have an entire enemy that is more powerful than all of you. Trying to fucking enslave all of you. And motherfuckers don't want to combine. It's the same thing as these motherfuckers saying building an army is stupid. Even though we're completely enslaved by a slave system. And we kind of require it to overthrow that tyrannical authoritarian slave system. But no, that's dumb. What? Sounds like the only answer to me. Like, come up with a better one. Do you get what I'm saying? So even in the astral, no, you better find some friends, big dog. Like those people who say, oh, when I die, I'm just going to create my own little black hole bubble realm, and I'm just going to... They're laughing at them, because you better do that now. If you're waiting to do that after you die, you won't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't even know how to get your memories back. Like, to even know how to do that. Because you don't even know how to access your realm because you didn't do it here. You're going to go wherever the fuck they have it programmed to send your ass after death. Because you haven't already rewritten that program to go where you want to go after death. This is why people should study the astral now and get into it now. So they already have all that, so they can clear that shit out, because I guarantee you it's infested if you're here. So you want to clear that shit out ahead of time, fortify that shit, defend that shit, attach it to other realms that you're allied with that can feed you, so y'all can feed each other and grow in power, create sub-realms and other realms that feed your realm, so you can grow in power, so that way when you actually do die and exit this body, you actually can go to your astral realm and defend it and be a powerful entity there. Another one people should watch, go watch Sandman. Go watch Sword Art Online. Go watch The Matrix. Look at the Train Man in his realm. Go look at he's allied with the Hell Realm. What's the fucking dude called? The Infernal Club, fucking the Merovingian in them, with their own realms. And even they can still get ran up on. You get what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying? You're gonna need some allies, bro, if you want to break out of prison and stay out of prison, let alone overthrow the prison system. Because they're not gonna just let you go. And they're not gonna let you just hide in your realm. They're gonna come lay siege to that shit. And it'll probably be very easy. Like, it probably won't be a very long siege at all. If you just by yourself. You know what I'm saying? I need to find some methods for better RNA. I need to find some better methods, for better conscious integration with my astral and ethereal bodies. I'll have to summon forth the 9 worlds and integrate the Cliff-Oth as a whole more than that. Yes. Yes. Redemption, why did you ban me? Because you were using Camila's pictures in your fucking video, bro, which is fucking weird behavior. You do not take a female's picture who's in our Discord and start putting her in your shit without asking her permission first. And it's not even like you were showing something just from Discord. Like, the way I'll go into Discord and just scroll through it and show, hey, this is what's happening in the Discord. If you're in the Discord, you might get, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't post shit you might not want people to see. This is a public space. But I'm not going to take your picture and put it on the fucking thumbnail of my video while I'm talking about some... That's just weird behavior, Redemption. The image was AI. No, motherfucker, that was Camila's image. It was right from her fucking page. She put that picture in the Discord. The same exact picture you had as your thumbnail. And I'm not even the one who banned you. Aaron A did. But still, bro, we all saw it. Like, that's weird behavior. You don't do that type of shit. You didn't ask her to use her photo directly. And yet you put that as your thumbnail. That's not AI generated. Like, come on, bro. Like, we all saw the picture. Let's not play these games. You spammed content. That too. You kept spamming all the fucking channels. You broke the personal content rule. Facts. Server rules and seriously odd stalker behavior. That is weird, bro. And then we saw the fucking messages you sent to Camila too, bro. We saw them. Weird shit. Yeah, she be on some weird shit sometimes. But the shit that you were on was some weirder shit. She be on some weird complaining shit. You were on some other shit, bro. Like, that's not... Bro, that's not cool. It's just not cool. Not on our server. Maybe in another server, not on ours. I didn't know. I thought it was AI. I accepted my mistake. I'll ban you just for spamming. That image use was just the final straw. I won't do it. Well, you can ask Aaron A about that. That is his server. I don't make those decisions. I don't care if you come back or not. That's completely up to him. If he wants to let you back in, I'm fine with it. If not, hey, it is what it is. But you would have to personally apologize to Camila if he did let you back in. And if you ever do some weird shit like that again, you're gone for good. That's just me. He might not even let you back in. I'm just saying if he does. Happy Goat. I'm sure one can lone wolf the Archons. Nothing is impossible. No, you might be right. Nothing's impossible. But it's really fucking hard. So it's like you saying you're going to go take on a dream team, right? By yourself. You ain't going to have no other players on the court. You're going to be playing basketball against 10 people, 5 at a time. And they got subs. You going to by yourself go beat their best. all alone, while they jump the fuck out of you. You ever seen Jujutsu Kaisen? Yeah, look at how they jump, motherfuckers. You about to be getting jumped, big dog. Like, you ever seen one man try to take on like 30? Matter of fact, you heard about that one gorilla versus 100 men? You gonna be that one gorilla getting beat the fuck up by 100 men. Now, maybe if you're a super gorilla like King Kong, but don't underestimate your enemies. Because you think you King Kong, and then all of a sudden Godzilla shows up, and you're like, oh, fuck. You get what I'm saying? Let alone 2 Godzillas or 10, because you're by yourself. You ain't even bring the other Kongs with you. Like, it's just smarter and a much better, and I'm telling you right now, based on my experiences in the astral, motherfuckers don't survive solo. Not against the enemy. Even if they survive him for a little bit, as soon as they lay siege, it's only a matter of time. Somebody better show up to help them, and they're pretty fucked. It's no different than one man, again, trying to take on a SWAT team. Let alone, even if he's so good, he's John Wick, he kills that SWAT team, guess what? They're going to keep sending motherfuckers because they have a whole system trying to get you. And I promise you, you're probably not John Wick. Most of us aren't. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you go over there trying to fight the whole table, the high table, and all of their fucking enforcers and assassins and killers and drillers by yourself, and you're not, even John Wick had a hard time, and even he only survived a few cases because sometimes they let him. The Asian dude with the sword, I forget his name, he could have cut his head off, but he was playing with him, and the 2 little Asian dudes that were his fucking apprentices of that other Asian dude, they could have killed John as soon as they saw him, but they let him go because they were honored to fight him. So they gave him like a second chance so he could really turn it on. Actually, I think they gave him like 3 chances before he finally whooped their ass. These motherfuckers ain't gonna give you no chances. It's gonna be bloodlust. Bloodlust, and they're not taking turns, my nigga. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're not taking turns. You're getting jumped. They're gonna lay siege to your shit and bum rush your ass. In Chicago, they're gonna flood your ass because you by yourself. Is it impossible? Maybe not. But is it probable? Highly improbable. 99.9999999999999% most likely not to happen for you. But if you really want that, I mean, don't let me tell you it. Believe it with your fullest. But have all the faith in the world in that. And try your hardest. But I've seen other people do it, and I've seen other people fail. So I'm going to wish you good luck, and I hope you're successful. But I would suggest allies, bro. Allies. Okay. Happy Goat, you can only rely and trust you only deep down, Shangayo. Yes and no. So, to an extent, of course, you can only fully 100% trust and rely on yourself. But again, if I'm going to play basketball against someone and I get my team together, I'm going to try to pick the best team to go win the game. And I'm not going to ball hog the whole game. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to trust my guy who hits threes to hit the threes. If he misses them, it is what it is. I hope he hits more than he misses. I don't expect perfection from anyone. You get what I'm saying? Like, I got a team of drillers, bro. I got a drill team in the fucking astral. All my teammates is drillers because that's the only people I ally with. I only ally with those who want to destroy all this shit. And they've been doing it for a long time. Motherfuckers been banging for a long time and are still banging. Will bang till the very fucking end. And I ally with those types because I can depend on them to do that. They've been doing it for so long and they still doing it. And they plan to keep doing it. And they've shown me nothing but doing it. So I fucks with them. Just like I fucks with certain people here. There's a reason why I'm in the RNA server. I'm in Chris Sideris' server too because I love that man. But the reason I'm in RNA's server is because I fuck with RNA. We could disagree on a whole bunch of things. We've had different experiences as humans here. We're 2 completely different people, etc., etc. But when it comes to the end goal of destroying this shit, we agree. What comes after? Who knows if we agree? He might have a whole idea about working with the technologies that he steals from the fucking breakaway civilization and But bare minimum, up to the point of destroying these people's slavery control over us, we completely agree, and I see that he's about that life. So I fucks with him. And I might fuck with some other people who aren't really about that life because I like what they say and they're good people, etc. But maybe they're not really about that action. Fine. I don't trust them or expect them to take that kind of action. I can still fuck with them for other reasons. You get what I'm saying? Like, you trust people to be who they are and you trust them to do what you know them to do. If I know a motherfucker who shot 20 fucking people in his life, and somebody's gonna run down on us, I expect him to shoot number 21. He's a shooter. It's what he does. You get what I'm saying? But if the person who is constantly getting bitched, he's got a gun on him at all times, but every time something happens, he never wants to pull it, I don't expect him to shoot anybody. He's wearing it for show. He's trying to scare people off, and they're not scared of him because they still bully him. I don't trust him to pull it. But the dude who pulls it every time, even over the smallest shit, I expect him to pull it when the real shit happens. Do you get what I'm saying? That's on every level of reality, as above, so below, from here to the astral, in every realm, in this matrix, out this matrix. Ally with the drillers who agree with your agenda. You get what I'm saying? Happy Goat. Well, solution is keep fighting till you're free. I agree, 100%. Whether you want to do that solo or with a team, do whatever you do. Don't let me tell you what to do. I'm just trying to give my advice based on my experience. Fuck noise was that? Oh, big ass raccoon outside. That's a big fucking raccoon. Anyway. I'm just trying to give my advice based upon my experience and thought processes and what I've seen and experienced and done and et cetera, et cetera. But you do whatever the fuck you want to do, whatever you think is going to work best for you. But yes, I would say no matter what, fight till the end, my friend. Never go quietly into that night. I don't care if it takes eternity. You keep fighting. Benji Estrella, how you doing? I'm alive in this realm, so I guess I'm as good as I can be here. John Wick and other fictional characters have way too much plot armor anyways. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to tell them. They're like, I could do this by myself. I'm like, bro, you're not John Wick. That's not realistic. Whether you're talking here physically as a human, trying to take on everything by yourself. No, you can do what you can do, and you can make the impact you can make. Whatever level that may be, however big or small that may be. And then you got to pass the ball to the next motherfucker to make their impact. That's the whole point of us making these videos, so we can spread this information so people can make their impacts. But if they don't even know the shit, they can't act on the shit and make their impacts. So you got to at least start with spreading the information to get the people to behave in a manner that's going to make the impacts on any level of reality. You feel me? None of us realistically are John Wick. I wish I was, bro. If I was John Wick, there'd be lots of dead elites already. I'm not John Wick. And I'm very well trained. I really do have the confidence that if a fucking team stacked up on my door, that first motherfucker is dead. Number 2, almost certainly. Number 3, it all depends on how good he is and how reactive he is and, you know, how many raids they do. Number 4, he should get me. He should. But if he's slacking, I'm going to kill a whole fire team. B team going to have to get me. Like, I'm going to kill those first 4. The second half of the squad's going to have to get my ass. Or they got to hit me from another angle. Because everything that's coming in that door is dying. At least up to the first, bare minimum first, probably the second, maybe the third. 4th if he's terrible. But I'm not John Wick. I'm not killing the whole fucking local police department, let alone the state police, let alone the fucking National Guard and the feds, and all by my lonesome. I'm gonna take down the whole fucking anti-archonic agenda. Nah, bro, that's not realistic. That's plot armor, you know, for real, facts. That is the only reason why they supposedly last so long. In real life, no plot armor, go down in 2 seconds. Exactly. So you need allies. And if you are going to do something lone wolf, you need a decent plan to get off what you're going to get off before you die. You're going to die. Just make sure you get off first. Happy goat. So there's spirits in the astral who are just as fucked as us here trying to free themselves from the Archons? Yeah. The part of the astral that's in here is trapped in this matrix. I always explain it like a water balloon in a fucking pool. If you go into a pool that's full of water, right, and you bring a balloon or a bag or something and you fill it up with that water and then you close it off, that's the matrix. The water in the balloon is where we are. So if that pool is the astral, the greater astral, the part of that astral that's been siphoned into that pool, that's been siphoned into that balloon or that bag, that's the matrix. There's many realms in this matrix, in the astral that's in this matrix. Many beings trying to get out of this fucking matrix, and many beings trying not to be enslaved in certain slave realms, like this one. I would suggest being wise about your alliances and picking and choosing those who will drill for your agenda. When you talk to, I always say, go with the ones who have the same agenda as you. What do you want to do? Get free. What are you willing to do to get free? Anything. I fucks with you, especially if you can prove that in any fashion. If I could look at your track record, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me see your rap sheet. I trust you. You know, like, if this motherfucker says he's a blood gang member and you're a blood gang member and you're like, yeah, let me see the rap sheet. And he shot 13 Crips, robbed these Crips, and then stole those Crips' cars. And you're like, oh, this nigga's a blood of all bloods. Shout out to you. You could be part of my set. Let's go do some blood shit. Like, you take whoever is already on the same agenda as you. This is why we make these videos, to get in contact with each other based upon being on the same agenda. We don't even have to be in the same city, town, state, or country. I can go shoot some shit up tomorrow, blow some shit up tomorrow. You can go do some shit next week. Or you could not do any of that and just support it and promote it. Or just preach it out loud. And vice versa. That's why when Guy Edward Barkus goes and blows up an IVF clinic, I'm not going to blow up an IVF clinic. For me personally, that's not enough bang for my buck. But I'm going to support him doing it based upon his ideas on pro-moralism and anti-natalism and how that even aligns with what I'm saying. And how he's attacking the Archonic agenda in his way. Making the bang he can make. Based upon the opportunities provided to him, either through his own skills, abilities, and connections, or through the feds. Hooking him up with some shit. Whether he knew it was them or not. Like, just because something's military grade doesn't mean it's a psyop. You do realize that there's lots of criminals in the military. I was in the military. I'm a former gang member. I knew gang members in the military when I was in the military. Like, there's so many fucking criminals in the military who use the military to do criminal shit, like sell guns and all sorts of crazy shit. How do you think military hardware hits the streets? Bruh, come on. Like, it doesn't have to be a psyop. And even if it is a psyop, same outcome. So use it for your benefit as best as possible. You get what I'm saying? Ally with the idea of what Guy Edward Barkus was preaching as he was bombing. Even if it's a psyop and you call that shit out. The point is still a point. You get what I'm saying? Like, Nikki Lively. I think 10 people that are here are awake. At least on their path to wake up from their sleep. I think the 10 people that are here are awake, at least on their path to wake up from their sleep. Keep awake, fight to stay alive, and get out of this hell. Agreed. Renee, absolutely. Nikki Lively, any aim I meant. Any aim? They're awake, at least on their path to wake up from their keep awake. Fight to stay alive and get out of this hell. Any aim? I don't know what you were saying, but whatever, I get you. It sounded fine the way it was, I think. Maybe I'm just reading wrong. It sounded fine to me. Aaron A. The other night I went walking, and as I passed a cigarette shop, this raccoon jumps out of the trash can and runs off with a whole person in his mouth. Fellow jumped over the guardrail with a huge smile. There'd be some big ass raccoons, bro. I can't have the spam. Other servers like wild. The human executions and bragging about it in mic are wild. MIC, I forget what that is, but unless he's talking microphone, but I think he's talking about a thing. I can't remember what it's called. But anyway, let's get back to the. We're almost finished. We're like 5 hours into a fucking 26-minute video. Like, this is what being thorough is. You get what I'm saying?
For that wasn't just a psyop. I'm pretty sure it was all under controlled conditions, and nobody actually got hurt except for Guy Edward Marcus himself. Yeah, if you blow up a building, you're causing hardship for the people that depend on that as a job. You can potentially kill somebody in that situation, which would cause unnecessary suffering.
Unnecessary? So somebody who depends, so their livelihood, their job, is to support the archonic agenda. Therefore, they're innocent? What? Like, listen to even how he says it. You know, they're depending on their job. And why do all these people who are so scared of violence have that same weird nasally voice? Like, like it's like that nerd pushes his glasses up on his fucking nose voice. Even homeboy from what's his name? FRC, I think, from Forever Conscious Research. Shout out to him, good guy. But even he has that voice. Like, a lot of these guys have that same voice. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, if you blow up a building, you're causing hardship for the people that depend on that as a job.
Yes, you are. That's point number 2. You are increasing suffering for specific beings in order to lessen suffering for other beings. In order to free the slaves, you have to harm the slavery system. If you don't want people being brought in here to be slaves to be siphoned by them through these human avatars, and humanity is actually on the decline, but these people are creating technological and scientific artificial ways to create more children, to bring in more slaves to be fed upon by the Archons, blowing up that IVF building and affecting those people's jobs negatively is absolutely necessary if that's your belief system. Or do you want them to bring more people here to feed more Archons? Which is it? Which is it? Be logically consistent.
You can potentially kill somebody in that situation, which would cause unnecessary.
Someone who's not even real, because either they're an NPC, like you said earlier, maybe a demon or something, you know, some agent working for the Archons and their archonic agenda, or they're none or one of us trapped inside of that human that they think they are, and they've been brainwashed to operate the within the system that is enslaving them, to the point where they are actually doing a job of bringing more slaves into that system to feed the Archons. So their life isn't even real. The human they're in isn't even real, because this is a false reality created by Archons to siphon them through these human avatars. And they've been brainwashed into bringing more real souls into this false realm to stick them into these artificially and scientifically and technologically created in vitro fusion fucking human avatars to feed the Archons. Yeah, maybe their jobs need to suffer or end entirely. Like, be logically consistent. Are you an enemy of the Archons or a supporter of the Archons? Which is it, bro? Pick one. Nikki Lively, children or dead people alive, I think. I don't know what you're saying there. Aaron A, military industrial complex. Okay, that's what MIC means, yes. The human bragging about it in the military industrial complex are wild. Yes, this is a fact. Children are dead people alive, I think. Or children are dead people alive, I think. Can you say that another way, Nikki? I'm not sure I get what you're saying there.
Necessary suffering.
Unnecessary.
If you blow up a building.
No, it's very necessary if you're actually their enemy. Because it's necessary for them to do what they need to do in their system.
Are causing hardship for the people that depend on that as a job. You can potentially kill somebody in that situation, which would cause unnecessary suffering. So, I mean, it's not. That's what I was talking about when I said that if you're not going to resolve the problem by adding suffering into the world.
Well, it depends on what the problem is. That's not answering the problem of suffering itself. Again, I said the problem of suffering itself, the only way to end all suffering is to end all things that suffer and cause suffering. That's not even what we're talking about. What Guy Edward Barkus did blowing up an IVF clinic was to stop them from scientifically, technologically, and artificially increasing the human population so they can have more slaves to feed on. He wanted to, stop that. So he did what he could do based on what he had available to him to make the impact he could make. And he wanted to die, so he did that in the same process. He actually figured out how to kill two birds with one stone without actually killing anyone or even harming the embryos, which I wish he killed them all and harmed the embryos. Nikki Lively, the guy you were talking about, he is dead inside, or he is a child, not an adult. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. He sounds like a child almost, like he's not thinking clearly. Like, they always try to argue from their standpoint about what somebody else did. If you're going to argue about what Guy Edward Barkus did not making sense, then you have to argue it from his philosophical standpoint. And you have to argue that based on his philosophy, his actions did not line up with his philosophy, but his actions perfectly lined up with his philosophy. He's a pro-mortalist and an anti-nihilistic. He wants to die. He thinks that everyone should die either by killing themselves or that humans should kill everything on the planet first and then kill themselves because they're the only conscious entities on the planet that can do such a thing. And he thinks that people should not, he's anti-natalist, he thinks people should not be having kids, nor should they be bringing children here artificially. That's even worse, because if it's bad enough to bring them here naturally, it's here artificially. Especially since they're attempting to stave off a population collapse, because humanity's population is in decline and not increasing, as far as the vast majority of the human population is not replacing the humans that die with babies being born. So them doing an IVF clinic anywhere, let alone 1 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 of them, IVF clinics are going to artificially inseminate women in vitro fusion in order to increase the population artificially, so there's more slaves here, even though they can't even be asked their consent to come here and be slaves by the people that are having the babies. So, based on his philosophy, him bombing that building is perfectly in line with his philosophy. Perfectly. So it makes perfect sense. He did exactly what he was trying to do. And he didn't harm anyone, which he said he didn't want to do. That's why he said he was waiting, because he didn't want to harm anyone. He didn't want to cause direct suffering to anyone. I mean, he didn't even kill the embryos. He just got his piece out there, and people who agree with him agree with him. Whoever disagrees with him was already going to disagree with him anyway. So he did exactly what he was trying to do. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
Which is what anti-natalists complain about. I was just saying that if you do shit like that, you're just adding horrible shit that exists in this place.
Adding to the horrible shit would be bringing the babies in through the in vitro fertilization to bring them into this place to be slaves to the Archons you said are siphoning everyone here. What he's doing is the opposite of that. What you talking about, Willis?
I don't have any problem with standing against tyranny or any form of slavery.
You don't have a problem with standing against tyranny or any form of slavery. Well, birth is a form of slavery. First off, just on this level, children are born to their parents and they're enslaved by them. They have to do what they tell them to do for 18 fucking years. And depending on where you are around the world, it might even be longer. You'll see Saudi Arabian fathers smacking a 36-year-old son because he didn't fucking do what they said to do. Bloodlines, bro. Families be controlling their children till they fucking full grown, depending on, the bloodlines and the culture and shit like that. And that's just on a human level. With you saying that we only exist here because Archons captured us somewhere else and enslaved us and put us here to exist as humans, to have these humans' life so they can feed on our loosh that we produce by living as humans, then you should be very much against human birth, let alone unnatural human birth through in vitro fertilization, like Guy Edward Barkus was and very thoroughly explained. So if you're against any form of slavery, including the slavery that the Archons have put you in, Guy Edward Barkus blowing up that in vitro fusion shouldn't even be good enough for you. You should be like, oh damn, he didn't hit the embryos? He should have hit the embryos. Oh, he didn't kill anybody inside? He should have killed everybody inside. Your arguments are inconsistent. You have no solutions. You come up with these problems and then you say just do nothing about it. That's not going to solve anything, not big, not small. It's not going to have any impact whatsoever.
You know, it's not as simple. It's not as simple as killing the CEO of a company, right? You know, they're sort of they're sort of your masters, right? If you want to kill your masters, kill your masters, but that's not going to go well for you. It's not going to solve the.
If you want to kill your masters, but that's not going to go. If you kill the masters and you kill the masters, that is doing exactly what you wanted to do. Where's the not going well for you part? I don't under. What are you talking about? If you want to kill your masters, but that's not going to go well for you. What? If you want to kill the master, like, do you hear the words you're saying, bro? You sound like a slave on a plantation trying to come up with any excuse to just remain a slave. Like some slave is in your ear like, yo, we got to kill Massa. We got to kill the overseer. We got to burn down the plantation. We got to burn down the big house. And we got to get out to slavery. And you're like, listen, bro, if you want to kill the master, but it's not going to go well for you. Like, what do you mean? I'm willing to die trying. I would rather die than be a slave. And I want to kill master because that's the only way we're possibly going to get out of slavery. We got to end this plantation and the people who run it, and preferably even go further than that and end the entire slave system, causing other slaves to rebel all over the place. So none of us will be slaves ever again. And if we die doing it, then hey, that's still a success because at least we're not living as slaves anymore. You're so addicted to your life as a human that you yourself say you aren't, because you came from another realm and were captured in that realm and then imprisoned here to be a human. You're so addicted to your life here that you're afraid to give it up to get out of slavery. Guy Edward Barkis was not. That's why he blew himself up to blow up the building to get the point across that these people should not be scientifically and artificially inseminating people in order to bring more children into the city to enslave for the Archons. And he was willing to die to say that. What are you willing to do? Do you have any solutions? Or are you just going to, every time a solution comes up, you're just going to go against it? This is the problem with y'all. Philosophy vids, all of these people. They hate solutions. On any level, at any scale. They just want to do absolutely nothing, tell you to do absolutely nothing, but they always say things like, all stand against tyranny. Well, what does that mean? Make it make sense. How do you stand against tyranny? If they are violently imposing slavery upon you, what should you be doing about it? See, they'll never answer that question. They'll just try to shit on you when you do. Hold their feet to the fire and make them answer the question. What should people do then? Ridiculous.
Problem. You know, I'm just, you know. So, again, it's not an easy situation.
You know what? You haven't given us anything to know. It's not going to solve the problem. Why not? You haven't explained why it wouldn't. You're just saying that it wouldn't. Can you actually logically explain why killing the masters on a slave plantation would not help with the slaves? Like, if the slaves don't want to be controlled by Massa and they kill Massa, where's the problem? I don't understand this logical argument. If you're in a prison and you kill the guards and the wardens to get out of the prison, and then you go chase down the beings who are benefiting and profiting off that prison, and you're trying to end that slave system, I don't understand the problem. I don't get it. Where's the problem? Where's the logical fallacy here?
You know, I'm just, you know, so.
Listen to that again. This is how they sound when they have no solutions. They can never actually finish a thought because they don't have one. They just always end up doing this. You know. They just want you to know. Well, you know what? You haven't told me anything. Give me the solution.
That's not going to go well for you. It's not going to solve the problem. You know, I'm just, you know. So, again, it's not an easy situation. We are sort of in.
It's not an easy situation, which means the answers aren't going to be easy either. There's no easy button, as I've been saying this whole time. The answers are all going to be difficult because the situation is difficult.
A difficult. We're in a difficult spot, and it's set up so that if we go to war, we're vastly outnumbered.
We're vastly outnumbered, so how do you do that? You increase your numbers. Well, how do you do that? By spreading the word and the information and supporting anyone who takes action upon that information. And when they do, you use that as a promotional tool to gather more people who would be willing to do what that person just did. But no, Guy Edward Barkus goes out there and actually attacks a part of the system of your enemies who are bringing people into this world to siphon them. And the first thing you do is disown the guy. Yeah, you're going to stay outnumbered. Also, being outnumbered does not mean you can't win. Especially if you fight tooth and nail like a wild fucking animal, like a wild beast. See, while they're worried about their lives because they think they're humans, these dumb fucking slaves and these fucking human archons that work for their agenda, you know you're not. You fight harder than they can because you're willing to die. They're not. They think they're humans. But guess what? The only way they're going to find out they're really not, a lot of them, is after you kill them. And they're still alive. In another form. And they go, oh shit, I wasn't human? No, nigga, you was never human. You was a slave. They put you in a fucking avatar and siphoned your ass. Had you thinking you was a human. Operating in their system to empower their fucking agenda. So they can keep feeding on your ass. You were never a human. And then once you get them out of that human existence, they might actually be able to help you. So, yeah, you're going to have to go to war here, and you're going to have to kill some humans if you actually want to end their archonic system. These are logical steps, bro.
If you want to go to war against our masters and tyranny, you know what? I'm for it. If down the line you've convinced enough people, then fine. But don't talk about that.
If down the line you've convinced enough people, well, you have to start somewhere, right? You see how these people are always trying to jump to the end? Well, if down the line that you've convinced enough people, then I'm all for it. But right now, I'm not for it. The only way to convince the people down the line is to start at the beginning, to get to the point down the line. You have to be promoting it the whole time. You either have to be taking actions or supporting those who take actions the whole time. It's the only way. If you're not promoting it, and you're not supporting people taking action, and you're not taking action yourself to actually do away with the slave system, you'll never get to that point down the line where you've convinced enough people. Shit has to be blowing up before a lot of people even realize shit needs to be blowing up. A lot of times the war already has to be raging for most people to even realize it needs to be. But if we leave it to you, it'll never happen. Ever. Because all you're doing is arguing against it. And then you're wishy-washy. You, on one side, yeah, I'm against the tyranny, and you should do, and you know what, but I don't think, stop contradicting yourself, bro. Just follow the logical steps to the logical conclusions and support them. Period. It's real simple.
Shit, unless it's an actual viable option. And again, it's not going to fucking free us from...
Which part wasn't viable? You notice how he's not even telling, well, what's not a viable option? He never touched on what isn't a viable option. Because he himself said he doesn't even know what my solution is. So how does he know whether it's viable or not? Like, come on, bro.
Physical condition. People, then fine. But don't talk about that shit unless it's an actual viable option.
How about this? How about you don't talk about it until you have a solution at all? These fucking skunks are over here squeaking. Let me check on these little fuckers right quick. It must suck to be in a fucking cage. I hate being in a cage too. But we can't have you just running around the house all smelly and stuff. We're gonna take you to a sanctuary where they're gonna treat you lovely, because these people around here want to kill you. I know it must suck being in there, but you only got to be in there one night. And then you will be free to roam the lands of the sanctuary. Ooh, there was shit on that thing. I hope I didn't touch it. I'm going to wash my hands just in case. Nikki Lively. Oh, we said that. That inside. Being an adult is not about age. It's about taking responsibility and being free and thinking and action. I agree. That's why I said he sounds like he's thinking like a child. Like a lot of these people think like children. They think like religious people. They want someone to save them or something to save them, or they just want to end up somewhere where they're just safe for no reason. They don't want to be slaves, but they don't want to address their slavery in any way. This is a child's mind. Adults think about solutions to the problems. It's that simple. Like, what's the problem? All right, what's the solution? All right, let's get to work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to start at step 1 to get to step 100. It's going to take us 100 steps to get there, but without step 1, we're never going to get to step 100. It's that simple. And they hate that shit. They hate it. They always want to jump to the end somehow with some easy button that doesn't exist. Never has, doesn't now, never will. Vaison. At some point, it cannot be about age anymore. 5, 11, 90, whatever. Facts. All about ideology, circumstances, how indoctrinated you got, or how much you avoided that and willing to see through the veil. This is why I say a lot of young people today are more awake and aware than a lot of old people. A lot of old folks who have more knowledge than them are still more asleep than them. Because these kids are just fed up today and they have the internet, so they know they could be fed up. They don't even have to fully understand everything about why. They just know they are. Which is being more awake than someone who has all the knowledge on all the psyops and conspiracies in the world, but isn't willing to do anything different. Problem is, in war zones, is that you can't rely on a motherfucker to drill for you. No, you have to drill. But as someone who was in the military before, the motherfucker next to you, you expect to drill. If that motherfucker lets you down 3-4 times, they're gonna put that motherfucker in a psych hold or something. He refuses to drill. Like, we're out there getting shot at, and this motherfucker just refuses to shoot. Doc, do something with him, like, because he's not useful to us in the field. This is why I said you know who to trust, you know who not to trust. This is why you got to check people's rap sheets, and when you go into war with them a few times, you'll see. If you go hang out with a friend, one of your boys, and you guys go downtown somewhere and do something, and a few knuckleheads decide to run up on you for no fucking reason, and you get jumped and he doesn't help you, you know not to trust him next time. If I start getting my ass kicked, even if I didn't start it, he's not going to help me. He's too soft for that. This is why you pick drillers. I pick drillers. I pick rebels. That's who I fuck with. Now, one out of every so often will, seem like one and won't be one, but that comes out when the time comes. You get what I'm saying? It is what it is. You'll never be perfect. You'll never pick perfect allies. But you got to do what you got to do. First, you got to drill for yourself. And then you got to pick the best allies possible. One has to fully rely on themselves. Agreed. End of the day, one motherfucker has to be like a wild beast at all times and needs to know how to. I agree. But just remember, you're not going to win a whole war yourself. Rambo's not going to win a whole war. Let's say America and Russia go to war tomorrow. Neither side is going to send one soldier. Because it doesn't matter how good that motherfucker is. He's going to lose. You get what I'm saying? They're going to send all sorts of soldiers, tanks, and fucking artillery, and aircraft, and nuclear missiles, and they're going to use their full asymmetrical capabilities. And their alliance members, those who they're allied with, are going to help them. You get what I'm saying? Vaison. Well, you see. This is how, if we do this and not that, well, you see how, and that, and yeah, and well, that goes wow, just wow. Yeah, exactly. Wow, just wow. Like, they never finish the thought because they don't have an actual solution. They're not going anywhere. There's no logical step-by-step chain of logic that brings them to an outcome they want to see. So they can't refute the logic of it. Yo, is this motherfucker bullying? Hold on. We don't do bullying in here, skunks. That's not how we do. You better lead a. You better not be harming no. Better not be causing suffering for one of your siblings. Y'all are funky. It's a good thing they don't smell like that skunk smell, but they're just funky, bro. Just smelly animals, but they're adorable. Look at these little fuckers. I'm gonna have to clean that up in a minute. So, girl gonna have to wake up and do it. Because I know her, she'll probably have an alarm set just to come clean that out so they're not like laying in their shit and whatnot. Because they will, nasty little fuckers. Nature's disgusting. As adorable as some of these creatures are, they're nasty as fuck. They're nasty as fuck. Let's see. Happy Goat, will you still be able to escape the metaverse? As in like the two-dimensional metaverse that's being created using the artificial intelligence right now as we speak? I have no idea. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm not there. I don't want to test it. I don't want to try it. I don't want to find out. But the lower you go, the harder it is to escape, and the harder it is to remain conscious and actually like come up with ways to escape. We might not even be able to have this conversation that low of a level. So I'd rather not get trapped in the two-dimensional digital realms and have to figure that shit out. I'd rather stop it from coming into existence to begin with, at least here on this planet as a human on this, in this species, because they're doing it right now, right here. Any alien on any other world who has to deal with it, well, they can deal with it there, and hopefully they do. And if they don't, well, we're gonna have to deal with that motherfucker at some point. That's why I say anywhere and everywhere, and on every level of reality, all of us. Anyone and everyone who sees is going to have to preach, take action, or bare minimum support those who take action in order to deal with this shit. Anyone telling you otherwise is bullshitting you, period. Probably because they're afraid to take action themselves and they're afraid to support those who do. All they're willing to do is protest, but they're not even preaching solutions. They're just protesting against the problem, but not coming up with any way to solve it. Nikki Lively, adults is about being free, not depending on others what to do. Be free, wild, not domesticated. Yes. Remember, you are not a sheep, you are a wolf. Yes. There's a song called Are You a Wolf or a Lamb? I forget the name of the band. But if you just go into YouTube and type in wolf, Are You a Wolf or a Lamb song, it'll probably pop up. Are you a wolf or a lamb? You'll know it just by that. And it's a female singing. She got that voice. Peep it. Now let's finish this up. We're at 24, 43, 26, 24. Let's just finish it. Right?
And again, it's not going to fucking free us from the physical condition.
What isn't?
People, then fine. But don't talk about that shit unless it's an actual viable option. And again, it's not going to fucking free us from the physical condition.
It's not going to free us from the physical. So he just said, don't talk about it unless it's a viable option. But it's not going to free us from the physical condition. Wait. If it's a viable option, then it might free us from the physical condition. That's what viable options are. They're options that are viable. Do you hear how he's bro, he just, these people don't even listen to their own words when they speak. It's crazy. They contradict themselves every other sentence.
And then fine, but don't talk about that shit unless it's an actual viable option. And again, it's not going to fucking free us from the physical condition.
How the fuck do you know? Do you even know what the viable options are? Because throughout this whole video, you've acted like you don't. Throughout this whole video, you've acted like you have no idea what my own solutions are, even though I've got video after video on them. So if you have no fucking clue what viable options I may bring to the table or anyone else who's agreeing with me, because you haven't done enough study into what I've said, you're barely responding to fucking a handful minutes in a 2-hour video full of context and solutions that you just skipped over. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you really want the viable options, or do you just want to shoot down all options? Because I haven't heard you come up with a single option yet.
And the only way that we can overcome the condition of
Is he about to give us an option? The only way we can overcome. Are we about to get an option?
And again, it's not going to fucking free us from the physical condition. And the only way that we can overcome the condition of slavery is if we have enough people. And
Is if we have enough people. How do you do that? By spreading the information through as many channels as possible, you know, like YouTube, Discord, etc. Even though earlier, wasn't he saying, oh, we shouldn't build an army? That's just stupid. Yet he himself is saying the only way to overthrow the enslavers is to have enough people. So that means you kind of have to build an army if you want to get free from your slavery. There's no two ways around that, right? Do you see how, do you see? Well, how do we get more people? By doing exactly what we're doing right here. By supporting and promoting those who would take action on behalf of our thought processes and philosophies. By supporting those who would take actions against the slave system that we are enslaved by. And other people see that, and they see that you'll support that, and then they will fucking... Do you understand? Then they won't feel alone, and they won't be so scared because they know there's more people who think that, and they'll start talking that way, and then they'll start behaving that way, and then they might start taking actions, or at least supporting actions taken by others. This is how you build a groundswell of support for any thought process. Duh. Like, oh my God.
And we don't even have a fraction of a fucking percent of the amount of people that is required to overturn the condition of slavery.
So then what do you suggest we do about that, Tom? What would be the solution to that, Tom? Is he going to give us one? Probably not.
And that's just talking about slavery in the physical. You know, I'm not even talking about the going to war with the Archons, which can't even happen in the physical. You know, it's ultimately...
Which can't even happen in the physical. Didn't he himself say that there's archonic agents here? Isn't he saying that we're enslaved here by them? And this whole system is built around their enslavement of us? And come on, bro.
At the end of the day, our masters are also imprisoned with us, and we are going to war with other prisoners. And yes, they may be the wardens and the guards of the prison, but will only free us within the prison. The walls of the prison.
So, if you're in a prison and you're trying to get out of that prison, right? And you kill all the guards and the warden of that prison, you now have free reign of the prison, as he just said, yes? So then what can you do next? Start pressing buttons and opening doors. Like, do you hear? Well, that'll only free you in the prison. That's step one, smart guy. How do you ever expect to get free outside the prison if you can't even fucking free yourself? Like, that's step one, smart guy. And who knows if you'll ever get out of the prison? Do you know how to get out of the prison? I sure fucking don't, and I don't know anybody who does. So, might as well start here. Like the fuck is wrong? Come on, man.
Still exists. Then we all have to kill ourselves and go after the Archons, right? That's the plan. I mean, honestly, it's not a bad plan. But blowing up buildings.
Honestly, it's not a bad plan. You just said it was, though. Now you say it's not. Make up your mind, bro. Like, this dude is the most wishy-washy motherfucker in the world.
Because you want to make a statement is not going to help, because that statement isn't anything that anybody...
That statement's not going to help, even though he himself just said that we need to recruit many people in order to get the job done. So you have to make statements and then promotions and preach things in order to, spread the philosophies, the same exact way everyone's doing. And that's why people even know what anti-natalism, pro-mortalism, ephilism, or any of those isms even are. It's because someone spoke. And when somebody acted upon those things, someone supported it. So someone else heard it, realized that it was a real thing that they could actually talk about and do, and then you get more people. That's why we make videos on YouTube channels. That's why we have Discords and BitChutes and Rumbles and email each other and etc., etc. That's why people create entire pages on Facebook and Twitter and stuff, where people join those groups, the anti-natalist chat group and whatever so they can spread that word and gather more people, so those people can then not only spread the word themselves, but behave in a manner that will hopefully lead to the outcome that they're seeking as a group. And he himself said we don't have enough people to win right now, so I don't. You're confusing me, Tom. Like what do you want, Tom? Do you want more people or not? Do you want the message to be spread or not? Tom?
He's gonna listen. Plan.
Because nobody's gonna listen. I got people in here talking right now. I'm listening to your video, Tom. I'm responding to your video right now, Tom. Like, what are you talking about, big dog? Come on. Stop being so wishy-washy and weird. Just, it's so strange how contradictory people are.
But blowing up buildings because you want to make a statement is not going to help, because that statement isn't anything that anybody's going to listen to.
Did it not get over international news? Was it not? So you can actually look this up. Nothing in human history, I repeat, nothing that's ever been done in human history had more humans at the same exact time talking about what anti-natalism and pro-mortalism is than when he blew up that IVF building. Can you name a single event in human history that caused more people to talk about those two philosophies at the same exact time? Internationally, that made the headline news, mainstream media, local news, state news, global news, where the FBI had to go out and give statements, and this guy had a fucking, like, we're only having this conversation about that guy because that thing happened, right? So no one's going to know and no one's going to listen. Yet you and I are sitting here talking about Guy Edward Barkus, and I've hailed his name like fucking 13 times in this video, only because he did that thing. Be nice to each other. If he didn't do that thing, if he didn't blow up that building, you and I wouldn't even know his name. And people that I know personally who were talking about antinatalism and pro-mortalism, who had never even heard the terms before, would have never spoke about those philosophies if he didn't blow up that IVF building and make it international news. More people talked about pro-mortalism and antinatalism, which is what he wanted them to do, Tom, than ever before in history, because of what he did, Tom. So what are you talking about, Tom? Do you see what it's like? Y'all say weird shit, logical inconsistencies.
Too. But blowing up buildings because you want to make a statement is not going to help, because that statement isn't anything that anybody's going to listen to. So what do you people think of?
I listened to it. I know quite a few people who listened to it, actually. I know some people who I only got to have the conversation with them about it and convince them of the philosophical soundness of it because of what he did. Because they didn't even want to have the conversation. It wasn't even something that they would talk about until he did that. And then when they decided to go against it and I decided to support it, we got to have the debate. And guess what? I convinced some of them. Because they themselves also agree that we're in a prison realm, and a lot of them think just like you, that they're being fed on by Archons and things along those lines. So when I break it down logically, step by step, why Guy Edward Barkus did what he did based upon his own fucking testimony. What's the word I'm looking for? You know, when you die and you leave behind a manifesto. There we go. Based on his own manifesto, I was able to get some of those people to see the logic in it and go, oh, actually, that does make sense based upon what he was preaching. You know what? I guess I support it. A lot of them don't want to support it openly and out loud because they're afraid of what other people will think about them. But in their own mind, they're like, ooh, I get it. Oh, okay. That actually makes sense. Tom. So the people who are going to be against it are going to be against it anyway. Like you, Tom. You are going to be against it no matter what. You're against all violence, apparently, except for violence being done to you. You're against fighting against the slavery, but, you know, being enslaved. I mean, I guess that's fine, right? Come on, Tom. Come on, Tom.
About that, do you agree with me? Is my logic flawless? Was there something that I overlooked? Please let me know. And somebody, please let me know what Shangel's plan is.
Well, we just let you know, Tom. And shout out to you, Tom. I just love that name. Tom Shepperd. Shout out to you, big dog. Now you have your answer. Or at least you should have your answer. But I'm willing to guess it's going to come down to, oh, I'm not fucking listening to all that. He just talked for like 6 hours. I'm not listening to that shit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm underestimating Tom. Maybe he will listen. Maybe he will learn something. Maybe he will see the fallacies in his logic. The fact that his 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. Maybe not. Maybe he'll skip the entire thing. I mean, he couldn't listen to my 2-hour video, like responding to the philosophy vids, even though that's the one he picked. I don't know why. But Tom, just go listen to my solutions video. Just the first live stream. It's all right there. And it just gets elaborated on and fleshed out more and more each stream and video I do after that. So if you really want to fully understand it, go to the beginning and come up to here. Start at the beginning of this year. Watch those videos, watch those live streams, get to here, and you'll have a full understanding of what it is that I'm thinking and saying and telling you. Shit, you could just watch this and you'll have the full understanding of it. Real talk. But stop contradicting yourself, Tom, because you spent 26 minutes contradicting yourself. You had so many contradictions that I could turn 26 minutes into like 6 hours. Come on, Tom. Like, think about this. Oh, dirty our house. Shut up. Broke our phone. All right, first and foremost, I know you're talking about dirty over here. Nah, them dishes is clean, fam. And all them red plates is for them fucking skunks over there in the fucking cage. So, you know, they eat lots of food. And I'm soaking it because I want that to soak. You know what I'm saying? So we soaking that. And the phone isn't broken. It's the cover that's broken. All right? Been running good for years. Don't talk about my Android. Shout out to you though, Cab. K-A-B-B with the kitty cat face. Happy Goat. Isn't there demon babies, children disguising as cute in the other realms, ready to trick and stuff you into another human avatar? I have never encountered that specifically, so I don't, probably somewhere in some form, but I've never encountered that specifically. So your guess is as good as mine, bro. Everything isn't what it seems. Of course. Motherfucking demons can disguise as an innocent, struggling, cute mama with a baby to trick one and siege one. I mean, if you say so. Sure. So don't fall for it. I don't know. Discernment, man. Use your discerning abilities. You know? Like, is the being consciously aware? Like, at a level that you would be preferable? What are they talking about? What do they do in their daily lives? Who are they? What are they? It's honestly, it's too obvious for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm with a conscious woman right now. And I spent the last 5 years alone because I was not going to get with another low conscious entity. Let alone some demon in disguise. You get what I'm saying? Like, so take a break from the courting activities and find something that works for you, or just stay away and don't. Whatever you want to do. I don't know. Demons in disguise. Use your discernment, bro. Use your discernment. Happy Goat. But anyway, that's everything that we're going to talk about with Tom. So, yeah, that's all I got. Any other questions or anything? Any things y'all want to go over? Let's go check on these smelly little creatures again. What are you squeaking in here for? What you doing? Who's fucking with who? Which one of you's fucking which one of you? Be nice. Yo, they love pulling up the piss pad and just shitting on the floor. I'm gonna have to change that. For it smell like shit and piss. Adorable little nasty fuckers, bro. I'm so sorry y'all are in a cage. We're gonna get you out that cage tomorrow. I know. But the people outside want to kill you, so... fucking humans. Anyway, since I don't see no questions or nothing, I'll holler at y'all. Peace.